Announcements.
Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Members, during the sitting of the 10th of December 2024, I informed the House that I had decided to maintain the system of first-come, first-served basis for the questions of that sitting. But I later informed you that during lunchtime, the Chief Government Whip and the Opposition Whip had reached an agreement to adopt the system of drawing of lots for the purpose of determining the order in which questions would appear on the notice of questions. Same would be conducted in the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly in the presence of the Honourable Chief Government Whip or any government representative, member of the National Assembly, and the Honourable Whip of the Opposition or any opposition representative. I wish to inform the House now that I have received a written agreement dated 11th December 2024, co-signed by the Honourable Chief Government Whip and the Honourable Whip of the Opposition to the effect that parliamentary questions of which notice has been given for particular Tuesday's sitting be the object of drawing of lots. Copy of the said agreement is hereby being tabled. I agreed to the implementation of the said agreement pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 77, which reads as follows. The Speaker shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in the Assembly in all matters not provided for in these orders. And the notice of questions for today's sitting contains parliamentary questions set in the order determined by the drawing of lots conducted on Wednesday last. Moreover, honourable members, should have any further queries on the matter, you're welcome to see me privately in my office at any appropriate time. Thank you.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following PNQ, whether in regard to the passage of Cyclone Chido over the islands of Agaliga, we will state the PNQ is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Local Government, whether he will state A, the nature and extent of damages caused to the infrastructure and households thereat, indicating the estimated cost thereof, B, the number of casualties, indicating the overall medical conditions of those affected, C, a number of families currently staying in the refugee center and the measures being envisaged to address the housing needs of those without shelters, D, the shortage of basic necessities on the island, if any, indicating the measures being proposed to prevent the depletion thereof, and E, if government proposes to declare a state of disaster thereat, indicating if relief will be sent and when. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I understand the Prime Minister will reply to this question.
Yes, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to this private notice question, which was addressed to the Minister of Local Government, as I've been dealing with this myself. Before 2015, a warning system was in place whereby the inhabitants of Agaliga and Saint-Brando were regularly informed of the evolution of tropical depressions and cyclones likely to affect the islands. However, on the 13th of January 2023, new warning regulations, government notice was made by the then Vice Prime Minister, Minister Asnu, where only special communiques are issued to Saint-Brando and Agaliga in a case of a cyclone that is likely to affect the island. The Meteorological Services issued 11 communiques between the 9th and the 12th of December 2024 relating to intense tropical cyclone Chido. The Mauritius Meteorological Services first observed the formation of a tropical low pressure on Friday, the 6th of December, at around 16:00 hours. It became a tropical disturbance on Saturday, the 7th of December. The depression intensified into a moderate storm and maintained its movement towards the west. The Meteorological Services issued a first special communique on Monday, the 9th of December, by which Chido was considered a potential threat to Agaliga. A second special communique was issued on Tuesday, the 10th, at 10 o'clock. Chido was intensified into a severe tropical storm, and a third special communique was issued at 11:30 hours on the same day. A heavy rain warning, a strong wind warning, and heavy swell warning was issued for Agaliga. On the 11th of December, at around 22:00 hours, intense cyclone Chido made direct landfall on Agaliga, with the eye actually passing over both the north and the southern islands. The highest gust recorded until 20:00 hours was 115 kilometers per hour. In view of the intensity and strength of the cyclone, the equipment recording wind speed and direction was damaged. The Meteorological Services estimate that gusts could have exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed of the following. Approximately 95% of buildings, including homes, the hospital, the police, and the National Coast Guard facilities in the North Island have been destroyed. Around 98% of the infrastructure are completely damaged in the south of the island. Many roofs have been torn off and entire structures have collapsed. Seawater has surged 30 meters inland on the South Island, flooding the surrounding areas. The cyclone has also severely disrupted food and water supplies. Many food items, including rice, have been contaminated with rainwater and therefore unfit for consumption. Several large water tanks, each holding 9,000 liters, were displaced by the high winds, leaving the island's water supply completely compromised. Communication on the island was disrupted, and it was only possible through satellite. Roads across the island were obstructed due to fallen trees and debris. The Indian tug, Afghan, was grounded near Grand Case. However, the crew was safely evacuated to the island and there was no oil spill. At this stage, the financial estimate of the damage is still being assessed. With regard to Part B of this PNQ, I'm informed by the acting resident manager of Agaliga that there has been no casualties as the result of the passage of the cyclone. However, a total of 19 Agaligans who were not casualties of the cyclone but needed medical treatment were referred by the medical practitioner in Agaliga for treatment on the mainland. They were also accompanied by the immediate relatives. The travel to Mauritius by the Indian cargo plane, which affected 2 trips, one on Sunday, the 15th of December, and 1 trip yesterday, the 16th of December. With regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed by the acting resident manager of the Outer Island Development Corporation that there are currently 31 Agaligans in the refugee center in the North Island. The necessary repair of the houses is being done by the SMF and a team from the Ministry of National Infrastructure. With regard to Part D of the question, on the 13th and 14th of December, the Doni left Mauritius carrying pulsers, water, flour, equipment, spectrum analyzer, satellite, modem, and tools, as well as medical supplies. Honourable Shakil Mohammed, Minister of Housing and Lands, went to Agaliga on board the Donia on Saturday, the 14th of December, and he reported back to us. A technician from MTEL, together with communications tools and equipment, were also conveyed to the island, and the latter was able to successfully restore the communication. The House may recall, Madam Speaker, that it was under my premiership that on the 19th of November 2008, that MTEL asked and was allowed to launch its service in Agaliga. Before that, we could only communicate through satellite. On the 15th of December 2024, the cargo plane P-81 effected a first sortie carrying 1,000 kilograms of food items donated by the Government of India. Honourable Amir Mia, Minister of Industry, SMEs and Cooperatives, and Honourable Mohamed Eshad Juman also proceeded to the island on the same plane to assess the situation and to reassure the inhabitants that all required support would be provided to them. On the 16th of December, a third sortie of the cargo plane was effected to deliver basic food items, medical essentials, and construction materials. It also transported 11 Special Mobile Force officers, 5 maintenance personnel from the Ministry of National Infrastructure, and 2 sanitary officers from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. With regard to Part E of the question, in view of the prompt actions of the government and support provided by the government of Mauritius and the government of India to provide relief to the Agaligans, the declaration of a state of disaster is not warranted. A technician from MTEL, together with communication tools and equipment, was also, as I said, conveyed to the island, and they have restored successfully communication. On the 14th of December, the vessel Barracuda was dispatched to deliver construction materials for necessary repairs of the houses and other infrastructure. The vessel is expected to reach the island today. On the 15th and 16th of December, 3 sorties of the Indian cargo plane were effected to deliver basic food items, medical essentials, construction materials, and also transported 11 Special Mobile Force officers, as I said, and the personnel, 5 maintenance personnel from the Ministry of National Infrastructure, and 2 sanitary officers. Madam Speaker, I wish to seize this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to the Government of India for having promptly extended their support by deploying a cargo plane for aerial reconnaissance and also to deliver vital supplies to the island. Madam Speaker, I also want to say we are very sorry to what happened to our sister in sister island in Comoros, and there the damage has been terrible. Hundreds of deaths apparently, from what I've seen on the television. Fortunately, no one has died, has no fatalities in this in Agaliga. But Madam Speaker, I wish to express our solidarity with the Comoros Island for the tragedy that they are living. I end by saying that, Madam Speaker, I will personally monitor the situation in this context, and a coordination committee comprising of representatives of government authorities is being set up at my office in order to ensure that the timely implementation of all the actions we have decided for the reconstruction of Agaliga.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd put my question to the Honourable Minister for Local Government because National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management falls under his purview. But I'm happy to note that the Prime Minister replied to my PNQ because it is a situation of utmost importance. Madam Speaker, our thoughts are with our sisters and brothers of Agaliga, but not only with them, the Prime Minister mentioned that, but also with the people of Mayotte and Mozambique. And we know how painful the aftermath of such a devastating cyclone can be, Madam Speaker. Now, may I ask, because he mentioned that in his reply at the very beginning, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, in view of the extreme vulnerability of Agaliga Islands to cyclone, and the intensity now of cyclones with regard to climate change, and particularly in the aftermath of Cyclone Chido, will the Met Services consider reviewing its protocol with regard to issuing cyclone bulletin in the region of Agaliga Islands?
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for this. I mentioned that we are looking at the whole system. Before there was no regulations, and then regulations were issued, but we were giving warnings. But regulations were issued in 2023, and now we are relooking at the whole thing. One of the problems is communication, of course, but this is we're also looking at that.
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether necessary directions and authorizations have been issued to competent authorities to ensure, first, the release of available resources timely, including food items, non-food items and equipment, and the release of human resources to provide emergency services, as it now prior and after the cyclone?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I did say in my answer that these are being provided.
Madam Speaker, can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister to confirm whether his Minister for Local Government chaired the National Crisis Committee in relation to Cyclone Chido?
Madam Speaker, in fact, the Disaster Management Committee was always under the PMO when I was Prime Minister. I don't know why he was switched. We're switching it back to, he will be part of the committee.
Now, we all know that under such situation, the National Emergency Operation Command is of vital importance, Honourable Prime Minister. Can I know from you whether NEOC was activated prior and during the passage of Cyclone Chido, and to which level it was activated?
I'm not sure I quite followed the question,
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
I also have a bit of difficulty.
Yes. Madam Speaker, we have the National Emergency Operation Command.
Okay, National Emergency Operation Command.
Yes.
Yes.
My question is whether that body was activated prior and during the passage of Cyclone Chido.
Okay.
I can say,
To which level?
Madam Speaker, thank you. I can say that the new Commissioner of Police was practically awake all night. He was in command, of course, of this, of all this, and he was telephoning us at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, telling us what was happening. So the command structure was there. It was probably not functioning as you used to in the previous 10 years, but it was there.
So, Madam Speaker, I understand that NEOC was not activated at all during the passage of Cyclone Chido over the islands of Agaliga.
Yeah, well, Prime Minister explained that
Yeah.
not the way that it used to be, if I understand well.
Now, with regard to reconstruction, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House when the announced reconstruction works to the destroyed and damaged amenities and housing will be completed?
First of all, let me correct a misunderstanding. I didn't say it wasn't activated. I said everything was under the command of the new Commissioner of Police, who was coordinating all that had to be coordinated. Secondly, I can't give an answer for that. All I can say is that we actually built houses, concrete houses, solid houses for Agaligans during my term of office.
During the passage of Cyclone Chido over Agaliga, can I know from the Honourable Prime Minister whether he had regular contact with the General Manager based there and also with the Agaliga Island Council, the chairperson of Agaliga Island Council?
I was dealing, Madam Speaker, with the Commissioner of Police. As I said earlier on, there was no communication with Agaliga. Everything had broken down, and only through satellite communications, and that also we had trouble with. But I was dealing with the Commissioner of Police.
Can I know from the Honourable Prime Minister whether communication has been restored with the southern island of Agaliga? Because as at yesterday, there was no communication with the southern part of Agaliga.
I'm told that communication has been restored. In fact, the inhabitants of Thousand Island decided not to move. They were asked to move out of the area because of the height of the sea level that might increase, but they didn't move. But the communication was broken down in both parts of the island. I am told that it is being restored. So probably it is restored by the time we're speaking.
I understand from the Honourable Prime Minister that elected members from constituency number 3 proceeded to Agaliga after the passage of the cyclone. Was there a delegation? If yes, can I know the composition of the delegation that went to Agaliga?
I know there were the 3 members requested to be allowed to see because it's part of their constituency, which they did. There were also we had a lot of things to carry to Agaliga, as you must realize. But I also know the Catholic Church had asked for a representative to be allowed to go, and he was allowed to go.
We understand from the Honourable Prime Minister that Donia was sent to Agaliga. I believe the Honourable Prime Minister is aware that ATR 72 can land in Agaliga. Will ATR 72 be sent to Agaliga so that we can forward people there to help the people in Agaliga?
I can't say technically whether this is actually possible or not, but certainly if it is, there is no problem.
You could look into it.
Yes.
I believe it can, Honourable Prime Minister, because the former Prime Minister went to Agaliga in an ATR 72. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he will consider going on a special mission to Agaliga himself to take stock of the situation and bring his support to the Agalians in this moment of distress?
I will certainly. I did also go to Agaliga, by the way. You mentioned the former Prime Minister. He also went to Agaliga. But I would certainly, first of all, what we need to do is to restore all this damage that has been done to do the reconstruction work, and then perhaps.
Yes.
May I ask also the Honourable Prime Minister to consider increasing air traffic to Agaliga in the meantime to ensure that Agalians can obtain the help and support required to overcome such an event?
As I explained, Madam Speaker, the Dhoni has been going. The Indian cargo plane also, and I thank the government of India for this. They made, I think, a couple of trips, and also the Barracuda is going there.
Yes.
The Prime
It's
Minister.
your time.
Yes, I know.
It's your time. You can carry on.
Yes. The Prime Minister stated that he sought help from friendly countries, and he mentioned India, and we are all very grateful to India for helping us in this very difficult situation. Can I know whether the same help was sought from other countries, also friendly countries?
We spoke to Reunion Island. We keep in touch with them on meteorological services, but India was already there and was helping.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now, honourable members, the table has been advised that PQ 1B59 and PQ 1B60 will be replied by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, time permitting. And PQ 1B53 has been withdrawn. I will now therefore call the Honourable Third Member for Quartier Militaire and Luka, Mr. Venkatasamy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B40.
Madam Speaker, it has always been the practice before 2015 for the police to be represented either by the Attorney General's office in any court proceeding or the office of the DPP to undertake criminal proceedings before any court of law. That was always the case before 2015. It is only, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police, that from August 2021 to November 2024, the former Commissioner of Police departed from usual practice and decided he will retain the services of 5 counsels and 1 attorney from a private practice in 8 cases for an amount totaling 14,288,825 rupees and 30 cents. And the names are as follows, Madam Speaker. Mr. Amar Ozia, counsel, received 34,500 rupees, including of VAT. Mr. Desiree Bassett, senior counsel, 2,991,437 rupees and 50 cents, including of VAT. Mr. Rasley Risol, counsel, 86,250,000 rupees, again inclusive of VAT. Mr. Ravi Raj Yerigadu, counsel, 603,750 rupees, inclusive of VAT. Mrs. Shamila Suna Ori, attorney, 4,330,000, including of VAT, and one King's Counsel from the United Kingdom, 5,531,447 rupees and 50 cents, plus an amount of 721,440 rupees and 25 for his accommodation and air tickets. I should also say, Mr. Speaker, sir, and Madam Speaker, that previously, if ever, there was a counsel from the UK, especially for cases which go to the Privy Council afterwards, he was put up in the government bungalows at no cost. Why 721,000 rupees was spent here? I'm a bit puzzled, to say the least. Madam Speaker, sir, our country has a well-established democratic system with clear separation of powers between the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative. Institutions like the Attorney General's Office and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions operate in full independence and have always been providing legal advice to the public sector, including the police, free of charge, absolutely free of charge, because this forms part of the professional duties. The practice of handling the services of private lawyers and bypassing the Attorney General's Office and the Office of the DPP by the former Commissioner of Police under the previous government, as I said, cost the taxpayer 14,288,825 rupees and 30 cents. And this has been clearly done to undermine the professional integrity of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and relevant institutions. And this should be severely condemned. Madam Speaker, it is clear the previous government had a problem with the office with an independent Director of Public Prosecutions. Who can forget this unbelievable attempt trying to arrest the former DPP? He had to run away from his home. His wife had to pull the door because they were trying to force their way in to arrest him. And he had to go through a back door, go to a judge in chambers to get protection. This is what happened under the government of the MSM. This was unprecedented. It has never happened in any Commonwealth countries. Never happened. But you know, with the MSM, everything is possible. This is why I speak of Murphy's Law. What won't happen will happen. This is Murphy's Law. It was, in fact, to my mind, a much broader Machiavellian strategy to undermine the independence and integrity of our institutions with the sinister motive of exerting absolute control over them. Over the past decade, they undermined with ruthless propensity the credibility of all our institutions, just like what can I say, tin pot dictators, hell-bent on transforming the country into a rogue state. This is what we call l'état voyou. They planted the toadies in most of the important institutions of our country, and these toadies were the beck and call of the masters doing the bidding. Let me assure the House and the population at large that we will not condone such practices, nobody on this side. The public expects our institutions, including the law enforcement agencies, to act in total independence, transparency, and remain accountable to restore the confidence of the people of this country in them and to the respect of the international community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable third member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B41, please.
Madam Speaker, indeed, it is abundantly clear that most statistics have been deliberately falsified in order to create an illusion of an economic boom in the country. This deliberate manipulation of the macroeconomic figures has severely damaged the credibility of our institutions responsible for collecting and disseminating statistics in the country. Madam Speaker, Moody's latest publication came out yesterday on the 16th, makes reference to this unprecedented practice. The House would recall that in June 2021, of the issue of economic and social indicators on the National Accounts estimates published on the 28th of June 2021, that is 2 days later, that is on 30th of June, a revised issue of National Account Estimates was published. So between the two publications, the GDP growth figures was increased from 4.4% to 5.4%, a full 100 basis over just 2 days. This is evidence of manipulation. The previous chairman of the Statistics Board, a highly competent professional in the private sector, he was asked to manipulate the figures. He refused. He refused to be part of this falsification of the figures, and he said he would rather resign, which he did, but he refused to do it, and he should be applauded for this. After his resignation, Mr. Charles Cartier was appointed as chairperson of the Statistics Board on the 29th of November 2021, for a period of 3 years. He's just resigned on the 18th of November. Madam Speaker, the exercise we have carried out on the state of the economy has unearthed some of the most despicable falsehood that the previous government was propagating. We have already initiated action to repair the damage done by the previous government. Furthermore, we are envisaging a serious restructuring of Statistics Mauritius with a view to restoring its credibility and also its reputation and its independence. To ensure, we must ensure that such blatant manipulation is not restored to by any government. And after setting up of the inquiry, as for the setting up of the inquiry, I must say I'm looking at it very, very closely, because I think this might be the best way to prevent such a despicable practice. That is what I have to say.
Thank you. Honourable First Member for Savannah and Black River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B42.
Madam Speaker, the House will recall that in 2007, mandatory social programs were introduced for projects under the Integrated Resort Scheme. These programs required developers to contribute 200,000 rupees per residential property sold in order to contribute for the social and economic upliftment of the neighboring community where the project is being implemented. In 2009, following the implementation of the Corporate Social Responsibility, what we call CSR, IRS promoters were given the option to implement a CSR program, finance an approved NGO, or remit their contribution to the National Empowerment Foundation. In 2015, when the Property Development Scheme was introduced to replace the previous schemes, a social contribution of 200,000 rupees per residential unit until sold was maintained. However, Regulation 10.1 of the Economic Development Board, regulations of 2015, required that the promoters use their contributions for the financing of social programs identified by social needs analysis carried out, unfortunately, by the promoters themselves for the neighboring community. But as from 20th of April 2024, Regulation 10 was amended to provide that the contribution of promoters to be credited to the National Resilience Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Economic Development Board that since the introduction of the Property Development Scheme, 63 projects have been issued with a certificate, comprising 3,006 residential units, of which 1,093 have been sold. This represents a contribution of 218.6 million. I'm also informed by the Economic Development Board that as at date, out of the social contribution of 218.6 million, around 129.6 million have been spent on social projects by the promoters themselves. 9.7 million has been transferred to the National Resilience Fund. Therefore, unspent social contribution of around 20 million is not accounted for at this point. There is no clear indication of where the sum of 80 million. The Economic Development Board has been asked to look into it. Government is in the process of completely reviewing the operations of the Economic Development Board, and this will include the way the Property Development Scheme have been implemented over the years.
Yes. All right. Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1B43.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Acting Financial Secretary that the Rodrigues Airport project has 4 components, which is estimated to cost around $200 million US. The project will be financed by a loan of $184 million from the World Bank and a grant of 15.7 million euros from the European Union. The 4 components of the projects are as follows. First, an amount of 170 million has been earmarked for the infrastructure development, including the construction of a new airport runway, a new control tower, a meteorological building, and a rescue and fire fighting station. Second, $10 million US for technical assistance to support the project implementation and aviation sector development. Third, another $10 million US for technical assistance and small investments to support Rodrigues' sustainable integrated development with focus on access to water and food security. And finally, a fourth, $10 million US for technical assistance for sustainable development of Rodrigues' tourism sector. Madam Speaker, regarding part A of the question, I think it's a long answer. I'm tabling the information requested by the Honourable Member. As of date, no disbursement has been effected from the loan and the grant components. As for part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the draft tender documents were sent to the World Bank on the 30th of October 2024 for review. The World Bank has submitted these comments on the 15th of November 2024. Airports of Mauritius is presently working with GIB Mauritius, the project consultant, to amend the tender documents to reflect the comments of the bank. Once finalized, the document will be resubmitted to the World Bank for its considerations. Thereafter, Airports of Mauritius Limited would seek the approval of its board and subsequently of government prior to floating of tender for the construction works of the runway and other airport-related facilities. The tender is expected to be launched around January next year, with closing bids around April 2025. Contract would then be awarded, hopefully in July, with a work duration of 42 months as planned to start in October 2025. And the project is expected to be completed around April of 2029.
Yes. Honourable Second Member for Flack and Bonaccueil.
Thank you, Madam. 1B44.
Madam Speaker, the former Speaker of the National Assembly was elected on the 18th of July 2024. He submitted his resignation on the 5th of October 2024. That is, one day after the dissolution of the National Assembly. During that period of 78 days, I must say I was surprised it's only 78 days. He did so much damage in 78 days. 78 days, he chaired 4 sittings of the National Assembly and undertook 3 official missions. A visit to the Lok Sabha, New Delhi, from 16th to 17th of August 2024. Then the 2024 Inter-Regional Seminar on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals for Parliaments of Developing Countries in China from 18th to 24th of August 2024. And third, a 10th Inter-Parliamentary Union Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Armenia from 12th to 14th of September 2024. And as I said, Madam Speaker, part B of the question, the total amount spent was 748,112 rupees for 3 missions in 78 days.
Yes, the Honourable Third Member for Quartier Militaire and Local.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B45, please.
As regards part A of the question, I'm informed by the Gambling Regulatory Authority that since 2019, the services of legal advisors retained by the authority and the fees paid to them are as follows. Mr. Ravi Yerigadu, from May 2019 to date, was paid 4,009,600 rupees, including a fixed retainer fee of 46,000 rupees monthly that he was going to get anyway. Secondly, Mrs. Saya Ragavavudu. From May 29th to date was paid 1,447,825. Third, Mr. Krishnath Singh Uchaibar. From February 2022 to November 2024 was paid 4,555,570 rupees, including again a monthly fee of 130,000 rupees. I'm further informed that he was assigned the duties of head of the house, head of the horse racing division. God forbid I said head of the house. Head of the horse racing division on a temporary basis by the Gambling Regulatory Authority. In this capacity, he was also paid a total allowance of 2,339,992 rupees. That is since February 2022, which makes a total of 6,925,562 rupees. I'm also informed that he has resigned on the 10th of December 2024. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, I'm informed that Mr. Kridiu Bikari, also known as Mr. Dave Bikari, former senior advisor at the Prime Minister's office, was a board member of the Gambling Regulatory Authority since the 13th of March 2015. He was also appointed Vice Chairperson of the Gambling Regulatory Authority from the 14th of January 2022. I'm further informed that Mr. Dave Bikari has resigned as a board member on the 12th of the Gambling Authority Board on the 12th of November 2024. Regarding part B2 of the question, Mr. Dave Bikari was paid a total amount of 3,334,000 rupees, including again a monthly fee of 60,000 rupees as board member and vice chairperson of the Gambling Regulatory Authority.
The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. 1B46.
Madam Speaker, on the 19th of January 2022, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the Government of India and the Government of Mauritius for financial assistance amounting to 400 million rupees for the implementation of community projects in Mauritius, Rodrigues, and Agaliga. Out of the amount of 400 million, the budgetary provision of 19 million has been allocated under the small development projects, and I think the Indian grant for the implementation of several projects in Rodrigues for the infrastructural and sustainable development of the island. Madam Speaker, as regards to part A, B, and C of the question, I'm tabling the information requested by the member because it's a very long answer.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful to the Government of India and this small development projects for rigs and disaster risk reduction, renewable energy, and especially community development. And as we are in a cyclonic period and rigs during the last cyclone Becky, 90 community and refugee centers out of only 33 were operational, and 10 of them has been removed from the list. My question is, will the Honourable Prime Minister, also responsible for finance, agreeable to further negotiate with India in extension of this Indian grant for rigs in relation to community development, to upgrading, uplifting of additional community and refugee centers there, as well as in a situation of reckless non-construction of not a single housing unit for potential vulnerable persons for the last few years.
I will certainly do that. I'm quite actually shocked by what you're saying, but I will certainly look into that.
Thank you. Yes. Now we have the Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Madam Speaker, 1B47.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Airport Terminal Operations Limited that the area adjacent to the external doors of the domestic departure lounge for Rodrigues was not designed as a drop-off area. In fact, this area is of an extent of about 2,560 square meters, was designed for the use as a parking area with 44 slots, out of which 35 are rented to authorized tour operators. 7 parking slots are used by the airport authorities, such as the police, the MRA, etc. The remaining 2 slots are reserved for vehicles transporting crew members. I'm also informed that the passengers departing to Rodrigues can access the domestic lounge through either the elevated roadway at the departure level 1, using either the lift or the stair, or the pickup, drop-off platform. However, vehicles transporting individuals with disabilities are given direct access to the domestic lounge. The request of the Honourable Member is being referred to the Board of Airport Terminal Operations Limited for them to reconsider.
Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Portway South and Portway Central.
B48, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that during the past 10 years, the Forensic Science Lab has been functioning in a very inefficient and ineffective manner. This has led to delays in the submission of FSL reports, which has impacted, of course, on the submission of case files to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. The FSL has scientists who analyze evidence from scenes of crime, suspects, and victims. They analyze DNA from fingerprints and also human remains and suspicious substances. It has therefore an essential role to play in evidence in the criminal investigations. The former director, who retired from the civil service in February 2023, was reappointed on contract for a period of 2 years. The contract was terminated from the 26th of November 2024, and it is the senior-most chief forensic scientist who has been assigned the duties of director. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that following several complaints from various institutions, undertook a project for revamping of the FSL in this respect. The support of a foreign expert was sought as director in October 2010. As soon as she assumed duty, she was systematically harassed, she was threatened, she claimed she thinks she was poisoned. The feeling of her security, she preferred to resign in October 2011. But she did tell me that the way this is being run, you won't get results. You will never get results. So, Madam Speaker, for the post of the director, the incumbent will have to be a high-caliber professional, preferably with international exposure in the field of forensic science, together with a combination of leadership and administrative skills. He or she will have to be assisted by a deputy director. With regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the acting director that the total current staffing stands at 71, including 51 who are technical staff. Regards part B of the question, B1, the acting director of Forensic Science Lab has stated that from January 2022 to November 2024, out of a total of 44,710 cases referred to the Forensic Science Lab, 39,836 cases have been completed and 4,874 are still pending. With regards to part B2 and 3 of the question, I'm informed that 3,640 drug-related cases are still pending since December 2023, and 500 samples are waiting DNA analysis since August of this year. Madam Speaker, it is clear that we need to ensure that the institution is restructured to restore its credibility and professionalism as an independent one, forming an integral part of the criminal justice system.
Thank you. Yes, Doctor, I have 5 minutes left for this PMQT. 4 minutes. Please.
Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he can inform the House whether he has been made aware of very suspicious information of interference at very high level within the FSL as to corroborate results of DNA to match those of suspects in police custody in what was termed as cases of planting, particularly Mr. AK and Mr. BL.
I heard about this from people saying this, but we're going to have to look into this if that is so. That is a very, very grave accusation, if that is actually what happened. And, but if you see what I was telling you about this lady who I got from Staffordshire University, from a Mauritian, Dr. Ram Gopal, who didn't take any fees from us, as far as I remember. He wanted to help Mauritius, and he advised that we take this lady, Mrs. McLean, who came as director of FSL. From what she told me, I'm not surprised that this could have well have happened, but we're going to investigate it.
Yes. Honourable second member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac.
Speaker, question B49, please.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that over the period December 2014 to November 2024, the bank intervened in the domestic forex market on 142 occasions. Concerning part B of the question, over the same period, the Bank of Mauritius has injected a total of $3.6 billion in the forex market. As regards to part B1 of the question, the injection of foreign currencies was effected through the use of the official foreign currency reserves at the Bank of Mauritius. In other words, they depleted the reserves. Madam Speaker, as regards part B2 of the question, one of the priorities of this government is to have a stable rupee and an adequate supply of foreign currencies in the market. The Bank of Mauritius is monitoring the situation on the domestic foreign exchange market closely, and I'm informed that it has already started to implement several measures to address the persisting distortions prevailing in the forex market in order to ensure adequate supply of foreign currencies.
I have just 2 minutes left. We can have a try. Honourable third member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or.
B50, please.
Madam Speaker, as indicated in the State of the Economy document, which I laid on the table of the National Assembly on the 10th of December, public sector growth debt stood at 559.1 billion rupees. At the end of June 2024, this represents 23.4% of GDP. It has, of course, increased after that. This is well above the statutory debt ceiling of 80% of GDP, which the government, the previous government, had itself set out in the Public Debt Management Act, which I must say, itself is too high. 80% is too high. It used to be 60%, but nobody paid any attention to it. At the end of 2014, when I left government, it was actually 59.5% of GDP. So they inherited the public debt situation, which was fully sustainable, under 60%. They have turned out to be one of the worst now in these several decades. On the basis of the state of public finances inherited from the previous government, first, the borrowing requirements of government during financial year 2024-2025 is estimated to be around 59.6 billion rupees, compared to the budget estimate, which was 38 billion. That is, it is higher by some 21.6 billion rupees. Secondly, for financial year 2024-2025, the interest payment on government debt is estimated to be 22 billion. Compared by the budget, in the budget estimate, they said it was going to be 20.1 billion. Again, whereas capital repayment is estimated to be 40 billion rupees. Third, for financial year 2025-26, on a no policy change basis, preliminary indications are that interest payment and capital repayment will amount to 23.9 billion rupees and 37.1 billion respectively. As regards to part A of the question, Madam Speaker, the reimbursement mechanism will entail, again, new borrowings by government, since it already has a very high level of deficit. We will come up with remedial policies in the fiscal consolidation plan to bring public sector debt back to a sustainable level that the previous government had inherited. We will aim to put it on a downward path. It's not going to be done overnight, obviously, but we want to bring it down to the level that it should have been 60% of GDP. Concerning part B of the question, at this stage, no negotiations for an eventual standby agreement is being done with the IMF, but we are looking at all options.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Time is over for the moment. We will now move to questions to ministers. I'm announcing that PQ1B73 has been withdrawn. I think I have announced already 1B54 and 59 have also been withdrawn. So I will now call on the Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you. 1B55.
Thank you very much, Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the National Plant Protection Office of my ministry that no phytosanitary certificate has been issued from 2022 to date for the exportation of sandalwood from Rodrigues. As for the forestry service of my ministry, I'm informed that to date, no sandalwood has been imported from Rodrigues. However, Madam Speaker, the Forestry Service has indicated that on the 28th April 2024, it received an application from Timber Touch Limited, a private company, for registration as a dealer in sandalwood. An acknowledgement certificate was issued on the 12th September 2024. On the 25th October 2024, the Forestry Service received a letter from the Commission for Agriculture, Rodrigues, informing that it had received an application dated 19th August 2024 from Timber Touch Limited for the exploitation of sandalwood in Rodrigues as follows: 10 tons from private land belonging to Mr. Jean-Marie Allas at La Ferme, and 30 tons from the property of Mr. Itier Van at La Ferme. On the 26th November 2024, the Forestry Service informed the Commission that it has no objection to the application provided, 1, the sandalwood has been legally purchased from private lands and subject to the recommendation of the Commission of Agriculture. 2, the company shall have to submit shipping documents to the Forestry Service once the transportation is effected. 3rd, the clearance is only for transfer to Mauritius and is valid for single use until 30th January 2025. The Commission of Agriculture has informed that as at date, no approval to that effect has been issued. Sandalwood has therefore not been exported to Mauritius. Madam Speaker, the Commission of Agriculture has informed that the police in Rodrigues is conducting an inquiry to investigate possible infringement in the matter regarding the source of the timber. I have therefore requested the Conservator of Forests to investigate into the matter to identify weaknesses, loopholes in the process or procedure with a view to further strengthening control and ensure the proper management of sandalwood in Rodrigues.
Thank you. You have a supplementary? Yes?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. In light of the answer given, will the Honourable Minister agreeable to see to it to amend the GN 238 of 2024 with regards to Rodrigues? Following your answers.
I will certainly look into it and ask the State Law Office if needs be to do the needful.
Thank you, Minister. Yes? The Honourable Second Member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac.
Madam the Speaker, question B56, please.
Madame la Présidente, le sud de l'île Maurice dépend actuellement principalement des prélèvements d'eau fluviale et du pompage des eaux, les principales sources étant les stations de traitement des eaux de Rivière-du-Poste et de Mont-Blanc. Il n'existe pas de réservoir de retenue majeur dans cette partie de l'île, ce qui pose des problèmes de sécurité hydrique, en particulier pendant les saisons sèches et les pressions du changement climatique. La construction du barrage de la rivière des Anguilles a été recommandée dans le rapport d'étude de faisabilité du projet d'approvisionnement en eau du sud de l'île Maurice en mai 2009. L'étude avait également identifié l'emplacement du barrage. Je suis informé que des études géologiques et géotechniques, y compris une conception préliminaire, ont été réalisées dans le cadre de la phase 2 de l'étude. Le projet de barrage de la rivière des Anguilles a été conçu pour répondre aux demandes en eau potable et d'irrigation jusqu'à 2050 et desservira les régions de Grand Port, de Savane et la côte sud-ouest. Le projet est mis en œuvre de manière intégrée et comprendra la construction d'un barrage, d'une station de traitement des eaux, d'une mini-centrale hydroélectrique, et le projet intégré sera financé par un consortium composé de la Banque arabe pour le développement économique en Afrique, du Fonds saoudien pour le développement et du Fonds d'Abu Dhabi pour le développement. Madame la Présidente, je suis informé aussi qu'un exercice de préqualification pour la construction du barrage de la rivière des Anguilles a été lancé le 21 février de cette année-ci, 2024, sous l'égide du CBP. À la date de clôture, le 3 avril 2024, 9 candidats avaient soumis des propositions. À la suite d'un exercice d'évaluation mené par le CBP, le ministère a été informé que 8 entreprises avaient été présélectionnées. Il convient de noter que, conformément aux accords présignés avec les organismes de financement, leur non-objection préalable à un exercice d'évaluation et des soumissionnaires présélectionnés est nécessaire avant de procéder au processus de notification aux soumissionnaires présélectionnés conformément à la loi sur le Public Procurement Act. La procédure d'appel d'offres est toujours en cours et les travaux de construction du barrage de la rivière des Anguilles n'ont pas encore commencé. Par conséquent, en réponse à la partie A de la question, aucun déboursement n'a été effectué pour la construction de ce barrage. Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la partie B de la question, je suis informé qu'une fois les organismes de financement auront fait part de leur non-objection à la liste restreinte de soumissionnaires établie, l'appel d'offres pour la désignation d'un entrepreneur de travaux sera lancé par le CPB. Les documents d'appel d'offres sont actuellement en cours de finalisation par les consultants et seront examinés par le CBB avant leur lancement. Il est prévu que l'appel d'offres pour la désignation d'un entrepreneur et l'avis de non-objection des organismes de financement quant à la sélection des entrepreneurs pourraient prendre environ 6 mois. La durée de construction du barrage est d'environ 40 mois, ce qui fait 48 mois. Ce sera presque à la fin de notre mandat. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. The Honourable third member for Montagne Blanche and Grand River South East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1B57.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am informed by the District Council of FLAC that a survey was carried out on 12 December 2024 by its officers. It was observed that the Chemin Coopératif in Belia is in good condition and does not require any reconstruction works. However, it was noted that for Conlacerbe and MCB Road, the Central Water Authority has undertaken pipelaying works along the roads, but same have not been reinstated yet, as the work is still ongoing. The CWA has informed that the pipelaying works are expected to be completed by end of December 2024, while the resurfacing of the roads will be completed by January 2025. It should be highlighted that a waiver was granted to the CWA by the District Council of FLAC. With regard to the cost estimate, the reinstatement of the two lateral roads at Conlacerbe will amount to 2,275,000 rupees, while for the road at Conlacerbe Avenue Père d'Aubec, same will amount to 1,610,000 rupees. As regard for the MCB road, the cost is estimated at 1,140,000 rupees. Furthermore, with regard to Chemin Laforge, the cost of resurfacing works is estimated at 875,000 rupees. As no budget has been earmarked, the District Council of FLAC will seek financial clearance accordingly prior to carrying out the works. Thank you.
Your next question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1B58.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the issue of conversion of the Sebastopol MITD Center into a state secondary school does not arise. The Sebastopol SSS is a full-fledged secondary school, and the MITD Center is situated within the compound of the Sebastopol SSS. In fact, the MITD Center in Sebastopol exists only since the start of the academic year 2024. Following the results of the NC in 2023, whereby a high majority of the students of the extended program did not meet the NC pass criteria, the MITD implemented the NC2 courses with brighter program to ensure the continuity of education to the students. The program was meant to enable students to join the vocational sector, including the world of work, through the National Certificate Level 2 and thereafter leading to National Certificate Level 3. In that context, the unused part of Sebastopol SSS was put at the disposal of the MITD to run NC2 courses with brighter program for trainees in the eastern region, primarily from the Sebastopol, Montida, and Olivia regions. The area consisted of 10 classrooms, namely 8 classrooms in the block A, 4 on the first floor and 4 on the second floor, and 2 classrooms from block B, 1 classroom on the first floor and 1 classroom on the second floor, and 2 toilet blocks of block A. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the Sebastopol SSS is a low-intake secondary school located at the foot of Montagne Blanche mountain and catering for boys in Zone 2 region, Beaubassin, Rosil, and East. It commenced its operation in the year 2000, and its building consists of 5 blocks, A, B, C, D, E, with a total of 28 classrooms. Currently, only 18 classrooms, along with administrative offices and specialist rooms, are in use by the staff and students of Sebastopol SSS. For the academic year 2024, it had an overall total of 167 students enrolled in grades 7 to 11, including students of the extended program. I am also informed that the school population at Sebastopol SSS has been decreasing constantly over the past years. There is only 1 section of each grade, and there has been no intake at grade 12 level since 2019. For academic year 2025, requests for admissions stand at 19, comprising of only 11 students for grade 7 and only 8 students for the first year lower secondary of the new foundation program in literacy, numeracy, and skills. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that the MITD invested some 2.47 million in its center at Sebastopol SSS in terms of upgrading works, procurement of training, and IT equipment, and acquisition of furniture. The activities of the MITD and the secondary school at the Sebastopol SSS building are well separated, including different break periods. All arrangements are in place so that there are no conflicting activities and both institutions operate in harmony. Madam Speaker, the Sebastopol SSS will continue to remain a full-fledged secondary school to serve the academic needs of students in its surrounding areas and support equitable access to education for students in its vicinity, fulfilling the government's mandate to provide quality education without discrimination based on foundational performance. The institution already has the required infrastructure, including well-equipped laboratories, classrooms, and other facilities to deliver academic training aligned with national educational goals. However, the shared infrastructure with the MITD will continue to coexist to ensure learners in the neighboring regions are given fair treatment in terms of access to vocational studies and training, which is a fundamental pathway to education and skills development. I wish here to inform the House that similar arrangements already exist at La Golette SSS. Madam Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that currently there are 2 state schools to cater for the need of education of girls at secondary level in Zone 2, namely Quartier Militaire SSS and Bel Air SSS. Madam Speaker, my ministry has the portfolios for education, human resource, training and skills development. There is a need for a holistic approach and better linkages and synergies among the various partners to provide a wide array of services to our diversified learners for them to grow into productive and resilient citizens.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, second member for Rivière des Anguilles.
Madam Speaker, my question B61, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that in the wake of the implementation of the 9-year continuous basic education reforms, provision was made for successful candidates at the National Certificate of Education, NCE, to be provided with the option of either pursuing their studies in grade 10 in their respective regional schools or being admitted in one of the 12 designated academies. The criteria for admission to academies are provided under Regulation 18B of the Education Amendment Regulations 2018, which inter alia states that priority of admission to grade 10 in an academy shall be determined on the basis of the grade aggregate and the relative performance of the eligible pupil in the best 8 core subjects, including English, French, and Maths, at the National Certificate of Education Assessment and the choice of the responsible party. Madam Speaker, as is the case for each tier where admission is made on the basis of relative performance of students, candidates have to strive very hard to achieve the best results to secure a place in a good academy. I'm informed that those who have applied for a seat in an academy but have not been able to secure a seat in the school of their choice are also given the opportunity of applying for a transfer to another academy. In all the cases of allocation of seats that are carried out by the MES, Madam Speaker, the determining criteria remains the relative performance of the student in the 8 best subjects. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the yearly intake in grade 10 in the 12 academies for the academic years 2021-2022, 2023-2024, and 2025 for boys and girls are as follows. 2021-2022, boys 1,084, girls 1,084. 2023, 1,018, girls 1,056. 2024, 1,000, girls 1,069. 2025, 1,003, and girls 1,062. As regards the regional schools, I am informed that the yearly intake in grade 10 for the Republic of Mauritius for the academic years 2021-22, 23, 24, and 25 for boys and girls are as follows. 21-22, boys 3,548, girls 4,335. 23, 3,973, girls 4,662. 24, 3,966, girls 4,997. 25, 3,381, girls 3,973. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'm tabling the statistics for the yearly intake of boys and girls in grade 10 for both academies and regional schools. Madam Speaker, we espouse the philosophy that higher ability students should be provided with ample opportunities to unleash their full potential and develop their talents. However, no structured survey has been carried out over the years to assess the degree to which academies have been able to achieve the initial purpose of operating as centers of excellence. In fact, it has been noted that there has been a number of problems, challenges associated with a mixed school environment being offered in academies, as well as with a disruption that is caused in the pedagogical pathway of the student when he or she frequently shifts to another school, depriving him or her of a sense of belonging to a school and imbibing himself or herself with a school ethos. Moreover, a vacuum is left behind in the regional school when the best students join academies, resulting in the school environment in these regional schools being affected and the morale and motivation of those left behind adversely impacted. In fact, these problems result in social, psychological, and cultural factors that influence the student behavior and interaction, thus affecting the momentum and synergy at all levels due to the perception that there are better performing schools or even teachers who are posted in academies, while in reality, the facilities and the services offered are the same in all secondary schools. Madam Speaker, those who join academies are not in a better situation either. After joining a secondary school at grade 7, they are again made to join an academy in grade 10, and then they are provided with an additional opportunity to change school in grade 12, where they get their SC results. Also, they have to adapt to the co-educational environment. Staff of academies have also reported a decrease in academic performance of students, mainly related to adaptability problems. Moreover, parents and staff have also raised concern about the security of children in the co-ed environment in these schools. All these elements will have to be looked into and an assessment carried out. On the basis of the findings of this exercise, a review of the orientation for academies will accordingly be carried out for implementation as from intake of 26. Madam Speaker, in this regard, I wish to inform the House that my ministry had on Monday 9th December 2024 and Monday 16 December 2024 organized the preparatory meetings with all concerned stakeholders in the education sector to receive their inputs, which will culminate on the holding of the Assises de l'Éducation, scheduled to be held in April 2025. The outcome of this exercise will pave the way forward for a review of the present educational system and formulation of new policy direction as from the year 2026, including that of upper secondary education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The Honourable Second Member for Flac Bonacay. You wanted to have a go? Okay.
Madame la Présidente,
Catch my eye.
et permettez-moi de faire une petite réflexion. Et never in the history of this country so much harm has been done in so less time.
Honourable Member, you are putting a question or making a statement?
Before putting my question, I just want to make a small statement. Being from the educational sector myself,
No, I am sorry. I will not be able to allow you, because if I do this, I will be setting a precedent and everybody will want to make a statement. I can understand. I'm the one who does, I don't speak, so I also listened, because it's a very interesting subject, of course. Please put a question. No
okay,
statement.
thank you. So after so much harm has been done to the school community, can the Honourable Minister tell this House and the population at large whether a proper study was carried out prior to the implementation of such a project by the so-called pedagogue? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Definitely, this government is going to repair, to make amends for all the harm that has been done to the children of this republic. Rest assured this government will take into consideration the views, the opinions of all stakeholders before deciding the way forward.
There's a member who's very good at catching my eye. Mr. Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regards to the Assises for Education scheduled for next year, will the Honourable Minister extend consultation in Rodrigues with all stakeholders thereat?
Thank you, Honourable Member. There is a consensus that a delegation from the Ministry of Education moves to Rodrigues in order to listen to the stakeholders in Rodrigues because they have specific problems which are there for Rodrigues. Rest assured, this will be done, Honourable Member.
Now, I think we move to the Honourable Second Member for Flac and Bon-Accueil.
Madame la Présidente, B62, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, as a newly appointed minister, I am visiting all hospitals to inquire on the state of affairs thereof. Accordingly, I carried out a site visit at Flac Hospital on Wednesday, 11th December 2024. Many shortcomings were identified in terms of public safety, management of patients' flow within the hospital, infrastructural issues, and logistics as follows. 1. No provision has been made for a pedestrian crossing in front of the hospital. 2. Parking slots provided for patients were inexistent. 3. Taxi slots were provided some 800 meters away from the entrance of the hospital. 4. Visitors from different parts of the district are, in general, encountering difficulties in obtaining public transport to access the hospital. 5. There was a lack of signages inside the hospital to direct out patients and visitors. 6. The pharmacy department is located far from the outpatient departments and no proper provision has been made for endoscopy and ophthalmology services. 7. The cardiology services were operational, but interventional cardiology services comprising angiography and angioplastic are yet to be established. 8. There is also a delay in delivery of critical equipment such as CT scan and X-ray machines for radiology department. 9. MRI equipment have been received but not yet installed. 10. The existing electrical generators have short autonomy duration and needs refueling every 6 hours. 11. Lack of bathroom facilities and best rooms for staff. 12. No provision has been made for a canteen, tuck shops in the vicinity of the hospital. 13. The triage section has to be relocated with sufficient attendants, wheelchairs and patient trolleys for timely convenience of patients who cannot work. 14. Limited number of power points, telephone sockets, wash hand machines, sinks at different wards and units. 15. Lack of partitioning at the physiotherapy department and several other departments. 16. The occupational therapy and physiotherapy units to be relocated. 17. The laboratory, stores and dental services have not fully relocated to the new hospital. And 18. No leachate treatment plant for disposal of treated wastewater. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that immediate action has already been taken to address the issues faced by the public and taxi operators. To this end, 50 parking slots are being made available to patients and visitors at the entrance of the hospital. Moreover, 3 taxi slots have been allocated nearer to the main entrance of the hospital. I am also informed that 5 parking slots have been reserved for ambulances in front of the accident and emergency unit at the entrance of the hospital for drop-off and pick-up patients, including dialysis patients. Madam Speaker, I regard the inhaled nitric oxide apparatus, which is currently lying idle at the hospital. I am informed that the nitrogen cylinder has been procured 2 weeks ago and the breathing circuit is awaited. Training will be conducted in January 2025 by a team from the US, and thereafter the equipment will be used for children suffering from persistent pulmonary hypertension. Madam Speaker, a technical committee has been set up to look into the remedial actions that have to be taken on a short to medium term with a view to improving the health services at the hospital. This technical committee will meet on a weekly basis and will report progress to me accordingly. I am pleased to announce that the services of one eminent vascular surgeon from Chennai has been secured to assist our team in complex cases of arteriovenous fistula, that is those suffering from those only dialysis. Moreover, as from next year, an eye and a vascular surgery department, as well as a renal transplant unit, will be operational at Flack Hospital. 2 teams have already been set up for that purpose.
Thank you. Is that a supplementary or your next question?
Supplementary.
Okay. That will probably be the last.
Okay, Madam. Will the Honourable Minister please inform the House whether prior to his visit, a huge stock of new equipments were left unused owing to the coupe ribbon ceremony culture of the previous minister, which ultimately never happened?
Madam Speaker, but there were certain equipments which have not been utilized, and that's why I have mentioned that, let us say, within the next few months, all these equipments will be operational, but there is no need for any coupe ribbon business in the ministry.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I humbly suggest the Honourable Minister to even consider among the 14 measures that you will be implementing, maybe we could suggest to move the Medical Superintendent Office and administrative cadres that have contact with the public to lower floors for ease of services. Thank you.
I'll look into it, Madam.
Yes, Dr. Amir. Last question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister, having paid a visit to the hospital only last week, whether there could be an improved signage system within the hospital which will help both patients and visitors, because going there with huge corridors and so many wards and departments, you can get lost very easily. Thank you.
I have mentioned that in the statement that we'll be having signages.
Thank you very much. I think we can break. We can break for 1 hour and a half. We'll be back at 2:30. Okay, this Honourable Second Member for Flac and Bonakai. Yes,
Oui, Madame la Présidente. B63, s'il vous plaît.
merci.
Madam Speaker, the Land Drainage Authority Act 2017 was proclaimed on 22nd May 2018, and the Land Drainage Authority became operational on 1st June 2018. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that the LDA does not implement drains project. Rather, it is the spearheading body of the National Flood Management Program, and as such, it allocates drains project to implementing agencies, which are the National Development Unit, the Road Development Authority, the Drains Infrastructure Construction Limited, and local authorities. Madam Speaker, with regards to the DICL, I am informed that a total number of 58 drains project has been allocated to it by the LDA. A status on the projects are as follows. A, 4 projects for a total amount of 281,735,292.99 have been completed. 10 projects for a total amount of some 1.4 billion are under construction. 11 projects estimated at 2.4 billion are at bidding stage. 20 projects estimated at 2.1 billion are at design stage. And for the remaining 13 projects, financial clearance of approximately 2.1 billion is awaited from the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Yes.
Merci, Madame. I would like to ask the Honourable Minister whether he's satisfied with only 4 projects completed till date since the inception of the LDA and the structure that has been established for executing drain projects.
Obviously, I'm not satisfied with only four projects, but we have to realize also that it's quite a complex. There is a complexity in the designing process, in the bidding process, and because we are talking of billions of rupees, and we have a land drainage master plan on which the Land Drainage Authority bases itself to prepare all the plans and all where we are going to construct the drains. Obviously, I'm not satisfied and will review things.
Yes.
Yes, Honourable Minister, I would humbly request you whether it's possible to speed up, especially in terms of allocation of resources to executing bodies like NDU, RDA, DICL, and the local authorities, which very often tend to rely on financial resources from the LDA to execute the projects.
I must say they don't rely on financial clearance from the LDA. They rely on financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance, because we must get finance first, then we undergo projects. But we must also say, to be fair, at times you get many complexities like right of entry on the lands, the acquisition of lands. All these take time because at times you get owners which are reluctant to put their land at the disposal of government. So all these make that the project is delayed.
Okay. Next question. Honourable Third Member for Portrush South and Portrush Central.
B64, please.
Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, je suis informé que Madame YL, ancienne auditrice interne en chef de la CWA, a soumis sa lettre de démission au directeur général de l'époque, Monsieur PM, le 3 juin 2024. Dans sa lettre de démission, Madame YL a informé le directeur général de l'époque, Monsieur PM, qu'elle avait été victime d'abus verbaux, d'intimidation, de harcèlement et d'actes de représailles depuis qu'elle avait été chargée d'effectuer un audit de conformité sur le programme interne de remplacement des tuyaux mené par la CWA pour l'année 2023-2024. Elle a également fait référence aux accusations sans fondement, discriminatoires, diffamatoires, portées contre elle par l'ancien directeur général de la Central Water Authority, M. PM, et le directeur général adjoint de la CWA dans 2 mémos qui lui ont été adressés. Ces actions ont été entreprises, selon elle, donc l'auditrice en chef, dans le but de faire taire ses rapports ou de la punir pour avoir rempli ses responsabilités vis-à-vis de la CWA. Elle a également déclaré, la dame en question, que le plan d'audit interne de l'autorité centrale de l'eau pour 2023-2024 n'avait pas été approuvé par le board sur la base d'affirmations inexactes faites par le directeur général de l'époque, le monsieur PM. Elle a aussi ajouté dans sa lettre de démission, la dame, que malgré ses tentatives de régler les problèmes subventionnés par les voies appropriées, aucune mesure significative n'a été prise. Pour les raisons subventionnées, l'auditrice en chef a déclaré qu'elle n'avait d'autre choix que de démissionner de son poste d'auditrice interne en chef de la CWA. La Chambre se souviendra, Madame la Présidente, que les malheurs de Madame YL ont commencé après qu'elle a soumis son rapport sur le programme de remplacement des tuyaux internes. C'est ce qu'on appelle le In-House Pipe Replacement Programme, ce fameux scandale, qui doit être entrepris par la CWA d'avril 2023 à décembre 2024, qui prévoyait un financement de 700 millions de roupies en 2 tranches de 350 millions de roupies chacune de mon ministère. Le plus intéressant, le rapport d'audit de la dame a relevé un catalogue d'actes et d'omissions coupables de la part de la CWA, du management et de M. PM, qui a recommandé que la 2e tranche des 350 millions de roupies ne soit pas déboursée par mon ministère jusqu'à que les mesures correctives et les recommandations contenues dans le rapport soient mises en œuvre par la CWA. Pour la transparence, je dépose, Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission, une copie du rapport d'audit daté du 9 janvier 2024 à l'intention de la Chambre. Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la partie B de la question, la CWA m'informe que depuis janvier 2023 à ce jour, tenez-vous bien, 128 membres du personnel ont démissionné. Et 9 en congé de sol, 2 cas de licenciement déguisé, pour vous dire. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le dossier est là.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, pour ces réponses tant attendues à la Chambre. Est-ce que le Premier ministre peut nous dire s'il y a eu une enquête au niveau de son ministère pour voir si toutes ces démissions et congés sans solde, dont il vient de mentionner 128 et 9, au niveau de la Central Water Authority, qui sont liés directement à la façon de faire de l'ex-general manager, M. PM, comme vous l'avez dit, qui a été de surcroît un ancien senior advisor au bureau du Premier ministre.
Madame la Présidente, et bien sûr, il y aura une enquête, c'est sûr, et j'attends la constitution du nouveau board de la Central Water Authority pour pouvoir demander au board d'avoir une enquête concernant les 128 membres qui ont démissionné depuis, mais aussi de demander une enquête en ce qui concerne le rapport d'audit. Le rapport d'audit, si vous me le permettez, Madame la Présidente, ce rapport d'audit, les membres de la Chambre auront l'occasion de voir ce que l'auditrice en chef a écrit. Comment, pour 700 millions de roupies, le management, l'ancien directeur général, à diviser, subdiviser un projet de 700 millions pour contourner les règlements. Ce que vous allez lire dans ce rapport, Madame la Présidente, est glaçant, inquiétant, scandaleux. Clairement, ce rapport fera l'objet d'une enquête. Clairement, ce rapport d'audit montre comment 700 millions de roupies a été volatilisé dans une opacité totale. L'ancien directeur général et le management auront tôt ou tard à répondre pour ce rapport.
Yes, Dr. Mia.
Monsieur le ministre, est-ce que votre ministère a-t-il pris les mesures nécessaires pour confirmer la véracité des pratiques submersives internes auxquelles l'auditrice en chef a fait référence dans son rapport? Je répète la question?
Oui, s'il vous plaît, oui.
Est-ce que votre ministère a-t-il pris les mesures nécessaires pour confirmer la véracité des pratiques submersives internes par l'ancien directeur auxquelles l'auditrice en chef a fait référence dans son rapport?
Madame la Présidente, je veux dire que l'enquête déterminera en temps et lieu qui a fait quoi.
Oui.
L'enquête déterminera en temps et lieu et le board décidera en temps et lieu et qui va enquêter sur ce rapport et les mesures qu'on va prendre. Mais entre-temps, je voudrais préciser à la Chambre que j'ai rencontré personnellement l'auditrice en chef. Je l'ai rencontrée et je peux dire que cette personne, cette auditrice, c'est une professionnelle et cette personne est encore traumatisée par ce qu'elle a vécu entre les mains de M. PM. Donc, oui, une enquête va être pardon. Voilà, exactement, merci pour le mot. Donc, mais j'attends la constitution du board de la Central Water Authority pour faire le nécessaire. Merci, madame.
Merci. That's okay, Dr. Mia. I now call on first member for Montagne Blanche and Grand River Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B65.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am informed by the District Council of FLAC that the old market fair in Bel-Air was a private one, which does not fall under its control and is operating since more than 30 years. Around 340 sellers were working in this market fair. In the year of 2014, the District Council decided to construct a new market fair to accommodate a total of 515 stalls. Madam Speaker, following the construction of the new market fair, the District Council invited an expression of interest in accordance with Sections 57 of the Local Government Act on 19 April 2024 for allocation of the 515 stalls at new market fair. The eligibility criteria for allocation of stalls were as follows. Applicants should be over 18 years. Applicants should reside within the administrative area of the District Council of FLAC. This condition was not applicable for applicants operating at the private market fair as per survey record of the Public Health Department of the Council. Applicants should be unemployed. Applicant should not already be a holder of any stall, booths, shops, space, or other place inside the market or fair. And last, applicants should not already be a holder of any trade fee receipt, business registration card, or any license from any other authority. The expression of interest exercise was launched for the 515 available stalls, where 339 stalls were allocated in the new market fair, while 176 stalls were not allocated. Subsequently, 13 stalls were surrendered by the stall holders. Therefore, there were 189 vacant stalls to be allocated. Madam Speaker, as regard to Part B of the question, I am informed by the District Council that a survey was carried out by the Health Department and it was observed that 340 stallholders were operating in the old market fair. Only 145 obtained a stall in the new market fairs, while the remaining 195 stallholders either did not show interest or did not obtain a stall due to the following reason. The applicant were holder of business registration card to carry out business in other places. The applicant were holder of an stall in a market or fair in other local authorities. The applicant were holder of an employment. The applicant had not signed the application form and had not submitted the required document. Following representations from many of the sellers who were not found eligible, the criteria for the reallocation of a stall were reviewed by the District Council, and a second expression of interest was launched on the 1st October 2024, whereby the fifth criterion was amended as follows. Applicant should not already be holder of any trade fees, receipt, business registration card, or any license from any other authority, save and except for persons already found in the survey list of the Public Health Department for being holder of a business registration card, for distributor of merchandise, general merchandise, owner of goods vehicle having A and or B carrier license, or holder of any business registration card for activities in relation to the existing private fair, including growing of vegetables. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the District Council that the evaluation of the application is in progress by the Bid Evaluation Committee. Priority will be given to the existing stallholders operating at the private market fair, provided that they meet the eligibility criteria for allocation of stalls. My ministry is following up the matter closely. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Savannah and Black River.
Madam Speaker, please, B66.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am sure that the House will be stunned to note that the last approved audited accounts of the National Transport Corporation relate to financial year ending 31st December 2015. However, I'm informed by the NTC that the audited accounts for the financial year 2016-2017 was received on 29 October 2024, and that same will be considered by the board for approval. What is more disturbing, Madam Speaker, is that accounts in respect of financial years 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019 and 2020 were approved by the then NTC board on 11 September 2024, and thereafter sent to the National Audit Office for audit purposes on 16 September 2024. One would wonder the compulsion of having the above accounts, which had been pending for several years, to be approved some 3 weeks before the issue of writs of for the last general elections. I leave it to the honourable members to draw their own conclusion. As regards financial statement for financial year 2020-2021, same are expected to be completed by end December 2024. To add insult to injury, Madam Speaker, I am informed that even the management accounts for years 2021-2022, 2022-2023, and 2023-2024 are not available and are now being prepared. Same are expected to be completed by end of February 2025, seemingly. Madam Speaker, it is utterly inconceivable for a government-owned entity generating billions of rupees to have such a backlog of outstanding accounts. This situation is totally unacceptable, as in the absence of final accounts, it might be difficult to gauge the true financial position of the corporation, which has been the recipient of billions of rupees of subsidies over the past few years. In fact, the Director of Audit raised serious concerns on the non-finalizations of the annual reports of the NTC in his previous management letters. Madam Speaker, the House will surely concur that we cannot condone the inordinate delay in finalizing the accounts of the corporation, the more so that the latter has to comply with the provisions relating to the Statutory Bodies Accounts and Audit Act relating to finalization of annual reports and financial statements within the applicable statutory delay. In fact, even before the question was addressed to me, I had instructed my ministry to urge the NTC to finalize the pending accounts, just like I did for the Metro Express Limited, and that same have to be audited as a matter of priority. Madam Speaker, this situation cannot be allowed to recur, and there is need for persons who had been at the helm of organizations for several years to be made accountable for the current state of affairs. It would appear that that dereliction of duty would be way too mild to explain the tardy and non-finalization of the accounts. Against this backdrop, the newly reconstituted board of the NNTC took the bold decision on 14 December 2024 to terminate the appointment of the general manager, and this I need to stress in accordance with the terms and conditions of his contract. An officer in charge, Dr. Ramakrishna Perumal Naidu, has been appointed pending the recruitment of a new general manager who will be designated following an open advertisement process. Madam Speaker, as regards the subsidy part of the question, in order not to be lengthy in my reply, I'm tabling the total amount of subsidy granted by government to the NTC from January 2020 to June 2024, and as communicated to me by the NTC. Madam Speaker, with regards to Part B of the question, the NTC owns a fleet of 499 buses with an overall average age of 11 years, and the fleet comprised of various makes and models, including Ashok Leyland, Tata, Yutong, and Nissan. With a view to improving the services, the NTC is in the process of replacing its aging buses with the procurement of 100 new diesel buses, while discussions are ongoing for the sourcing of 200 additional buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Dr. Honourable third member for Port Vista. I'm sorry, Dr. Amir. He tried to catch my eye.
Madam Speaker, please.
Which is
May
not easy.
I ask the Honourable Minister if he is aware of an NTC bus that caught fire in my constituency on Sunday, and if what means of his ministry will take to ensure that type of event does not occur again.
Thank you. I thought so the Honourable Member would ask this question because Chemin-Grenier, where the accident occurs, is in his constituency, and that of the former Minister of Land Transport, the Minister Alan Ganou. Madam Speaker, members of the House, at least those who were here during the 2019-2014 session, 2024 session, would recall that the state of the NTC buses was subject of a parliamentary question on 7 November 2023, namely PQB 1405, wherein I queried the then minister on the maintenance aspects. Unfortunately, I was rudely denied from fulfilling my parliamentary duties by the then speaker and could not put additional questions as regard the servicing of Yutong buses, the make of the bus that caught fire in your constituency and was completely burned. The officer in charge of the NTC reported that a semi-low-floor bus of make Yutong caught with mark 2674 AP16 caught fire on 15 December 2024, the next day that the general manager was asked to leave by the board, around 12:30 hours at Chemin-Grenier. According to information provided to me by the NTC, the driver observed thick smoke emanating from the rear of the bus. He immediately stopped the bus and passengers were evacuated. So fortunately, there were no casualties. The driver could not, however, extinguish the fire with the onboard fire extinguisher, leading to the fire spreading to other parts of the bus. Despite the efforts put in by the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services, the bus was completely burnt. Fortunately, no passengers were injured, like I said, though the driver sustained minor burns while attempting to put out the fire. The bus was towed to the forest side depot of the NTC. In the meantime, a preliminary report has been submitted to my ministry on the matter. However, with a view to having an independent inquiry on this issue, my ministry has requested the Mechanical Engineering Division of the Ministry of National Infrastructure to carry out a detailed investigation on the causes and circumstances of the fire outbreak. I rely on my colleague, the Minister of National Infrastructure, and for his officers to properly look into the matter. The maintenance strategy of the NTC buses will have to be redressed in the light of the findings of the above independent investigation, and we cannot and will not allow the lives of our fellow citizens to be put at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Luckily, I allowed this question. Luckily, I allowed the question. Yes, now, Dr. Amir.
B67, please.
Madam Speaker, the post of General Worker falls under the Workmen's class and is filled under the delegated powers conferred by the Public Service Commission. Recruitment is made by selection from a list of registered unemployed candidates obtained from the Ministry of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training. Wherever there are vacancies in the grade, a list of registered and unemployed candidates is sought from that ministry. Madam Speaker, the main responsibilities of a general worker are, amongst others, to carry out excavation works, loading and transporting stack materials, effecting general cleaning works, and carrying out weeding and trimming works. Officers in the grade of general worker are also called upon to provide replacement in the grades of handy worker, tradesman, driver, and attendant, amongst others, to palliate the lack of staff in those grades. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that prior to the first of the preceding 3 recruitment exercises, the number of funded vacancies was 342 in July 2021. At the request of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, a list of 500 registered and unemployed candidates was submitted by the Ministry of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training. Following the recruitment exercise, which was conducted between the period 23rd August to 13th September 2021, 297 candidates were offered employment. Out of these, 282 candidates assumed duty and 260 were confirmed in their appointment. The confirmation of 22 outstanding candidates is pending due to either poor attendance or unavailability of medical report. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that the number of funded vacancies was 225 in April 2023 prior to the second recruitment exercise. At the request of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, a list of 300 registered and employed candidates was submitted by the Ministry of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training. Following the recruitment exercise, which was carried out from 18th to 23rd May 2023, 210 candidates were offered employment. Out of these, 189 candidates assumed duty and have completed 1 year casual basis in October 2024. The confirmation is under process. Madam Speaker, with regard to the last recruitment exercise, I am informed that the number of funded vacancies was 300 in April 2024. Again, at the request of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, a list of 600 registered unemployed candidates was submitted by the Ministry of Labour, Human Resource Development and Training. Following the recruitment exercise, which was carried out from 9th to 17th May 2024, 284 candidates were offered employment. Out of these, 257 candidates assumed duty with effect from 8th July 2024 on a 1 year casual basis. With regard to part 3 of the question, The conditions of service for the post of general worker are as follows. Candidates are offered employment on a casual basis for a period of 1 year as from the date of assumption of duty. They draw wages at the rate of 10,250 monthly plus salary compensation at approved rates plus the minimum wage increase. They are placed on the permanent and pensionable establishment after having completed 1 year satisfactory service, subject to their being favorably reported upon regarding work conduct and attendance and found medically and constitutionally fit for employment in the service. They are required to make a contribution toward their pension at such rates as may be prescribed by law. They are granted leave entitlement as per the provisions of PRB report.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Doctor?
Thank you, Madam. Approximately 800 general workers have been recruited over a 3-term recruitment service. Will the Honourable Minister, for the sake of good governance and transparency, table a copy of these recruitment of general workers, indicating in each case the regions where the new recruits hail from?
I'll do.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. It's question 1B68.
Madam Speaker, Section 88 of the Insurance Act 2005 provides for the establishment of the Insurance Industry Compensation Fund, IICF, and for the fund to be organized into different sub-funds. In this respect, the Hit and Run sub-fund has been set up under the Insurance Industry Compensation Fund Regulation 2015 with effect from 1st January 2016. Madam Speaker, I am informed that as at 13 December 2024, the total amount of funds available under the Hit and Run sub-fund was 357,209,827 rupees. The total amount of funds comprising contributions received from insurance companies ranging from 25 rupees to a maximum of 200 rupees per insurance policy of vehicle as per the first schedule of the Insurance Industry Compensation Fund Regulation 2015 and interest received. With regard to Part A of the question, in the year 2023-2024, the IICF has received 34 claims, out of which 26 were approved for compensation, 5 were rejected, and 3 are under consideration. The total amount disbursed for payment to the victims of hit and run accident for the year is 3,100,000 rupees. With regard to Part B of the question, expenses incurred by the IICF, which involve administrative, salaries, allowances, rental, and board fees. The fund is managed by a management committee and it has a technical committee. It amounts to 5,588,431 rupees. So 3 million paid to victims and 5.5 million incurred in expenses. I would like to state to the House that clearly there's an issue with this fund, Madam Speaker. At a time when our households up and down the country are struggling to make ends meet, where household bills are ever increasing, including car insurance premiums, the management of this fund and the functioning of this fund raises serious questions. There are funds of 357 million rupees sitting in this fund, but only 3 million disbursed to victims and 5.5 million in expenses. Secondly, I was appalled to learn that the 357 million rupees are sitting in current accounts with 0 interest rates. Can you imagine the amount of money? Just a back of envelope calculation, a 3% interest gives you 10 million in a year, and people have put that money in zero-rated current accounts. So given the above concerns, I will propose to review the functioning and the fundamental of the IICF, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Now that we know that there are some malpractices, would the Honourable Minister be able to take the appropriate measures to restore those funds in the deposit account for the benefit of the House?
Madam Speaker, there's a board of the FSC happening today, and I've already spoken to the PMSEC of the ministry to raise this at the level of the board because this fund sits under the FSC board. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Happy? Okay. Now the Honourable Third Member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B69.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that Industrial Revolution 5.0 represents the next transformative phase in global technological advancement, where the focus shifts to a more human-centric approach. It actually emphasizes collaboration between humans and intelligent systems to address critical societal challenges, while ensuring as well sustainability and inclusivity. Madam Speaker, my ministry has embarked on a resolute journey to align Mauritius with the transformative principles of Industrial Revolution 5.0. Madam Speaker, please allow me to now enumerate the measures taken. On December 11, 2024, my ministry successfully convened a workshop with ICT operators, uniting key leaders and innovators of the sector. This important gathering was more than just a discussion. It was focused on identifying critical challenges and unlocking opportunities that will propel the ICT sector into a new era of growth and innovation. As a result, a task force which is dedicated has been established to ensure the swift and strategic implementation of proposals that we received from the ICT operators. And the task force operates with a clear mandate to deliver results that meet specific needs of our nation and contribute to its digital transformation. Madam Speaker, beyond just the ICT sector, my ministry is also expanding its engagement to encompass education, health, tourism, agriculture, and industry at large. Through targeted sectoral meetings, the aim is to deeply understand the unique challenges and opportunities within each of these domains. These engagements will be followed by specialized workshops that will be modeled on the earlier workshop, and the insights gathered will form a foundation for a comprehensive blueprint that will be finalized by the first quarter of 2025. Madam Speaker, the previous government came up with an artificial intelligence strategy 2018-2022, which was more of a document than anything else. The said strategy comprised some 38 comprehensive recommendations. However, the only recommendation that was implemented was the establishment of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council that was meant to spearhead AI initiatives and oversee their implementation. The METC, Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, hardly met any of its objectives. Therefore, there was no progress achieved. We understand, Madam Speaker, that it is imperative to highlight the previous government's lack of commitment to technological advancement and contextualize the vision of this newly formed government. In fact, only 0.41% of the national budget was allocated to this critical sector. No wonder the quality of the laptops were pretty poor. Madam Speaker, my ministry is dedicated to rectifying past oversights and propelling Mauritius into a future where technology serves as a cornerstone of economic growth and societal advancement. By allocating appropriate resources, fostering public understanding, and ensuring ethical AI integration, my ministry aims at positioning Mauritius as a beacon of technological innovation in Africa and globally as well. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Mauritius stands ready to embrace the transformative potential of IR 5.0 and AI by addressing past shortcomings, strengthening institutions like the METC, and leveraging partnership with the African Union, UNESCO, and global platforms like the G20, which actually run an initiative on AI for Africa. So this government is laying the foundation for inclusive and sustainable progress. Our commitment is to position Mauritius as a leader in technology, ensuring AI and emerging innovations drive tangible benefits across all sectors of the economy. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is question 1B70.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the District Council of Grand Port that it has no renovation project for the football ground at Bois des Armourettes. I am further informed that the NDU, National Development Unit, is presently undertaking renovation works thereat. The NDU has apprised that phase 1 of the project of upgrading our work at Bois des Armourettes football ground consisted of returfing works. The contract was allocated to Sotravic Limited on 17 February 2023 by the NDU under its framework agreement for amenities for an amount of 6,715,349 rupees and cents 80, including our VAT. With regard to the scope of works, the project consisted of excavation of the soil up to a depth of 0.95 meter, provision of spoles 200 to 300 millimeters thickness, up to a depth of 0.5 meter, laying of geotextile, construction of 135 meter of French drain, provision of engineering fill-up up to a depth of 0.25 meter, provision of topsoil up to a depth of 0.20 meter, leveling the football pitch, and gross planting of an extent of 4,250 meter square. Although the project started on the 6th March 2023 and was expected to be completed by 27 July 2023, the completion date was eventually extended to 7 September 2023 due to the inclement weather, causing the site to be unpractical due to the muddy conditions as well as a change in design due to the fact that the existing topography and ground conditions required spoles 200 to 300 millimeter to be used to stabilize the ground conditions, and geotextile had to be used for the whole area of the site. Madam Speaker, with regard to the phase 2 of the project, upgrading of fencing at Bois des Armourettes football ground, it consists of upgrading of frontage fencing, and the contract was allocated to Sotravic Limited on 30th January 2024 by the NDU under its framework agreement for amenities for an amount of 4,113,109 rupees and cents 55, including of VAT. The works started on 4th March 2024. The project includes the demolition of an existing block wall over a length of 84.29 meters, excavation and laying of blinding concrete, erection of block wall fencing up to a height of 1 meter above existing ground level, supply and fixing of heavy-duty galvanized fencing up to a height of 4.5 meter, supply of 1 main gate and 1 pedestrian gate. Madam Speaker, as per part B of the question, I am informed that the phase 2, which was supposed to be completed on 22 July 2024. It is now scheduled for 20 December 2024.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes, Madam the Speaker. Now we know that the phase 2, that the work began on the 4th of March 2024 and which was set for completion on the 22nd of July 2024. However, same will now be completed on the 20th of December 2024 as informed by the Honourable Minister. Were there any liquidated damages applied by the National Development Unit? And also, if Honourable Minister can...
You can't both stand at the same time.
Yes.
Let him finish, Minister.
And also, if Honourable Minister can give a special attention for the project to be completed in the nearest delay.
Did you get his question? I didn't, but it's all right.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Due to the late completion of the outstanding works by the contractor without justification, liquidated damage amounting to 245,000, excluding of VAT, were applied by the NDU. And we will follow the works closely to complete the work timely.
Thank you. Your next question.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Is question 1B71.
Madam Speaker, the project of renew the old defective distribution network along coastal road of Grand Port, including Anjonc et Bambou-Veilleux, is in two phases. Phase 1. Phase 1 of the project covers the section from Anjonc to Bambou-Veilleux and Petit Sable. Pipes are being replaced of a length of 6.4 kilometers, and works have commenced on the 10th of June 2024. The scheduled completion date is on 10 February 2025. As at date, 5.4 kilometers of pipes have already been laid, of which 3.9 kilometers have been tested and commissioned. Temporary work reinstatement has been completed over 4.5 kilometers. Regarding phase 2 of the project, from Féané to Anjonc, oui, j'y arriverai. The total length of pipe replacement is 6.7 kilometers, and work have started on 7 October 2024, with an expected completion date of 6 June 2025. As of now, 2.5 kilometers of pipeline have been laid and temporary road installment have been completed for 1.8 kilometers. Madam Speaker, following the completion and commissioning of the above 13.1 kilometers of new pipeline by June 2025, next year, dans 6 mois, it is expected that water distribution for approximately 1,800 households in the region would be considerably improved. Thus, the village of Bambou-Veilleux, which is currently being provided with water through CWA water tankers on alternate days, will be supplied with water through the newly laid pipe with adequate pressure. In addition, the villages of Grand Port, Anjonc et Bambou-Veilleux will benefit from 18 hours of supply daily instead of 12 hours currently. J'espère la réponse est satisfaisante. Merci, Madame.
He's doing his best.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Honourable third member for Montagne Blanche and Grand River South East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1B72.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Central Water Authority that to improve water supply in the region of Montagne Blanche and Grand Rivière Southeast, we are currently engaged in the following project. 1. Upgrading of the distribution network through the replacement of 6.82 kilometers of pipeline along several laterals in the region of Bramstan and Bel Air. The Central Water Authority has identified another 9.7 kilometers of pipeline to be renewed in the coming years. And 2, preliminary investigation in connection with the proposed drilling of new borehole at L'Étoile to harness additional groundwater to supply the region. Madam Speaker, this concrete service reservoir will have a capacity of 4,000 meters cubes. I am informed that financial clearance for the project has been obtained, and the Central Water Authority will be notified of the relevant clearances shortly. It is expected that the construction works at Pont Landier would start by December 2025. In the light of the above, Madam Speaker, the construction of a dam at Pont Landier would not be warranted. Merci, Madame.
Vous ne vous êtes pas planté.
Heureusement.
Très bien. Happy? Okay, so next is Mrs. Sabab. Let me say properly. The Honourable First Member for Portrush North and Mortagne. Whoa.
Thank you, Madam
Don't
Speaker.
touch it. Don't touch it.
It's
Just
okay.
speak. Just speak.
B74, please.
Madam Speaker, the Long Mountain Hospital is classified as a district hospital falling under SSRN Regional Hospital and caters for a population of 28,233. In regard to Part A of the question, the hospital is open 7 days a week. The sorted outpatient departments and dental services operate from 9 in the morning for 16 hours on weekdays and 9 in the morning to noon on Saturdays. The hemodialysis unit operates from 8 in the morning to 9 p.m. during weekdays and from 8 in the morning to noon on Saturdays. The Accident and Emergency Department and the Nufar Rehabilitation Center, where patients of 18 years or above suffering from drug addiction are catered for, operate on a 24/7 basis. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part B of the question, the following facilities and services available at the hospital are: 1. Accident and emergency, 2. Ambulance services, 3. Dietitian clinic, 4. Endocrinology clinic, 5. Hemodialysis, 6. Methadone clinic, 7. The outpatient department serve chronic and stable patients referred to from SSRN for follow-up care in these departments, which include cardiology, chest diseases, dermatology, diabetology, ENT, general medicine, general surgery, NCD, obstetrics, orthopedics, pediatrics, physical medicine, psychiatry. 8. Pharmacy services, 9. Rheumatology clinic, 10. Tobacco cessation clinic, 11. Vaccination for child and adults, and 12. Well baby clinic. In 2022 and 2023, the hospital treated 54,358 and 66,378 patients respectively. Madam Speaker, we have noted that the pharmacy department has been operating from 8 in the morning till 10 hours for a long period. Patients who arrive after 8 in the evening either obtain their medicines from SSRN or return the next morning. The option of providing 24/7 pharmacy services is being looked into. Madam Speaker, I am further apprised that the following shortcomings were noted during a site visit carried out recently. A. The yard requires proper upkeep, and the Regional Health Services Administrator has been urged to address this matter urgently. Road markings, curb painting, and parking works are in progress. Additionally, there is a need for lopping and trimming of branches, for which approval has already been granted by the Conservator of Forests, and funds have accordingly been earmarked. The parking facilities are being looked into with 47 additional new parking. Ministry of National Infrastructure and Community Development provides its recommendation. B. The exterior painting of the hospital has been completed, while the interior painting is ongoing and is expected to be finished by the end of December. Roof leakages at the new Ford Detoxification Center and hemodialysis unit are being repaired, and works are expected to be completed by the end of the month. There is a defective air conditioning unit in the pharmacy store as well as in the consultation room number 1, which are currently under evaluation. Additionally, there are no air conditioning units in 3 other consultation rooms, which is being looked into by the concerned head of units. And 4, the wooden old building housing the linen room needs to be demolished. the construction of a new linen shed has been included in the list of projects submitted to the project implementation unit.
Yes? Don't touch.
La région de Montaillon qui fait souvent face à des coupures d'électricité et l'hôpital de Montaillon n'étant pas équipé d'un générateur, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether he will look into the matter so that improvement can be brought to this hospital.
Okay, I look into the issue.
Thank you. Maybe I shall guide you as to the use of the mic. Even I did a mistake. You can't cross, in my case. You shouldn't touch the mic. You just speak. C'est très, très, très performant. Just speak. Sensible, mais surtout, il n'a pas besoin que... Ça peut être pire si vous touchez. Je sais, c'est très tentant de le faire, mais ne le faites pas, s'il vous plaît. Honourable third member for Rivière des Anguilles.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know what's
B75.
going on this side. We didn't hear you. Say it again.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. B75.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the safety of hoists and lifts at places of work is governed by Section 53 of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA 2005, as well as the Occupational Safety and Health Safety at Lift at Work Regulation 2012, while the safety of escalators at places of work is governed by Section 54 of the same Act. As per the provisions of Section 53 and 54 of OSHA, every lift and escalator should be examined by a registered machinery inspector who is a registered professional engineer registered at my ministry, with at least once every 6 months, he has to file an original report with the National Occupational Safety and Health Department of my ministry. In accordance with Section 62 of OSHA, it is the duty of a registered machinery inspector to inform in writing the employer or self-employed person or owner, as the case may be, immediately after having completed an examination that such equipment is unsuitable for use if the nature of any defect is likely to adversely affect the continued safe use of that equipment. Madam Speaker, following the very unfortunate incident at Grand Bay La Croisette involving a travelator, my ministry is considering measures to be taken to improve the safety in the use of escalators, lifts, and travelators. And we are considering the review of the existing occupational safety and health safety of lift at work regulation together with the occupational safety and health safety of escalators at work. Regulation would be made. We are setting up a technical committee and we will hold discussion with the various stakeholders. And here I'd like to point out that one of the shortcomings that my ministry has detected while carrying out this investigation in the inquiry in Grand Bay La Croisette is that some of these escalators and the travelators, because it was a travelator, not an escalator, tapis roulant, they did not have automatic sensors that will stop the machine automatically throughout the travelators. They have it at the beginning, they have it at the end, they don't have it all along. They have a manually operated switch, emergency switch, at the beginning and the end of the travelators, but they don't have it throughout the travelators. So this is one thing that we are going to take up also with the representative of the manufacturers to see how they can improve the safety of these travelators, these escalators. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that for the period from 25th of November to 12th of December of this year, officers of my ministry carried out 29 visits in relation to the use of lifts and escalators at places of work, including shopping malls, where they issued 19 notices and established 10 contraventions. Inspection regarding the use of lifts and escalation at other places of work are ongoing. I further wish to inform the House that a total of 3,855 visits at workplace have been carried out by officers of my ministry for the period from January 2023 to November 2024. During visits at places of work, officers of my ministry has ensured that employers are complying with the provisions of current legislation, including provision pertaining to lifts and escalators.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Next question. Honourable Fourth Member of Portrush North and Montagnard. He's not here. I will go to the next question. I suppose he will get a written reply. The Honourable Third Member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. B77.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that on 7th December 2021, the Ministry awarded a contract to CPN Distributors Limited through emergency procurement method for the supply of 999,000 capsules of molnupiravir at a total price of 79,840,080. That is 79.92 per unit. 79 rupees 92 cents per unit. I'm also informed that no inquiry was conducted at the level of the ministry in this case, as by mid-December 2021, the then Independent Commission Against Corruption had started an investigation on contracts awarded for the procurement of molnupiravir tablets for the treatment of COVID-19 patients. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that the police is not inquiring into any case relating to the procurement of molnupiravir capsules. However, there is an ongoing investigation at the level of the Financial Crimes Commission, formerly ICAC, and at this stage, no formal charge has yet been lodged before any law court.
Thank you. Yes, the second member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac.
Thank you, Madam. Question B78, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Land Drainage Authority that constituency number 13, Rivière des Anguilles and Souillac, covers an extent of some 150 kilometers of drain network, out of which some 69 kilometers falls under the purview of the District Council of Savane and about 36 kilometers under the purview of the Road Development Authority for cleaning and maintenance. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that for the financial year 2023-2024, funding allocated to the District Council of Savane for cleaning of drains and desilting of rivers was as follows: 2.5 million allocated for cleaning of drains, 28 million for desilting of rivers, and 6.7 million for cleaning of drains post-Cyclone Belal. Madam Speaker, a maintenance plan was submitted by the LDA to the District Council of Savane on 29 July 2024, and as at date, 19 kilometers of drains out of the 69 kilometers have been cleaned, and desilting works along 11-kilometer rivers watercourses have been carried out by the Savane District Council. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a copy of the maintenance plan. Madam Speaker, the RDA on its part has already cleaned some 7.5 kilometers of drains, and around 800 meters are left to be cleaned as per its program for the current financial year. The total amount spent by the District Council and the RDA since January 2020 to date for cleaning of drains and desilting of rivers in constituency number 13 is in the tune of some 24 million. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that together with my colleague, the Minister of Local Government, and the Junior Minister of Local Government, I chaired a meeting with representatives of all the local authorities and other implementing agencies on 5th December 2024 to take stock of the cleaning and desilting of canals, rivers and drains undertaken so far. These agencies have been pressed upon to give due attention to complete the remaining works in view of the ongoing raining season. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam the Speaker, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether he's happy with the way the works has been done, since billions of public's money has been drained in the drains by the previous government? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as I said, we are never satisfied. Obviously, we spend a lot of money on drain projects, but what follows up, the cleaning of drains, I must tell you, it is not done properly. Because what the use of constructing drains, but then afterwards, there's no cleaning of the drains. So now we will ensure that proper cleaning of the drains is carried out regularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Third Member for Quartier Militaire and Mocha.
B79.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that Cité Myosotis is cut off from Saint-Pierre Centre and Saint-Pierre RCA School by River Profonde. At present, in order to get access to the school and other facilities in the village, the inhabitants need to travel around 1 kilometer through an existing bridge. As the pedestrian bridge being referred to in the question was damaged since 2017, the reconstruction of same was included in end-use list of projects for financial year 2017-2018. With regard to part A of the question, following completion of design and geotechnical investigations, a bidding exercise was carried out by the NDU in November 2023 for the appointment of a contractor for the reconstruction of the footbridge at Cité Myosotis, Saint-Pierre. Following evaluation of bids received, the exercise was cancelled as the amount quoted by the lowest evaluated responsive bidder was substantially higher than the cost estimated by 33%. Subsequently, the cost estimate was reviewed and a second bidding exercise was undertaken by the NDU in July 2024. Again, the amount quoted by the lowest evaluated responsive bidder was higher than the cost estimate by 38%. The exercise had to be cancelled once again. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that in January 2024, with the passage of Cyclone Belal, the pedestrian bridge has been almost demolished, causing more hardship to the inhabitants. The new bridge to be constructed will be 27 meters long, having a width of 2 meters, and will be raised to a height of 4.5 meters from the riverbed. In view of the rise of the cost of materials and the volatility of the market, the cost estimate of the project is being reviewed anew, following which financial clearance will be sought prior to launching of bids. Madam Speaker, as regards part B of the question, I am informed that no risk assessment has been carried out by my ministry. In fact, the pedestrian bridge is damaged to the extent that it cannot be used to cross the river. Nevertheless, I've already requested my colleague, the Minister of Local Government, to inform the District Council of Mocha to ensure that the public has no access to the damaged bridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Gambé-Poudre-d'Or.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 1B80.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that buses plying along routes 187 and 178 serves the regions of Mamsel Jean, Madame Azor, Melville, and Poudreau village. Accordingly, a shuttle service is currently being provided by one individual bus operator along Route 187, that is from Mamsel Jean to Goodlands, and back from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon at an interval of 30 minutes during peak time and 1 hour during off-peak time. As regards Route 178, that is Melville to Goodlands, via Madame Azor with extension to Poudreau, there are 6 individual bus operators licensed to operate thereat. However, 2 of these buses are off-road since approximately 3 months now due to serious breakdown, and this could be the source of prompting this parliamentary question from the Honourable Bijan. However, I have to stress that the remaining 4 buses are presently operating at an average interval of 30 minutes from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Madam Speaker, with a view to alleviating the hardship of commuters in these regions, a shuttle service has recently been introduced, and same is being provided by a 32-seater bus from the National Transport Corporation from Madame Azor to Goodlands between 6 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the evening during weekdays only. I'm also informed that a temporary road service license has been granted to an individual bus operator in accordance with Section 77D of the Road Traffic Act since 19 September 2024 to increase the fleet of buses along Route 178, and same should be implemented before the end of this month. So this should somehow bring some relief. It is believed that this, so I rely on the Honourable Bijan for feedback if this is not working at the end of this month. Thank you.
Yes.
Could the Minister inform the House whether consideration will be given for officers to effect regular separate checks so as to ensure that there is no abuse by transport operators in the regions of Mamdeljan, Melville, Madame Azor, and Poudreau village?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can certainly ask the National Land Transport Authority Inspectorate to maintain regular checks and to see whether the situation is okay or not.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel.
Madam Speaker, is question 1B81.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Financial Services Commission that following damages sustained by several motor vehicles during flooding caused by Cyclone Belal on 15 January 2024, the then government on 19 January 2024 decided to compensate vehicle owners whose vehicles were affected through the FSC. This was an exceptional situation for the Commission, which as a regulator does not normally make payment with respect to insurance claims. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the FSC that the eligibility criteria for the payment of compensation to beneficiaries was determined by the FSC in consultation with the Insurers Association of Mauritius and the officers of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development. Initially, vehicles owned by private individuals which were present on roads, at workplaces or at public places were eligible for compensation, which was further extended to micro and small enterprises having turnover not exceeding 30 million. Madam Speaker, I am also informed by the FSC that compensation paid for cases of comprehensive insurance cover represented the depreciated amount, that is the gap between the market value and the sum assured, and the policy excess for vehicles classified as total loss by insurance companies, whereas for cases where the vehicles could be repaired, the policy excess only was compensated. As for cases of vehicles classified as total loss under third-party insurance cover, the difference between pre-accident value and salvage costs, that is the residual value of the scrap vehicle, as determined by an independent motor surveyor and government valuer, was paid as compensation. For cases where the vehicles could be repaired, the cost of repairs as determined by the motor surveyor and government valuer was compensated. Madam Speaker, with respect to Part A of the question, the total amount of funds disbursed by the FSC as per the aforementioned criteria as at to date is 58,640,344 rupees, representing 1,163 flooded vehicle cases. With respect to Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I am informed by the FSC that no other type of compensation was paid to the beneficiaries. As regard to Part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that for those vehicles under comprehensive insurance cover, the onus was on the insurance companies to assess individual claims prior to payment being effected to victims as per the established criteria, whereas in the case of third-party insurance cover, the services of independent motor surveyors and government valuers from the Ministry of Infrastructure were also returned by the FSC to reassess the surveys done by independent motor surveyors as a control mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. I have now the Honourable First Member for Savannah and Black River.
Thank you. B82.
Madam Speaker, I presume that the Honourable Member is referring to Smart Clinics Limited. Madam Speaker, I am informed that Smart Clinics Limited was, in May 2018, granted a 60 years industrial lease over a plot of state land of an extent of 1 arpent 75 pêche, being part of the Parc Géométrique at Grande Rivière Noire for the setting up of a wellness, medical clinic and residential care home for retired persons. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that following an application from Smart Clinics Limited for a change in purpose to dental and wellness, medical clinic, restaurant and apartments for sale under vente en état futur d'achèvement, VEFA, through Règlement de copropriété, the lease was accordingly amended in September 2021. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I am tabling a copy of each of the two lease agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Yes?
Madam Speaker, is the Minister aware of a court case against the Ministry of Land and Housing where the previous owner is seeking damages for 1 billion rupees, and whether he will review the process of terminating the previous owner's lease as a precautionary measure, as we all know that the previous government has been terminating contracts and leases and dilapidating the public funds.
Careful, Minister.
In reply,
Yes?
Madam Speaker, to the supplementary question, I shall arrange to have a list of the court case rulings to be laid in the library of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. All right. The Honourable Third Member for Grand-Bec. Yes. Il attend même pas.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that upon assuming office, I have requested officers of my ministry to consider the waiving of fees payable by users of football pitches and other playgrounds falling under our purview. This will be in line with our objective of encouraging more of our citizens to engage into the practice of sport and physical activities. In this context, officers of my ministry are actively looking into the implication of such a measure, and consultation will thereafter be held with the Minister of Finance.
Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1B84, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that there are 6 buses owned by individual bus operators which are licensed to operate along Route 87, that is Saint-Hubert, Cupip via Saint-Hilaire, Beaujardin and Dubras. However, only 4 of them are providing their services. One bus has attained the age of 20 years since April 2023 and has not been replaced, while the license of the second bus has been revoked since 9th of March 2023, following several recurrent charges, including failing to observe timetable and performing special route trips without permit, as the case is at the level of the appeal committee. In order to ensure an adequate level of service thereat, 3 buses of the National Transport Corporation are supplementing the service along the said route. Buses are being released at interval of 20 minutes during peak time and 40 minutes during off-peak. Additionally, 1 school service is performed by the NTC in the morning at 6:55 hours from Saint-Hubert and 14:10 hours in the afternoon from Cupid. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that since the introduction of NTC buses along Route 87, the number of complaints pertaining to the said route has decreased. With regard to bus service along Route 11, that is Saint-Hubert-Maïbourg via Saint-Hilaire, Beaujardin and Grand-Belair, I am informed that 6 individual owned buses are licensed to operate their route, and all of them are providing service. It is to be noted that one of them is operating on a temporary basis following approval conveyed on 30th April 2024 in accordance with Section 77D of the Road Traffic Act to improve the level of service that they are. Buses along Route 11 are currently being released at an interval of 20 minutes during peak time and 30 minutes during off-peak. A short service is also provided every morning from Grand-Belair to Mayberg at 7:20 in the morning, and on school days to cater for the need of students attending secondary institution in Mayberg. As far as specific complaints along Route 87 and 11 are concerned, I am apprised by the NLTA that disciplinary actions have already been taken against some bus operators, while investigations and inquiries are ongoing for other cases. Furthermore, the NLTA has informed that the demand along the concerned localities is concentrated only during peak hours, and the number of traveling passengers during the rest of the day is marginal. The NLTA has been requested to closely monitor the operation of buses thereat and to come up with additional remedial measures to improve the situation of commuters. With your permission, Madam, and in order to save time of the House, I am tabling the details of the timetable in respect of Route 87 and 11, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Anders.
Madame la Présidente, ces 2 routes, 11 et 87 respectivement, de ce que je comprends, sont desservies en partie par la NTC et en partie par les opérateurs d'autobus privés. Et de ce que je comprends à ce jour, le plus gros souci, qui dure depuis des années déjà, demeure relatif aux opérateurs privés et qui de loin ne fournissent pas un service régulier comme convenu. Would the Honourable Minister, of course I've taken note of the reply given by the Honourable Minister, but would the Honourable Minister consider the possibility, the advisability of taking up the matter with the NLTA so that regular inspection is carried out in order for the inhabitants of Saint-Hilaire, Saint-Hubert and the Beaujardin are provided with a regular service, a decent regular service?
No, I'm sure you will.
I certainly will, and I rely also on the Honourable Member that after that, the NLTA and Inspector would have gone out, and if you're still not satisfied, to get back to me. Thank you.
Honourable Member from Rodrigues. Honourable Third Member from Rodrigues. Yes.
La question.
On n'a pas entendu. Juste vous le mettez tout droit, voilà.
La question B85.
Merci.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I wish to apprise the House that my ministry is presently working a new policy to address the issue of rising costs of commodities. To that effect, I have already chaired several meetings with representatives of the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders with a view to define the new policy. Discussions are still ongoing. This new policy will also include extending the present range of products commercialized by the STC. With regard to Part B of the question, I wish to reassure the House that the new policy will also extend to Rodrigues along with a new range of products.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. The Honourable third member for Portrush South and Portrush Central.
B86, please.
Madam Speaker, in reply to Part A of the question, I am informed that no site visit was effected in July 2024. Instead, a preliminary site visit was carried out by a team of specialists and technicians on 4th October 2024. It was then observed that there were several unused medical equipment at the National Cancer Center comprising motorized beds, ICU ventilators, syringe pumps, high-end central monitoring system, multi-parameter patient monitor, amongst others. Subsequently, an extended team of officers comprising the consultant in charge, anesthesia, the neonatal pediatric respiratory therapist, the superintendent, healthcare technology workshop, 2 biomedical engineers, 3 senior healthcare technologists, and a procurement and supply officer carried out a detailed survey and drew a list of unused therapeutic and diagnostic equipment at the National Cancer Center, indicating functionality to date. The survey was carried out from 19th to 22nd November 2024, and the report was submitted on 20th November 2024. A list of the unused medical equipment is being tabled accordingly. Madam Speaker, in reply to Part B of the question, I carried out a site visit at the National Cancer Center along with officers of my ministry on 2nd December 2024 to take cognizance of the unused medical equipment. I was apprised that some of these unused medical equipment was faulty and needed calibration. Action has been initiated to draw a list of equipment that would be utilized at the National Cancer Center, while the remaining unused medical equipment will be redistributed to the regional hospitals as per the respective requirements. Additionally, some major equipment was not operational, namely 1 PET scan, 1 brachytherapy, and 1 Lignac machine. The PET scan requires alignment and calibration. Moreover, there was reported delay in the delivery of consumables. The brachytherapy will be functional shortly with the operationalization of the operation theatre. As for the Lignac machine, one has already been installed while the other is being installed. Both these machines will be functional by mid-January 2025. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that due to scarcity of anesthetists and other specialized staff to run the operation theatre, the diagnostic and therapeutic equipment were not being utilized. Active consideration is being given to launch the new onco-surgery operation theatre with a new multidisciplinary team of local experienced specialists as from January 2025. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the multidisciplinary team at the National Cancer Center will be assisted by a foreign onco-surgeon team headed by Dr. Sri Prakash Durasamy from Chennai, India. He is a renowned consultant with more than 10 years experience in oncology.
I will call the next question, which is the last question. Time is almost over. Sorry, Doctor. Honourable third member for Yadizan-Souillac. That is the last question. Honourable third member, Mr. Aouyaru.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. B87, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I have taken cognizance of a draft police and criminal justice bill which was prepared in 2019 under the previous government. I understood that in 2019, the draft bill was circulated to the Commissioner of Police, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Forensic Lab for their views and comments. It was then proposed that the final version of the bill would be circulated and given due publicity for the views of the judiciary, law practitioners, and the public at large. Unfortunately, this was not done. Furthermore, during the last legislature, my predecessor had informed the House that the reconceptualization of that draft bill was being undertaken. However, I have seen nothing of the sort. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the House that the introduction of a police and criminal evidence bill, or a derivative thereof, is indeed on the list of priorities of this government. You will recall, under the previous leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, the Police and Criminal Evidence Bill was introduced in the National Assembly on 16th April 2013 for first reading. However, the National Assembly was then prorogued and that bill was never went through. To achieve an effective and modern reform of our criminal justice system, Madam Speaker, we shall once again seek the collaboration of and have meaningful consultations with all relevant stakeholders, including the all-important Law Reform Commission, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Commissioner of Police, and the Forensic Lab. All stakeholders must work together in close coordination in view of preparing that important piece of legislation which will not only address the needs of our society, but also uphold and safeguard the rights of every citizen in the country. It is imperative that all strive to establish a robust, comprehensive legal framework for our criminal justice system, one that embraces emerging technological advancements, but also ensures the harmonization of all relevant legislation and their effective implementation. Madam Speaker, to develop a new draft of the bill, one that meets the highest standards and serves the nation effectively for years to come, the extensive collaboration of all relevant stakeholders is primordial. This process, by its very nature, will require careful deliberation and time so that it would be presumptuous to give a timeline. The House will have to be indulgent to give me and my office the time needed to produce what will become one of the most significant pieces of legislation for our criminal justice system this side of the millennium.
Thank you. Nous allons donner le temps au temps. Now, time is over for questions. And I just need to tell you that there are two that have been advised. Two questions have been withdrawn, B91 and B92. Now,
motion.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provision of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Motion seconded. Thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I have a short statement to make on Chagos. I would like to say, Madam Speaker, sir, further to my statement. I think I made the statement on the 29th of November. I informed the House that I'd asked for an independent review of the draft agreement, which was proposed by the UK and agreed by the former government on the exercise of sovereignty over the Chagos archipelago. I wish to inform the House that the independent review has been completed and that the opinions submitted by the legal advisors have been considered by an interministerial committee chaired by me, which included the Deputy Prime Minister, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, following the letter which the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom addressed to me on the 12th of November 2024, and the meeting which I had with Mr. Jonathan Powell, who is the UK National Security Advisor, on the 25th of November, a delegation of senior officials from the United Kingdom came to Mauritius last week for further discussions with the Mauritian authorities. Apart from meetings which were held between senior officials from Mauritius and the United Kingdom, the head of the UK delegation called upon me. During the discussions, Mauritius made clear that while it is still willing to conclude an agreement with the United Kingdom, the draft agreement which was shown to us after the general elections is one which, in our view, would not produce the benefits that the nation could expect from such an agreement. Therefore, Mauritius accordingly submitted counter-proposals to the UK so that an agreement which is in the best interest of Mauritius can be concluded. The response of the United Kingdom to our counter-proposals was received yesterday afternoon and is now being currently considered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Public bills, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill number 19 of 2024 be read the first time.
The motion needs to be seconded. Yes, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Special Allowance Bill number 20 of 2024 be read a first time.
Who's seconding the motion? Thank you.
Public bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill number 19 of 2024 be read a second time. Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur et le privilège de présenter le premier projet de loi de l'Alliance du changement après notre victoire historique aux dernières élections générales. La très grande majorité des électeurs et la population dans son ensemble a placé leur espoir en notre équipe et nous ferons de notre mieux pour être à la hauteur de leurs attentes. Et c'est tout un symbole, Madame la Présidente, que les deux premiers projets de loi à l'ordre du jour visent à améliorer les conditions de vie des travailleurs de ce pays. Tout un symbole, car tout d'abord, le Parti travailliste, Labour Party, comme ce nom l'indique, a pris naissance en 1936 précisément pour défendre la cause des travailleurs. Un combat repris par le mouvement militant mauricien, le MMM, qui a beaucoup œuvré pour la reconnaissance et le respect des droits des travailleurs, tout comme Résistance et Alternatives, qui a toujours milité comme syndicaliste pour le bien-être des travailleurs. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes rejoints dans notre combat par les nouveaux démocrates. Madame la Présidente, le projet de loi devant la Chambre aujourd'hui consiste à amender the Employment Relations Act afin de donner au ministre du Travail le pouvoir de réglementer le paiement de salaires additionnels suite à l'introduction ou à la révision du salaire minimum. Le ministre pourra dès lors, à travers des regulations, rendre obligatoire le paiement d'un salaire additionnel pour rétablir la relativité salariale dans le secteur privé. À chaque fois qu'on fixe un nouveau salaire minimum, il faut aussi ajuster les salaires des autres employés pour maintenir la relativité salariale, notamment pour prendre en considération le temps de service des employés existants et leur grade. Sous les lois existantes, il y a deux façons de procéder pour l'ajustement des salaires suite à l'introduction du salaire minimum. Dans le premier cas, le National Wage Consultative Council peut faire des recommandations au ministre du Travail. C'est l'une de ses fonctions prévues expressément à l'article 5B5 et 5B6 du National Wage Consultative Council Act de 2016. Dans le deuxième cas, le ministre peut, sous l'article 93 de l'Employment Relations Act, demander au National Remuneration Board de lui recommander une nouvelle grille salariale. Suite à l'introduction du salaire minimum en janvier 2018, le ministre avait demandé au National Remuneration Board de lui proposer des ajustements au salaire des employés du secteur privé. Et suite aux recommandations du NRB, en 2022, 17 Remuneration Regulations ont été amendées. Cependant, lorsqu'en janvier 2024, le salaire minimum passe à 16 500 roupies, le gouvernement sortant choisit de faire fi aux dispositions de la loi et adopter une toute autre procédure. Au lieu de demander au National Wage Constitutive Council ou au National Remuneration Board de venir avec des recommandations pour les ajustements salariaux, le 3 juillet 2024, un comité ministériel présidé par le Premier ministre d'alors décide d'instituer un Technical Committee sous la présidence de l'Acting Financial Secretary. C'était le 3 juillet. Et 2 jours après, seulement 2 jours après, le 5 juillet 2024, le comité a recommandé une augmentation de 4 925 roupies par rapport au salaire de 2023. Pas de grille salariale, pas d'études approfondies, pas de consultation avec les représentants des travailleurs et du patronat. Le 13 septembre 2024, 32 Remuneration Regulations furent amendées pour donner effet aux recommandations du Technical Committee. Ces regulations étaient faites supposément sous l'article 106 de l'Employment Relations Act. Madame la Présidente, les réactions n'ont pas tardé. Que ce soit du côté de Business Mauritius ou de certains syndicalistes, tout le monde a déclaré que le ministre n'avait pas le droit, le ministre d'alors, n'avait pas le pouvoir d'amender les Remuneration Orders dans les conditions qu'il les avait faites. Je me souviens très bien, l'honorable Ashok Soubon, en ce temps simple syndicaliste de résistance et alternative, lors d'un rassemblement à Triolet, demandait au gouvernement de rappeler le Parlement d'urgence, car selon lui, et il avait raison, les ajustements salariaux auraient dû être faits à travers un projet de loi et non à travers des regulations. Mais au lieu de rappeler le Parlement, le 24 septembre, le ministre a tout simplement révoqué les 32 Remuneration Regulations seulement pour les remplacer par d'autres regulations identiques, mais cette fois-ci fait supposément sous l'article 94 et 106 de l'Employment Relations Act. Madame la Présidente, ce qui devrait arriver arriva, et le 9 octobre, quelques jours plus tard, Business Mauritius entra une action en Cour suprême pour contester la légalité des 32 règlements. Le lendemain, une entreprise privée, Acteur Annuatoire Limited, entra aussi une action pour contester la légalité du Distributive Trade Remuneration Amendment No. 2, Regulation 2024. En conséquence, plusieurs entreprises du privé ont choisi de ne pas payer les salaires additionnels tant que la Cour suprême n'aurait pas tranché sur ces deux affaires. Et les deux affaires sont appelées pro forma à nouveau au mois de janvier de l'an prochain. Et ces affaires, comme vous le savez, Madame la Présidente, risquent de prendre plusieurs mois, voire des années, avant qu'on ait un jugement déterminé, final. Madame la Présidente, dès ma prise de fonction, j'ai rencontré plusieurs syndicalistes, de même que les représentants de Business Mauritius, et tous deux m'ont demandé de trouver une solution pour que les travailleurs du secteur privé puissent obtenir le paiement de leur salaire additionnel sans avoir à attendre la délibération de la Cour suprême. Je me suis entretenu avec les représentants du State Law Office et à mon grand étonnement, Madame la Présidente, j'ai pris connaissance d'un avis légal du bureau du Solicitor General en date du 2 septembre 2024. Le 2 septembre 2024, c'était une dizaine de jours avant que le ministre vienne de l'avant avec ses Remuneration regulations. Et que dit cet avis légal? Et je cite un extrait. Accordingly, it seems that there is at present no legal basis expressly provided for the enactment of regulation to reflect wage relativity adjustment following the review of the national minimum wage. No legal basis. Additionally, it also appears that there is no legal basis for regulation to be made in respect of employees who are not governed by any remuneration regulation, nor for the making of regulation to provide for national minimum wages for jobs warranting the possession of a diploma or degree as entry requirements. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the former government was well aware that there was no express legal basis for the Minister of Labour to make the 32 remuneration regulation, which he made back in September 2024. And today, with this bill, Madam Speaker, we are correcting all this so that employees in the private sector, eligible employees in the private sector, can finally get their additional remuneration. Now, turning to the specific provisions of the bill. Clause 3 repeals and replaces the existing Section 94 of the Employment Rights Act. The new Section 94, subsection 1, is similar to the existing subsection 1 and empowers the Minister to make regulation to reflect payment of additional remuneration or national minimum wage or wage adjustment arising from the introduction or review of the national minimum wage in the salary of employees prescribed by remuneration orders. Subsection 2A of Clause 3 gives the Minister express powers to make regulation for the payment of wage adjustment to address the issue of wage relativity, not only with respect to remuneration regulations made under Section 93 of the Employment Relations Act, but also in respect of industry or sector of activity not covered by the remuneration regulation. And I pause here to add, Madam Speaker, that this is an extremely important amendment that is being proposed, and it is an amendment that has been requested time and again by the trade unionists, because up to now, only employees working in industries and sectors that were governed by remuneration regulations were eligible to get salary adjustment. But with this amendment, the Minister will be also able to provide for the payment of additional salary to those employees in the private sector that are not covered by remuneration regulations. However, a word of caution, such worldwide powers should be used judiciously and not arbitrarily. In practice, the Minister should rely on recommendation of the National Remuneration Board or the Wage Consultative Council before making any regulations. Subsection 2B empowers the Minister to make regulation to provide for a monthly minimum basic wage for employees holding a diploma or post-HSC first degree where the entry requirements for the job so require. You will recall that such provision was not provided for in the law as per the advice tendered by the State Law Office. The proposed minimum monthly basic wage will be 23,000 rupees for a job requiring an employee to possess a diploma and 25,000 rupees for a job requiring an employee to possess a post-HSC first degree. Subsection 4 provides that the 32 remuneration regulations that was passed in September shall be deemed to have been made under this Act, thereby eliminating any doubt as to their legality. Clause 5 of the bill provides for the coming into operation of the above provisions with effect as from 1st July 2014. With the coming into force of this bill, eligible employees in the private sector will be paid an additional salary retrospectively as from 1st July 2024. Madam Speaker, it was necessary for government to come with this bill first because before passing the special allowance bill, which is also on today's order paper, because we want to make sure that the special allowance that will be paid which will be based on a worker's basic salary, should include the adjustment to that basic salary as per the amendment that is being brought today in this House. With these words, I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I think at this time we can move for tea, for a break, for tea. We can come back. Unless, is that all right? Is it okay? We'll all go for tea and then come back?
You decide, Madam.
Yes, but I like consensus. Since you're here, I like consensus. All right, let's break for tea for half an hour. Half an hour.
Please be seated. Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je n'ai pas eu l'occasion de vous féliciter. Permettez-moi de le faire cet après-midi. Monsieur le Président, comme a dit le ministre qui a présenté ce projet de loi, c'est le tout premier projet de loi de ce nouveau gouvernement. Un projet de loi, certes, qui est simple. Il découle des décisions prises par l'ancien gouvernement à la suite de l'introduction du salaire minimum qui remonte à 2018. Et cela fait suite, je comprends, Monsieur le Président, des représentations syndicales que le gouvernement avait introduit un réajustement des salaires des employés qui ne touchaient pas le salaire minimum, mais qui avaient plusieurs années de service tout en ayant un salaire identique avec les nouveaux employés. Monsieur le Président, l'histoire retiendra que c'est sous un gouvernement MSM que le salaire minimum a été introduit. Le Parti travailliste, le MMM, qui, à une certaine époque, on doit le reconnaître, Monsieur le Président, ont lutté pour les droits des travailleurs, mais n'ont pas eu le courage de venir de l'avant avec une telle décision quand ils étaient au pouvoir. Ces derniers temps, Monsieur le Président, on parle d'énormes pressions exercées sur le gouvernement actuel par le patronat concernant le 14e mois, et tout à l'heure on viendra dans ces discussions. Mais imaginez-vous la pression à l'époque quand il fallait introduire le salaire minimum. Mais il faut le reconnaître, cette mesure a permis à des centaines de milliers de familles de sortir de la misère et de vivre une vie plus décente. Monsieur le Président, l'introduction du salaire minimum a permis à réduire l'écart entre les différentes classes sociales de notre pays et de facto les inégalités dans notre société. C'était la vision de l'ancien gouvernement, une politique sociale pour une société plus juste. Et aujourd'hui, ce projet de loi, il faut le reconnaître, va dans ce sens. Avec la relativité salariale, nous allons diminuer davantage ces inégalités dans la société mauricienne. Monsieur le Président, j'espère que le ministre du Travail veillera à ce que chaque entreprise applique cette loi à la lettre, afin justement de réajuster les salaires de leurs employés dans les délais prescrits par la loi. Monsieur le Président, à l'annonce de la nouvelle grille salariale en septembre dernier pour différents secteurs, les syndicats avaient demandé la publication des Remuneration Orders par le National Remuneration Board. C'est-à-dire ces Remuneration Orders pour plusieurs secteurs non couverts par le NRB et concernent des dizaines de milliers d'employés. Monsieur le Président, je comprends qu'un travail a déjà commencé et que le NRB a proposé des recommandations dans ce sens, et je comprends aussi que l'ancien ministre du Travail envisageait de préparer une première ébauche de ce projet de loi afin qu'il n'y ait pas de contestation légale, et on a écouté ce que le ministre avait à dire à ce propos. L'ancien gouvernement proposait d'apporter des amendements au National Wage Consultative Council Act afin de permettre à cette instance de faire des recommandations sur la relativité salariale. L'amendement proposé permettrait au ministre de faire des règlements par rapport à la relativité salariale à l'avenir. Ce projet de loi, dans sa forme actuelle, je pense, ne prend pas cela en considération, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, le revenu minimum garanti comporte deux aspects, c'est-à-dire, et je vais essayer d'élaborer dessus pour avoir plus de renseignements de la part du ministre. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a deux composants, le salaire minimum et les allocations de la MRE. Il y a eu une révision du revenu minimum garanti de 9 000 roupies en 2018 à 20 000 roupies en juillet 2024. Et par la suite, une augmentation du salaire minimum à 16 500 roupies en juillet 2024. Toutefois, Monsieur le Président, il y a un flou et le ministre concerné, je pense, devrait nous éclairer sur l'indexation de la compensation salariale. Est-ce que le revenu minimum garanti passera à 20 610 roupies en janvier 2025 ou est-ce que les 610 roupies payées comme compensation seront inclus dans le montant actuel du revenu minimum garanti? Je pense qu'il est important de nous donner ces informations. Comme j'ai dit, je ne vais pas être long dans cette intervention, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi de conclure sur cette note. Qui est politique et peut-être qui ne va pas plaire à tout le monde. L'Alliance du changement a obtenu une large victoire aux dernières élections générales. Et cela grâce aux travailleurs de ce pays. Ces mêmes travailleurs qui ont connu, il faut le dire, il y a quelques années de cela, la crise du Covid, qui craignaient de perdre leurs emplois et qui ont bossé jour et nuit, Monsieur le Président, pour redresser l'économie de ce pays. Et beaucoup d'entre eux ne bénéficieront pas de la compensation salariale, malheureusement. Ce que j'ai à dire au gouvernement, c'est qu'il faut honorer les promesses, respecter des engagements pris envers les travailleurs de ce pays et donnez-leur leur dit. Je vais terminer, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your speech. Honourable Mr. Subon.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I had to change my speech because it was modeled for the Madam Speaker. First, allow me to start by saying that history will retain that the first bill to be presented by the new government of l'Alliance Changement to this Assembly is directly related to the living conditions of the working class of the country. This is not a matter of coincidence. It only confirms the deep commitment of the present government to the working people who labors and toils for this country. Indeed, it was the Labour Party who in 1936 put the issue of national minimum wage on the agenda of the working class struggle in its manifesto on the 23rd February 1936. It was the MMM who put the sectoral minimum wage on the agenda in the 1970s struggle. And the struggle for the national minimum wage, I'm replying to the leader of the opposition, that has been inserted in our law is the product of the workers' struggle and the union movement. It's not the product of any other struggles. As stated in our manifesto, les travailleurs représentent la principale force sociale de notre République et constituent le moteur essentiel de la création de richesses. L'Alliance du changement leur accordera la reconnaissance qu'ils méritent tout au long de son mandat, pas seulement à l'approche des élections. Secondly, it is an honor for me, as newly elected member of constituency number 4 in the National Assembly, under the banner of the L'Alliance Changement, and coming both from the trade union movement and Résistance et Alternative, a party deeply rooted in the working class, to make my first input in this assembly on a central issue concerning the working class. Thirdly, having, before the election, as spokesperson of l'Alliance du Changement, Résistance et Alternative, and spokesperson of the trade union movement, I publicly raised the issue of incompatibility of the present remuneration regulations on salary readjustment with law. I cannot but commend the presentation of this bill by the Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill, which is proposing to amend Section 99 of the Employment Relations Act, concerns directly some 300,000 employees of the private sector. It aims at legally ensuring and guaranteeing the payment of wage relativity adjustments of up to 2,925 rupees to workers of the private sector to partially re-establish their salary relativity following the increase of the national minimum wage in January 2024. The irresponsibility and lack of respect of the previous government confining the issue of wage relativity adjustment payment to a mere electoral weapon has opened the door for the jeopardy of the very payment of the salary readjustment. The previous government mismanagement on the issue since the increase of the national minimum wage in January 2024 finally led to the wrongly enactment of 32 remuneration regulations in August and September 2024. It is this irresponsibility that has enabled Business Mauritius, the body representing the employers, to challenge the very legality of the payments of wage relativity readjustment in the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is now an established fact from documents available from the SLO that the previous government went as far as dismissing the legal advice tendered by the State Law Office on this issue. My colleague, the Honourable Minister, mentioned clauses of this letter dated the 2nd September. Without the enactment of the present bill, the payments of salary readjustment already effected to thousands of workers of the private sector are at risk of being nullified, given the legal challenge raised by employers' organization in the Supreme Court. In addition, the projected payments of salary readjustment to some 40,000 workers not covered by the 32 remuneration regulation will be uncertain without the present amendment of Section 99 of the Employment Relations Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is in the public interest that this Assembly understands the series of events which have led to the present crisis facing some 300,000 workers. This Assembly should be informed that as soon as the national minimum wage was officially announced in November 2023, major trade union confederations of the country, in which I was part of, insisted that the then government should in parallel cater for salary relativity differential and to pay a salary readjustment to all private and public sector workers accordingly. On the 7th December 2023, the previous government announced that the National Wages Consultative Council would produce a report on same by the end of March 2024. There was no such report, as the National Wages Council was never requested to address the issue of wage relativity. Under the national, as stated by my colleague, Honourable Minister of Labour, under the National Wage Consultative Council Act 2016, it is the statutory object of the National Wages Consultative Council to be responsible for making recommendations to the Minister on wage relativity. The Act stipulates that inter alia, the object of the Council should be to make recommendation on the approach to be adopted to address the issue of wage relativity in the private sector that may arise from the introduction of the national minimum wage in remuneration regulations made under the Employment Relations Act, and states that for the to make recommendation for the introduction of a master conversion table to address the issue of wage relativity in the private sector. No official consultation ever took place under the previous government with the trade union movement to discuss the issue of wage relativity. It was only when the electoral dynamics started to unfold that out of the blue, on the 22nd of August 2024, the then government, through the GIS, published unofficial remuneration orders on wage relativity adjustment. A few days later, on the 13th of September 2024, the 32 remuneration regulations were officially made under Section 99 of the Employment Relations Act. After public outcry from various quarters, including the trade union movement and opposition parties, the then government revoked the 32 previous remuneration regulations and came with another set of 32 remuneration regulations on the 24th September 2024, now made under Section 94 and 106 of the Employment Relations Act. As predicted by many in the union movement, the employers' organization didn't take long to challenge the very legality of all the remuneration regulations made on the 24th September 2024. They decided to enter a judicial review in the Supreme Court. It was at this point in time that the Allowance Changement undertook publicly to amend the Employment Relations Act to ensure the legality of all wage relativity adjustment payments. I am pleased today that this commitment ensuring the up to 2,925 rupees wage relativity adjustment payment to some 300,000 workers is being addressed by this government in its first legislative act of the National Assembly. I call on all honourable members to support this historical amendment to be brought to the Employment Relations Act. May I stress that this amendment for the guaranteeing of wage relativity adjustment is not an ad hoc or a one-off issue, but a permanent, a lifelong measure, where this wage relativity adjustment payment will now be legally secured, integrated, and consolidated in the basic salary of all private sector workers, thus also impacting on other benefits such as overtime payments or retirement benefits. I understand that as soon as this bill is voted and enacted, the Minister will make a new remuneration regulation to ensure that all employees not covered by the 32 existing remuneration orders get their wage relativity adjustment payment in due course. I also understand that the PRB will look more deeply into the wage relativity adjustment for all public sector employees in its coming report. Mr. Speaker, sir, to conclude, I want to make three general comments. First, I want to conclude by reassuring the working people of this country that despite the disastrous economic legacy and blunders of the previous government, the present government of l'Alliance Changement, including Résistance et Alternative, is deeply committed to the safeguard of the interests of the whole of the working people throughout our 5 years mandate. Second, in parallel, we do also welcome any dissenting views on any policy measures this government is taking or might take in the future. This is what a vibrant democratic society is all about. It is within the expression of these social contradictions and dissenting voices that we can also shape our common future. Third, on a more philosophical level, in the context of the ongoing debate and concerns in our country and the world, one thing is for sure. There is no economy without the labor of the people. And there is no economy without nature and its ecological services. These are the social and ecological boundaries limit any economic model or policies are bound to stay within. COVID-19 and the climate crisis paradoxically reminded the whole humanity these two obvious facts. I wish to thank all honourable members for their attention and patience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I did not want to interrupt you in your speech, but I am the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Honourable Mr. Otim.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. First of all, let me thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and my colleague, Honourable Ashok Soubron, for intervening on this bill. I don't have much, yes, I'm congratulating for his speech, for his maiden speech. I don't have much to add by way of summing up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, because there is clearly consensus on this bill to rectify a decision taken by the former government which was tainted with illegality. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition seemed to suggest that with the coming into force of this bill, the Honourable Minister of Labour will no longer have the power to refer matter to NRB for advice, especially as regard those employees which are not covered by remuneration regulation. This is not correct. What we're doing is we are giving a special power to the minister to come by way of regulation to regulate any sectors, occupation, industry not covered by the remuneration regulations. But we're not doing away with Section 91 of the Employment Regulation Act, which allows the minister to refer to the NRB any issue for their consideration. And in fact, I can tell you that the former, my predecessor had already on the 3rd of September referred to the National Remuneration Board. They made a reference for the preparation of regulations concerning employees not covered by the existing 32 remuneration orders. We will wait to see those recommendations before we come up with the regulation to enable all employees which are not covered in the remuneration regulations to be able to get this additional salary with retrospective effect. The Honourable Leader of Opposition also spoke about indexation of the salary compensation. This is something that our government will look into. We have received representation from trade union to that effect. We will have a committee, a technical committee, which will look at this because there are also representation by some trade unions who think that if you index the salary compensation automatically on the inflation rate, they may not get sufficient compensation. So it's a tricky situation, but we are open to suggestion. The minimum wage of 610 rupees is in addition to the basic salary, which all workers earning less than 50,000 rupees earn in Mauritius in the private sector. So with these words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I commend once more this bill to the House. Thank you.
Seconded. Seconded. Motion needs to be seconded. Thank you. The question is that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill, number 19 of 2024, be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, Section 94, Principal Act amended. Clause 4, 8th schedule added to Principal Act. Clause 5, commencement.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill number 19 of 2024 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Be seated. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill, number 19 of 2024, has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public Bills, third reading.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I move that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill number 19 of 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded. The motion needs to be seconded. Thank you. The question is that the Employment Relations Amendment Bill, number 19 of 2024, be read the same time, third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills, second reading.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I move that the Special Allowance Bill number 20 of 2024 be read a second time.
Seconded. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am pleased to present this historical bill to the House. Historical because no government before has legislated for the provision of a special allowance for employees drawing a monthly salary, basic salary not exceeding 50,000 rupees. I say no government before. Even last year, in November, when there was a formal request from the opposition for the payment of a 14th-month bonus in December 2023 to all employees of the private and public sectors earning less than 50,000 rupees, the then government refused to do so. The population has been suffering from the disastrous economic policy of the MSM government with its deliberate policy to depreciate our rupee. Between December 2014 and November 2024, our rupee has depreciated by around 46% relative to the US dollar. This has resulted in a steady increase in price of goods and services, eroding the purchasing power of our population. The increase in the price of essential commodities, foodstuff, medicine, has particularly affected the working class and the pensioners. As a caring government, we had to do the maximum that we could to alleviate the suffering of the population. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, before we can give, we need to ascertain how much we have. We have to act responsibly, because if we don't have the money, then we will have to borrow. And if we borrow, we must have the ability to repay, or else we would be burdening our children and grandchildren. This is why the first thing that the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance did was to assess the status of the economy. And last Tuesday, he made a statement to this House with regard to the state of the economy, and he tabled a copy of the document. We were all stunned, appalled, shocked, and angry. We knew that the figures published by the former government were unreliable, and we had said so in this House and outside. But we never expected the magnitude of the economic mess in which the MSM government has left us. L'ancien ministre des Finances parlait de boom économique, mais c'est plutôt une bombe économique qui nous l'a légué. I will just give you one example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, and it relates directly to the workers of this country. Contribution sociale généralisée. Honourable members who were here would recall that the then Minister of Finance abolished contribution which used to be made to the National Pension Fund and instead compel workers and employers to contribute up to 9% of the salaries of workers to a fund called Contribution Sociale Généralisée. We were told at that time, and I remember very well, the Honourable Minister of Finance saying that this contribution to CSG was meant to pay the pension of workers when they retire. And he told the House and the population at large that what he was proposing was better than the National Pension Fund, which enabled people from the private sector at the age of 65 to benefit from an additional pension. Contribution sociale généralisée is nothing more than sweat, a tax on the sweat of labor, which is supposed to finance their retirement. However, when we look at the document, the State of the Economy, that was tabled last week, for the financial year 2024-2025, the state is expecting to collect 12.9 billion rupees through Contribution Sociale Généralisée. 12.9 billion rupees, that's a lot of money taken from the salary of workers of this country. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, do you know out of this 12.9 billion rupees, how much the MSM government has earmarked to spend from that fund. Out of 12.9 billion rupees, they had earmarked spending of 21.8 billion rupees. Not only have they completely wiped out all the contributions sociales généralisées which were supposed to pay for the retirement, for the pension of workers, but now we also have to provide the finance for up to 9 billion rupees because of the reckless decision of the former Minister of Finance and the former MSM government. Under the former Prime Minister, Pravin Jagnnath. Irresponsable, irresponsable. Et comme l'a si bien dit le député Prime Minister, c'est un crime économique envers les Mauriciens, envers les enfants de notre pays. Our public sector debt has reached almost 560 billion rupees, representing 83.4% of GDP. 83.4% of GDP, when according to law, our public sector debt should not exceed 80% of GDP. And by comparison, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when the MSM government took office in December 2014, our public sector debt at that time was only 237 billion rupees, representing slightly less than 60% of GDP. They have more than double our debt. The population needed the truth, and the Prime Minister took the bold decision of telling the whole population what is the reality of the economic situation in Mauritius. But now that the truth is out, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, what would international rating agencies do? Now that they know that the former government has been manipulating figures, overstating growth, understating debt, understating budget deficit, what would the international rating community do? And Moody's was quick to react. Yesterday, Moody's published a communiqué under the heading Government of Mauritius, Discrepancies in Economic Data Will Challenge Fiscal Consolidation Efforts. While congratulating our Prime Minister, Honourable Navin Ramgoolam, for government's commitment to transparency and fiscal reforms, Moody's expressed concern about the current state of the economy. And Moody's stated something which is of great concern to us. Moody's said, and I quote, "The audit's finding will slow the pace of fiscal consolidation, leaving Mauritius' debt burden and debt affordability matrix weaker than other B2A3 rated peers." In uncoded terms, Moody's is warning us. Moody's is warning us. It's telling us that based on the new data that we have been providing them, we rate our economic situation is worse than other countries which find themselves in the same rating band as ours, BAA3. And as expected, Moody's ended by telling us that we need to implement reform aimed at debt reduction. And I have to add, Moody's statement came before the bill was presented to this House. So Moody's is not aware of what we intend to do in terms of the payment of a special allowance. So we're going to face a tough time convincing Moody's not to downgrade us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. And we're already at the last threshold of investment grade. If we are downgraded by Moody's, we will become junk status. And if we become junk status, it will be very difficult for Mauritius to raise finance on the international market. And even if we are able to raise finance in the international market, it would be at a premium, at a higher interest rate. And downgrading the Mauritius to joint stated will have a direct impact on our bank, on our banking system, and on the image of Mauritius as a serious financial center. So, and we should not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, take the threat of downgrading or being downgraded lightly. Just a few days ago, Moody's downgraded France rating just hours after President Macron appointed his new Prime Minister, Mr. François Bayrou. So it is against this backdrop, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that we are bringing this bill before the House. And this special allowance that we are proposing through this bill, the payment of this special allowance, is part of a larger package which government is introducing. For this bill, we are providing for the payment of 1 month's basic salary to 420,200 employees from both the private and public sector, representing some 90% of total employees in this country. So after passing of this bill, 90% of workers of this country would be getting an additional month of basic salary. The second measure that we are introducing as part of the package is to give 1 month's allowance to every pensioners, our senior citizen, widows, orphans, disabled persons. They will also get an additional 1,000 rupees as from January next year. This alone, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, will represent a funding of more than 5 billion rupees from the state. The third measure that we are proposing is to grant a salary compensation of 610 rupees per month for all workers whose basic salary is less than 50,000 rupees. We decided to give this salary compensation, which represents the inflation rate, official inflation rate multiplied by the minimum wage. We decided to give this despite representation to the contrary by the business community, and in particular, Business Mauritius. The fourth measure in this package is to reduce the price of petroleum products by 5 rupees per litre. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this is just the beginning. We will do more as we implement our structural changes, as we install fiscal discipline, as we cut down wastage of public funds, and as we boost our economy. With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will now talk about the salient features of this bill. Clause 2 of the bill defines basic wage or salary and specifies that the basic wage and salary include additional remuneration payable for the year 2024 and the wage relativity adjustment payable as from the 1st July 2024. This is why it was very important that we pass the first bill, which we have just done, amending the Employers' Relations Act to provide for the payment of this additional salary compensation with effect from 1st of July 2024. So now the basic salary will include also that adjustment to the basic salary. The definition of employee is in line with the general definition of worker under the Workers' Rights Act and includes part-time employees. Now you will note from the definition of section that employee does not include a public officer, a local government officer, an employee of a statutory body who is or has opted to be governed by the terms and conditions of the Pay Research Bureau. Now, this provision of the bill has caused a lot of confusion, and I'm very disappointed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when I see trade unionists of great experience, having worked in the civil service, who has full knowledge of how things are done in the government sector, come and do a press conference and spread lies about this government not going to pay the special allowance to all the public officers of this country. This is not the case. The government has taken a commitment and will abide by its commitment to pay a basic 1 month's salary to all public officers in government service, in municipal council, in parastatal bodies who earn less than 50,000 rupees, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The reason why it is not in the bill is because this bill concerns employees of the private sector. With regards to employees in government and those governed by the PRB, it is done any additional salary, and it is done every year when we have to increase the salary compensation. It is done by way of a circular issued by the Financial Secretary, by the Ministry of Finance, addressed to the head of departments, the supervisory officers of each ministries and departments. And those supervisory officers then in turn informs all the municipal council, the local authorities, the parastatal bodies, the other public bodies which falls under their responsibility, and direct them to effect the payment of compensation. And this time also, this is the same methodology that is going to be applied, so we don't need any amendment to the law to provide for the payment of special allowance to public officers. Just like we don't need any amendment to the law to pay the pension to the senior citizen, to the orphan, widows, and disabled person. This has already been taken care of by the Honourable Minister of Social Security, and understand that they are going to be paid before year end. They've started to be paid as from this week in the post office and in banks. So even before the passing of this bill, pensioners are being paid their additional 1 month's pension. Clause 3 of the bill provides the eligibility criteria for employees to be entitled to the special allowance. Provision is made for the payment of special allowance to employees who have been in employment for the whole or part of the year. Subsection 3 sets out the different circumstances where an employee having worked for part of the year will be entitled to special allowance. And subsection 4 clarifies that where an employee has been in the employment of more than one employer, then each employer will pay his pro rata share of the special allowance. Subsection 5 provides for the payment of special allowance in 2 installments. The first installment must be paid on or before the 31st of December of this year, before year end. The second installment must be paid before the end of January. Now, why 2 installments? Simply because we have received representation from the workers, from the trade unionists, who told us to make the payment in 2 installments because they want to have cash in January to pay for school materials and school uniform. That is why we're not paying all the special allowance in one go in December. Provision is also made in this bill where the employer and the employee so agrees for the payment to be made in up to 4 equal installments. But it's strictly where the employer and the employees agree. If there is no agreement, then the default rule is still payment has to be made half before year end and half by 31st of January. And subsection 6 clarifies that the special allowance that is being paid is on top of all bonuses that the employee may have been entitled, whether under collective agreement, whether under contract with his employer. You know, some people receive a bonus for attendance. This special allowance is on top of that. Even where a private company is able to pay more than 13th month of salary, this special allowance will be payable on top of that bonus otherwise payable to the employee. Clause 4 of the bill empowers an authorized officer to enter any work premises, inspect books and records, and requests the employer to furnish such information as the authorized officer requires for the purpose of complying with the bill. Clause 6 of the bill make it an offense for any person to contravene the bill or obstruct an authorized officer in the exercise of his power, punishable by a fine not exceeding 5,000 rupees on conviction. And I need to point out 5,000 rupees is per employee. I will be moving, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to amendment at committee stage to clause 8 of the bill, which will be circulated shortly because we've been working closely with the State Law Office and the Mauritius Revenue Authorities. Essentially, clause 8 of the bill deals with the criteria for certain enterprises, special and medium enterprises, and other enterprises that may be prescribed by regulation to get financial assistance from government. We do recognize, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that it will not be easy for all enterprises, especially in the export processing sector and the small enterprises, to absorb the full amount of the special allowance, the payment of the 13 months basic salary that is proposed as special allowance. This is why we have come up with a mechanism whereby those eligible employers, they will have to pay the salary of the employees at half of it by year end, the other half in January, and then they can claim the money back from the Director General of the MRA if they satisfy the criteria set out in the bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we wish that we could have done more, but our hands were tied because of the disastrous state of the economy which we have inherited. But I am making a solemn appeal to all enterprises in the private sector who have the means to pay the special allowance to also pay that allowance to all workers of their enterprise, including those who earn a basic salary exceeding 50,000 rupees. With these words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The Speaker will resume the seat.
Thank you. Please be seated. Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, toute la République est concernée par le Special Allowance Bill, un projet de loi qui concerne la classe travailleuse, mais aussi le patronat, et je suis sûr qu'ils nous suivent avec beaucoup d'attention. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi découle d'une promesse électorale annoncée dans un premier temps par l'Alliance Les Peuples et par la suite l'Alliance du Changement. Il y a unanimité sur le fait que les travailleurs obtiendront un boni de 14e mois grâce à l'ancien Premier ministre. Parce que c'est lui qui a annoncé ça en premier. Mais malheureusement, ce gouvernement a décidé que seulement une partie des employés vont obtenir ce boni de 14e mois. Permettez-moi de faire la chronologie des annonces, parce que c'est important pour comprendre là où nous en sommes aujourd'hui. Je l'ai dit, le leader de l'Alliance Les Peuples, Pravin Jagnat, avait fait cette annonce lors d'un rassemblement à Phoenix le 3 novembre. Et par la suite, les dirigeants de l'Alliance du Changement lui ont emboîté le pas lors d'une conférence de presse quelques jours plus tard, et l'actuel Premier ministre avait confirmé cette promesse lors d'une émission sur une radio. Pour en revenir à ce que le ministre avait dit un peu plus tôt, et la remarque que j'ai eue, il faut aussi souligner que c'est en novembre 2023 que le leader de l'opposition d'alors avait évoqué cette proposition, et à travers un private notice questions, ce à quoi le ministre d'alors avait répondu qu'il faudra faire des consultations avant de prendre une telle décision, Madame la Présidente. Un an après cette PMQ et un mois après les élections générales, soit maintenant, le gouvernement vient de l'avant devant cette auguste assemblée pour l'introduction d'un paiement d'un boni de 14e mois, mais seulement pour les employés touchant un salaire moins de 50 000 roupies. C'est la première trahison de ce gouvernement envers son électorat et envers la population. Je dirais une première étape de serre-ceinture pour la population. Un gouvernement qui montre déjà, malheureusement, qui se soumet au diktat du gros capital. Au fait, si j'évoque cela, Madame la Présidente, c'est suite aux déclarations de l'honorable Deputy Prime Minister lors d'une conférence de presse samedi, je pense, où il a évoqué que le gouvernement avait subi des fortes pressions pour fixer le seuil salarial à 30 000 roupies. Est-ce que ce gouvernement a cédé aux pressions du patronat pour ne pas payer ceux touchant des salaires de moins que 50 000 roupies? Madame la Présidente, une des raisons de ce vote massif lors des dernières élections en faveur de l'Alliance du Changement était évidemment la promesse de ce boni de 14e mois. Un vote qui comporte sûrement ceux ayant un salaire plus de 50 000 roupies.
Honourable members, he has the floor. One moment. He has the floor. Let's respect, please. Remember, rights, respect, responsibility. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Et c'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, j'ai élaboré la chronologie des événements avant les élections, parce que sans cette promesse, je le dis, les résultats auraient pu être autrement. What was clear, Madam Speaker, to both? What was clear, Madam Speaker, to both the outgoing government and the incoming one, as well as the PEP at Birab, was that the 14-month bonus pledge, far from being a political gimmick or a hot air promise, had become a critical vote winner and a necessity in the minds of voters to alleviate the cost of living crisis and restore some of their purchasing power before the end of this year. It was seen, Madam Speaker, by both alliances as vital to restore a feel-good factor among the Mauritian people before the start of the new year. The outgoing government made it clear that they had the capacity to pay and to honor that pledge. That's where comes the motto, parole donnée, parole sacrée. Similarly, the actual Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, in a press conference on November 5th, as the leader of the Alliance, the leader of Alliance du Changement, made the following statement, and I quote, "Nous garde nos paroles, ce qui nous peut dire, nous peut faire. L'Alliance du Changement prend l'engagement que le paiement du 14e mois sera bel et bien effectué en cas de victoire." Now, Madam Speaker, government has changed its tune, saying only those earning less than 50,000 rupees will receive a 14-month bonus. Pour moi, c'est une promesse à demi tenue, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, I cannot hear such words in this House, Madam Speaker. May I ask that these words be withdrawn?
I don't think we should make remarks on an honourable member. Be very careful on comments, please. Be very careful. Please carry on, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But also, don't invite.
I'm not inviting, Madam Speaker.
Well,
I'm stating facts. Let them have their way when they will take the floor. I will sit down and listen to what they have to say. Le débat que nous tenons aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, doit prendre en considération la publication d'un rapport sur l'état de l'économie, selon la version du gouvernement actuel. And I'll get back to the report on the state of the economy later. Now, the new government has been saying in their defense, Madam Speaker, that they did not know that the outgoing government had left the country in such an economic mess, thereby impairing their ability to honor the 14-month pledge. Now, let me remind the House, Madam Speaker, when as late as June 2024, Mr. Ramasitanen, the new governor of the Bank of Mauritius, stated the following about the state of the Mauritian economy in an interview he had given in Mauritius Times, and I quote, "The economy is already in dire straits if we consider the true figures of GDP, budget deficit, public debt, export of services and foreign exchange reserves, and the money illusion effect. These key macro indicators are being cynically doctored to hide the reality." End of quote. Now, if he is to be believed, one can only assume, Madam Speaker, that the leaders of Alliance du Changement were being reckless in making that promise to pay the 14-month bonus in full knowledge of their capacity to pay, thus prepared to sacrificing the trust of voters at the altar of political expediency, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I know many, if not all of them on the other side of the House, will revere on the resounding victory of the Alliance during the recent general elections. We have to accept the decision of the population as we have in the past. People voted for a change, and so be it. After 1 month, I'm much tempted to ask, where is the change? But I will come to that much later, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente, la chronologie des événements. À la suite des élections générales, démontre clairement que le gouvernement préparait l'opinion publique sur la révision de leurs promesses électorales. La présentation du rapport sur l'état de l'économie va dans ce sens. Et, comme je l'ai dit un peu plus tôt, le projet de loi qui est présenté à cette Chambre aujourd'hui est étroitement lié à the State of the Economy Report. Maintenant, laissez-moi venir sur le projet de loi et permettez-moi de soulever certaines sections de ce projet de loi que je qualifierais d'injustes. La première, Madame la Présidente, c'est le non-paiement aux travailleurs bénéficiant plus de 50 000 roupies. Sur ce point, la population, je pense, attend par exemple des explications de l'honorable Soubron, qui est syndicaliste et qui je pense, doit venir expliquer, Madame la Présidente. Et le fait de pénaliser une catégorie des travailleurs de ce pays, le gouvernement débute son règne en créant une frustration parmi son électorat, mais aussi parmi la population, Madame la Présidente. Let me get to close 3 subsection 5A of the bill, where it is stipulated that every employer shall pay the special allowance in 2 equal installments, where 1, the first installment is paid not later than on the last working day of December 2024, and 2, the last installment is paid on the last working day of January 2025. Madam Speaker, it is all too clear that the above proposed provision is a mandatory section imposing a positive duty on every employer to pay the special allowance in 2 equal installments. It is our firm contention that the employer should instead have had an obligation imposed on him to pay the special allowance in 1 full and final installment in December and that well before the last working day so as not to defeat its purpose. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, that same clause, that is clause 3, subsection 5A, leaves no doubt that it is to read subject to clause 3, subsection 5B. And now, if I may, it is both my firm and reasoned opinion that that subsection 5B is loosely drafted, and this may possibly create some practical difficulties or confusions, and more importantly, Madam Speaker, open floodgates for potential abuse by unscrupulous employers. And I say so for the following reasons, and I'll explain. First, by allowing an employer and an employee to agree on the payment of the special allowance in not more than 4 equal installments on the condition that such a payment starts on the last working day of December 2024, and the remaining installments are paid on such dates as they may agree. Madam Speaker, therefore, on a literal interpretation of this first part of the clause, an employer and an employee may agree to straddle the payment across 4 equal installments, and there is no mention of a specific time frame within which the 4 installments should be paid. I am of the view, Madam Speaker, that there are not sufficient safeguards in the present bill to ensure that any agreement reached under this section is through a transparent and documented process and done in a fair and honest manner to effectively rule out any real possibility of undue influence, intimidation, threats, or any form of coercion in the mind of the worker to secure such an agreement. This is why I believe that in its current form, this section does not provide adequate guarantees to the working class and is dangerous in the hands of some inconsiderate employers. Now, these 2 distinct rules will also create 2 categories of workers. One who gets paid in 2 installments and by not later than the end of January 2025, and others who, because of an agreement which has been reached, payment will be made in 4 equal installments without a specific time frame. And that, as highlighted, in situations where there will be no proper supervision or adequate control by the state. Now, I also, the Honourable Minister mentioned that. I also wish to add that there is no offence specified under Clause 6 in relation to acts and doings or omissions on the part of an employer who may fraudulently, intentionally, negligently, recklessly, or carelessly mislead the employee into an agreement under Clause 3, subsection 5B, and therefore justifying the apprehension which an employee may have. Anyway, at any rate, the penalty imposed should a person be found to have committed an offence under the Act shall on conviction be liable to a fine not exceeding only 5,000 rupees, which is relatively, Madam Speaker, a weak penalty and unlikely to have a meaningful punitive effect to force compliance. Now, the last part of Clause 3, subsection 5B is to the effect that where there is no agreement payment will be effected at the end of each successive month following the month of December. Madam Speaker, this part is most vague and imprecise, and one is left wondering whether there is any legal need to have this part. For if there is no agreement, then it means technically that the provision of clause 3 subsection 5a should prevail. Clause 3 subsection 5a, which specifies the time period to pay in 2 installments, not later than the last working day of January, cannot be made subject to this limb of clause 3 subsection 5b, where there is no agreement and no clarity so as to by when the payment should be completed. Having this second part in the bill, Madam Speaker, cannot be reconciled with clause 3 subsection 5a, which becomes of no purpose, and in the light of the foregoing arguments, I propose that this be removed completely to avoid any confusion, that is, where no agreement is reached, as it is not in order, Madam Speaker. Now, let me comment on the report of the state of the economy, which has been widely commented upon since it has been tabled in this House. But before, I would like to refer the House to the IMF report where it is stated, and I quote, "The 2024 Article 4 consultation discusses that Mauritius has rebounded strongly from the pandemic on the back of a buoyant tourism, social housing construction, and financial services. The outlook for growth remains favorable. Headline inflation is projected to ease further, and public debt is projected to continue moderating over the medium term." End of quote. Another report, Madam Speaker, the second one, from OECD, which dates back to the 4th of December, and only 2 weeks ago, and I quote, "Mauritius' economy continues to grow strongly, supported by strong momentum in tourism and investment. Tourist arrivals in 2024 are on track to surpass the record set in 2018. Cela m'amène à poser des questions, Madame la Présidente. Et je pense que pas mal de gens se posent les mêmes questions. Qui sont ceux qui ont travaillé sur les chiffres avancés dans le rapport sur l'état de l'économie? Est-ce que ce sont les mêmes personnes qui ont préparé les différents rapports sous l'ancien gouvernement? Do we know who wrote it? How was it done? And which methodology was used? In fact, Madam Speaker, I believe that the figures were revised just to show negativity and scare the population. They say that it is Statistics Mauritius who has revised these figures. The same Statistics Mauritius who quarter after quarter, and the latest one being in September, had predicted a growth of 6.5% for this year and confirmed the growth rate of 7% for last year. Are you now telling us that the same team at Statistics Mauritius have suddenly decided that the previous regime had manipulated figures and they now have decided to revise the GDP figures downwards? Or are you telling us that? Are you telling the population This is a joke, Madam Speaker. One which we will pay dearly on the international scene. Madam Speaker, I ask that question again, who has done this State of the Economy report? We have to know. This is why I am putting that question. Was it baked by those around the Honourable Prime Minister? Those who believe that scaring the population and removing all social gains will make the Prime Minister popular? Je pense qu'il y a des questions légitimes que tout le monde, que la population est en droit de se poser. Un mois après les élections, ce gouvernement a brossé un tableau noir de l'économie. The PM has been talking, the Prime Minister has been talking about voodoo economics. But he should remember the days when in this country we were talking about the infamous Troubinique, and some years later, l'imposition des taxes sur la classe moyenne de ce pays. Today, voodoo experts have struck again, Madam Speaker. The voodoo experts have this time deliberately downsized the contribution, and that is true, of GBCS to our economy. The figures have been almost halved. From 84.5 billion rupees, it has been reduced to 40 billion rupees. That is my question, why that treatment to GBCS companies, Madam Speaker? And that has resulted in the estimated GDP growth for 2023 and 2024 being reduced respectively from 7% to 5.6% and 6.5% to 5.1%. Similarly, public sector debt figures have been revised upwards. This might have pleased certain egos, Madam Speaker, but the damage of the voodoo document cooked avec des mauvaises intentions will have far-reaching implications, Madam Speaker. Now, let me get back to the threshold that have been put forward in the payment of the 14-month bonus. I believe it is not fair on the part of the minister to state that the payment of the 14-month bonus necessitates further borrowing by government and that it will put Mauritius at the risk of being downgraded. As I said earlier, the revised figures by this government of the economic and public finance fundamentals have already placed Mauritius on the downgrade trail. And when I refer to the report mentioned by the minister in his speech, we are going in that direction. Therefore, do not try to put the blame on the most deserved 14-month bonus for the workers of this country. Let me say it more emphatically. Had the MSM been in power, we would have paid the 14-month bonus as promised and at one go. We would not have invented excuses as this government is doing. Madam Speaker, we as a country have successfully rebounded from the COVID pandemic and managed an economic crisis initiated by the war in Ukraine. Nous ne sommes plus au creux de la vague, Madame la Présidente. The tourism sector is thriving and foreign investment have reached record numbers. Our country, and this is a fact, has witnessed unprecedented infrastructural transformation. So much so that we will witness impact of existing but also of new projects that have been initiated during the past 2 years and over the next coming 2 years. Madam Speaker, I understand the political game. Do not make the mistake of suggesting that nothing has been done during the past 10 years. The country has taken a giant leap over the past decade. And it is the same civil servants currently working in your ministries who have made this possible. And it is thanks to their constant effort, courage, resilience that we have managed to deliver what we have delivered. You want to bring disrepute to the previous regime? Fair enough, Honourable Bagwan. But be careful not to offend the very talented and the dedicated individuals who have given us, for example, the Sage Bridge, the Victoria Urban Terminal, the Metro Express, the sport complexes, and thousands of social housing units. Le gouvernement, Madame la Présidente, doit respecter...
Come back to the bill, please.
Yeah, I'll get back to the bill, Madam Speaker. Le gouvernement doit respecter ses engagements pris auprès de ce peuple. And I'm not talking only about the 14th month, Madam Speaker. Now, as leader of the opposition, I have the responsibility to raise questions in this House. And I will do so, Madam Speaker. Autant de questions qu'il faut, parce que la population, Madame la Présidente, veut avoir des réponses. It is indeed, Madam Speaker, my first intervention in this House as leader of the opposition. I'm being very fair. I understand, Madam Speaker, that it is a new government with many newcomers, but also seasoned politicians sitting on the other side of the House and running a ministry for the first time. And like I said, il y aura une période de grâce. Et je vais respecter cela, Madame la Présidente. But come the next parliamentary session next year, this will not be the case. Je vais conclure, Madame la Présidente. Nous avons, Madame la Présidente, je vais terminer, nous avons un nouveau gouvernement qui, à travers son manifeste électoral, a présenté ses intentions. Mais il y aura sûrement un programme gouvernemental. Certes, ce qui est vrai, vous avez gagné avec une large majorité qui vous permet d'apporter des changements au niveau constitutionnel et institutionnel. J'espère qu'il n'y aura pas d'abus. Malheureusement, les premiers pas de ce gouvernement sont inquiétants pour la population. Une promesse que j'ai qualifiée un peu plus tôt de demi-teinte. Le peuple ne mérite pas une politique économique d'austérité comme cela avait été le cas entre 2005 et 2010. J'en ai terminé, Madame la Présidente.
Merci. Yes.
Madam Speaker, usually the member who speaks after the leader of the opposition spends the first part of his or her speech replying to the leader of the opposition. There's nothing to reply to. I've listened to what the leader of the opposition, and we respect him. We were all present when he put his PNQ, when he made his speech, if we can call that a speech. But we're all present. There's nothing to reply to. There are two of them, and the leader of the opposition speaks on such an important bill, and the second one is not even present. Do I need to speak? In itself, this speaks for everything. So, good one. And I'll take just one example. He stands up and says, if an employer doesn't respect the law, 5,000 rupees only, it is not even aware. That is 5,000 rupees for every worker. It's 5,000 rupees for every time that the law is not abided to. Even that he hasn't managed to understand. So I will not waste more time. With due respect to the leader of the opposition, without honesty. There are two of them, and already one has vanished. Enfin, let me get to more serious things. It's true that we have to talk about the package. The bill is about le 14e mois. But we are all aware that we have to talk about the package. 14e mois, compensation salariale, les salariés, la baisse du prix de l'essence et du diesel. We have to do that because we've had a look at what they left behind and we've taken the best decision that we could take to preserve the future of this country. Therefore, let us rapidly look at this package, Madam Speaker. I want to come back to what was said last week, recently, in the state of the economy. It speaks for itself. But what we are discovering is worse than what is in the state of the economy. I'll take just one example, and there will be dozens of examples like this. Le métro, Métro Express, la grande fierté. Allow me to illustrate that what we are finding out is worse than what is in the state of the economy. Métro Express, as at date, they have 17 billion rupees de debt. 17 milliards. Ils ont perdu en 5 ans, en termes de foreign exchange loss, 3 milliards de rupees. We all know what you spend in a business, in an operation, you must earn. Madam Speaker, the operating expenses, catastrophe. The annual deficit is about 300 million rupees. Operating expenses, 300 millions de pertes chaque année. Et c'est pas fini. We all know that trams, they don't last forever. In the near future, we'll have to start replacing. It's been calculated that major overhaul costs for the light rail vehicles are to be incurred in financial years 2026, 2027, and so on. With the inclusion of the overall and final cost, Metro Express would face an average deficit of some 2 milliards, 2 billion yearly for the next 10 years. That's just one example. Metro, faut montrer Metro Express to break even. It would require its fares to be increased up to 213 rupees as compared to the current maximum fare of 55 rupees. These are real facts and figures. What we are discovering, c'est pire que ce qui est dans le state of the economy. It's all over the place like that. You talk about the CB, name it. State Trading Corporation, name it. And Mauritius worse than everything. Worse. Worse even than Metro. The billions and billions which they took from the Bank of Mauritius through MIC. 24 milliards, if I'm not mistaken. 24 milliards! Dilapidated. So I don't want to spend too much time, but it's all over the place, the mess. Let me tell, moi, que le peuple comprenne bien, we have done the maximum. And according to the IMF, to the World Bank, to the private sector, we should not have given what is in this bill, in the package. Je demande à la population, aux salariés, aux travailleurs, aux cadres, de bien comprendre. Nous avons fait le maximum. Maintenant, quand on regarde les rapports, etc., il est clair que Moody's se préparait à nous downgrade. Et la menace est là. Je n'ai pas besoin de rappeler à la population que Moody's nous avait downgradé le 28 juillet 2022. Ça nous pend au nez économique. Un downgrading. Bon, on a fait le maximum. Mon collègue, le ministre du Travail, faisait référence à un communiqué de Moody's datant de quelques heures à peine, tout récent. Allons bien réaliser que c'était flatteur pour le gouvernement. Oui, mais c'est parce qu'on a dit notre intention d'aller dans une direction. On n'a pas le choix. Il faut réduire la dette. Il faut redresser le budget. On n'a pas le choix. Donc, le Premier ministre est venu avec des chiffres. We mean to do what we said. Mais ce communiqué de Moody's est venu juste avant qu'on vienne avec ce package. Juste avant, là, ils sont sûrement en train de refaire tous les calculs, etc. Et ils doivent quoi qu'on les a couillonnés? On ne les a pas couillonnés comme on dit en bon mauricien. Non! On a considéré que c'était le minimum qui est en même temps le maximum que nous pouvions faire. Mais seulement, il y a des mesures qui ont été annoncées dans le State of the Economy, que nous avons répétées quand nous avons offert ce package. Il faut redresser l'économie. Et il n'y a pas 1000 façons de faire ça. S'attaquer à la dette publique, s'attaquer au déficit budgétaire, mais il n'y a même plus de déficit budgétaire. Il y a des zones budgétaires totales. En vérité, il n'y a plus de budget. Il y a des fonds spéciaux partout. Il y a une banque centrale qui n'était plus une banque centrale, qui était devenue une planche à billets. Nous n'avons pas le choix. Et franchement, quand on regarde cette menace de downgrading, mais même si le downgrade, si Moody's nous dégrade, il faut regarder au-delà, parce que le mess qu'ils ont laissé derrière eux, ça ne va pas prendre un mois pour redresser ça. Ça demande 1 an, 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans, 5 ans. We mean it and we'll do it. Madame Speaker. It's going to be difficult. Il y a des mesures qu'il nous faudra prendre très vite. Par exemple, le MIC, le Mauritius Investment Corporation. Vraiment, je ne parle pas à la légère. Ils ont commis, le Premier ministre d'avant, son père n'aurait jamais commis des crimes comme ça. J'ai connu son père pendant des années. On n'était pas d'accord sur beaucoup de choses. Mais des crimes comme les crimes que Pravin Jagnat et son complice Padayachi ont commis, son père n'aurait jamais commis de tels crimes. Voilà la situation dans laquelle on est. On aura des décisions difficiles à prendre. Et à quoi nous pensons, nous? À l'avenir, aux enfants de ce pays-là, aux petits-enfants. Arrête de badiner avec tout un pays. We mean what we say, we're going to do it. Mais nous allons continuer. Comme l'a dit mon ami Ashok Soubon, le Premier ministre et les autres, nous allons continuer de faire le maximum que nous pouvons. C'est pourquoi on a été obligé de limiter le paiement du 14e mois aux salariés qui touchent moins que 50 000. Il n'y a pas d'argent, ils ont défoncé la caisse. Ils n'ont pas défoncé la caisse, ils ont volé la caisse pour partir avec. Enfin, il y a des moments difficiles devant nous. Et je vois probablement genuinely wrong venir dire que les fonctionnaires n'auront pas de 14e mois. Mon collègue a bien expliqué. Je préfère croire que c'est de l'ignorance. Je ne suis pas sûr. Je ne suis pas sûr. Mais disons, allons faire semblant de croire que c'est de l'ignorance qui fait dire une chose pareille. C'est terrible. Certaines mesures, ce n'est pas nous qui avons à les prendre, s'il faut les prendre, comme une augmentation des interest rates, des taux d'intérêt de la Banque centrale. On a rendu son indépendance à la Banque centrale, on a mis quelqu'un, on peut ne pas être d'accord avec lui, mais personne ne met en question la compétence professionnelle. Ben, nous laissons la nouvelle Banque de Maurice prendre les décisions qu'il faut en ce qui concerne les taux d'intérêt. Nous allons nous concentrer sur deux choses, surtout, comme je le répète, diminuer la dette publique, une pression terrible, et redresser le budget de l'État. Ils ont tout ruiné. Ces décisions-là, nous allons les prendre, mais tout en continuant à faire le maximum. Et c'est pourquoi, en ce qui concerne les pensionnés, les handicapés, les allowances, les carers allowance, tout ça, ils auront tout ce qu'on a promis, parce qu'on peut tenir cette promesse-là. Mais on ne va pas tenir une promesse au prix de l'avenir de ce pays. Heureusement, je dis franc, heureusement qu'il y a le Premier ministre que nous avons et qu'on est en parfait accord sur ce qu'on peut faire, sur ce qu'on ne peut pas faire, et qu'il faut regarder l'horizon, pas seulement notre poche, mais regarder l'horizon. Nous allons le faire, nous allons réussir. Ce ne sera pas facile, mais nous allons réussir. Et c'est pourquoi j'ai dit, j'allais oublier de dire, et nous avions pris la décision de donner l'exemple. We had decided before the law came, we had decided that pour donner l'exemple, les députés, les ministres qui étaient dans ce Parlement l'année dernière ne prendraient pas de 14e mois. Maintenant, la loi a limité à 50 000. Mais avant cela, nous avions pris la décision de donner l'exemple. que les députés et ministres ne prendraient pas le 14e mois si le 14e mois était à leur portée, à leur disposition. Parce que nous avons la ferme intention de donner l'exemple aussi. Partout où nous pourrons donner l'exemple. La situation est tellement grave que j'ai dit, nous aurons à compter sur nos alliés, nos amis, les pays alliés, les pays amis, les pays étrangers. Nous aurons à compter sur eux. À commencer par l'Inde, la Grande-Bretagne et les États-Unis, la Chine, n'en déplaise à certains, tous les pays amis. Nous comptons sur eux, mais seulement we must earn what we'll get from them. They look at the horizon their way, but they look at the horizon also. Et nous allons voir quoi faire vis-à-vis de la Banque mondiale et du FMI. Je dis toujours à mes amis, ces derniers temps, prenez le temps d'étudier ce qui s'est passé et ce qui se passe au Sri Lanka et aux îles Maldives. A lot of lessons to be learned by that, Madame Speaker. C'est que le gouvernement d'avant ne vienne pas il se tourne vers la banque. Je vous rappelle que le gouvernement précédent avait conclu, ou plutôt cherché un accord avec la Banque mondiale. Dans le budget 2023-2024, était prévu dans le budget 250 millions de la Banque mondiale. Mais ça aussi, ils n'ont pas été foutus de faire. Ils n'ont même pas réussi à négocier ce qu'ils avaient annoncé dans le budget. 250 millions disparus. Nous aurons à faire des efforts et nous comptons sur la Banque mondiale, le FMI, pas à n'importe quelle condition. C'est un peu la même chose que dans le cas de Diego Garcia et des Chagos. La Grande-Bretagne a finalement été obligée de reconnaître notre souveraineté. La souveraineté que nous avons depuis 1965, depuis 1968. Et ils ont offert une chicasse. Enfin, un peu une grosse chicasse. Une chicasse. Parce qu'on est en difficulté, on va sauter dessus. Maintenant qu'ils ont reconnu notre souveraineté, nous trouverons d'autres moyens si les négociations n'aboutissent pas, parce que les négociations sont toujours en cours. Et nous avons besoin de cet argent pour sortir de l'économique mess dans laquelle le gouvernement précédent nous a mis, pas à n'importe quel prix, pas à n'importe quelle condition. Nous sommes lucides, Madame la Présidente, nous sommes parfaitement lucides. Et nous ferons notre devoir, arrive qu'arrive. Je terminerai en revenant sur quelque chose que nous avons adopté, que nous avons mis dans notre programme, un Fiscal Responsibility Act. S'il y avait un bon fiscal... Qu'est-ce que c'est qu'un Fiscal Responsibility Act? C'est une loi qui fixe les taux d'endettement du pays, de déficit budgétaire, etc., qui exige une responsabilité du gouvernement. Des Fiscal Responsibility Act existent de par le monde. Seulement, le plus souvent, les pays où existe un Fiscal Responsibility ne respectent même pas la loi. Leur propre loi. Pas tous les pays, mais beaucoup de pays. C'est pourquoi certains pays comme la Jamaïque, j'invite mes collègues à étudier ce qui se passe en Jamaïque. Pas seulement aujourd'hui, depuis 4 ans. It's cooking en Jamaïque. Et la Jamaïque est parmi les premiers pays qui ont un fiscal responsibility, mais qui veulent aussi un mécanisme pour faire respecter ce fiscal responsibility. C'est pourquoi ils ont voté et ils sont en train de mettre debout un independent, vraiment independent, pas comme l'ICAC d'ici, l'ancien ICAC d'ici, heureusement, mais un Independent Fiscal Commission, des gens indépendants, qualifiés, avec un board, avec un directeur général, avec un advisory board, pour faire respecter le Fiscal Responsibility Act que le pays a adopté. Nous sommes sérieux, nous regardons loin, nous regardons l'horizon. Le Premier ministre et moi, et les autres, nous ne voulons pas que ce crime économique qui a été commis ces dernières 5 années se répète. Il faut à tout prix éviter ça, et le prix, c'est un bon Fiscal Responsibility Act et un bon mécanisme pour le faire respecter, un Independent Fiscal Commission. 1 mois dans l'histoire d'un pays, c'est peu. Mais nous sommes fiers de ce que nous sommes en train de faire depuis 1 mois. Et je demande aux travailleurs, je demande aux syndicats, je demande aux cadres, aux professionnels de bien comprendre de quelle situation de faillite nous avons hérité. Que nous ne pouvons pas faire plus que ce que nous avons fait avec ce package. Ah, franchement, j'ai été syndicaliste, je suis politicien depuis 40 ans. Alors, si on pouvait, et tout le monde sait que je suis quelqu'un de responsable avant tout. Quand je donne une parole, je tiens ma parole, à moins que ce soit possible de tenir la parole. C'est le cas là. Nous avons dit que nous allions donner un 14e mois. Nous avons donné, mais pas le full 14e mois que nous aurions aimé donner. Mais je demande à la population, aux cadres, aux salariés de bien comprendre. Nous avons fait et nous continuerons à faire le maximum pour les plus vulnérables, pour les pensionnés, les vieux, pour les salariés au bas de l'échelle, pour les victimes de la misère en général, et pour les autres aussi, dans toute la mesure du possible, les professionnels, les cadres. Mais notre phare à nous, et je terminerai là-dessus, notre phare à nous, c'est l'avenir de notre pays. Ni le Premier ministre, ni moi, nous ne ferons rien qui, comme eux, ils ont fait, tuera l'avenir de ce pays. Depuis 1 mois, nous travaillons nuit et jour à cela. Peut-être la population ne se rend pas compte. Ce mois qui vient de passer, la pression qu'il y a eu sur le Premier ministre, sur moi-même, la pression du travail, quand on a 2 dossiers, comme ce dossier-ci, et le dossier Chagos Diego, ben, ça ne nous a pas empêché de nous occuper des autres problèmes. Je prends un exemple. J'ai passé je ne sais pas combien d'heures à discuter avec les gens concernés, à commencer par Sam Lotan, la drogue, les ravages. Ben, il faut travailler là-dessus aussi. Donc, depuis 1 mois, nous travaillons non seulement à redresser, à sauver, à redresser cette économie, à faire face aux Britanniques sur le dossier Chagos et Tromelin, mais déjà chaque ministre a son poste. Et je salue les nouveaux ministres. Je salue en particulier mon camarade Ashok. La façon qu'ils ont appris ce rôle de ministre avec responsabilité, mais avec courage aussi. Depuis 1 mois, nous travaillons d'arrache-pied. Nous allons continuer. Je demande à la population de bien comprendre que nous ne pouvions pas faire plus que ce que nous avons fait. Allons construire l'avenir ensemble. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Parapan.
Madam Speaker, it is with great humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I address this esteemed assembly for the first time. Today marks my maiden speech as a Member of Parliament, and I am honoured to have the privilege of representing the people of Constituency Number 1, Grand River Northwest and Portly West in this August Assembly. I rise today to speak on the second reading of a special allowance bill. While the general elections held on the 10th of November 2024 may be behind us, the commitments taken during the electoral campaign are still very much alive. It is worth remembering that the promise of a payment of a 14th month did not feature in the electoral manifesto of Alliance du Changement when it was presented to the public on Tuesday, the 29th October 2024. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the promise of a 14th month bonus did not feature in the electoral manifesto of any of the prominent political parties or alliances which took part at these elections. So must we not ask ourselves, how did this measure of a 14th month bonus make its way into Parliament? The Honourable Leader of Opposition, in his speech, alluded to the announcement of a 14th month bonus by the then L'Alliance Les Peuples as being a decision taken to address the loss of purchasing power of the population. The Honourable Leader of Opposition has either lost his memory or is deliberately misleading the House. Madam Speaker, desperate people do desperate things. And in the face of a crushing electoral defeat, the then Prime Minister Jugnauth notoriously announced the payment of a 14th month bonus if he were re-elected during the last political rally of his party on the 3rd of December 2024, exactly a week before the elections were due to take place. At no point in time did he or any of the representatives from his Alliance Les Peuples explain the rationale behind the payment of the 14th month, nor the way such an onerous electoral promise would be financed. As we said, Madam Speaker, desperate people do desperate things. Madam Speaker, it is well known that in order to neutralize a political opponent, one of the most effective strategies is to mirror the action of your opponent. In the United States, after losing several presidential elections in a row, the Democratic Party under Bill Clinton adopted some traditionally Republican positions, like advocating for welfare reform and a balanced budget. This strategy turned out to be effective and helped Bill Clinton secure 2 consecutive terms as the President of the United States of America. Tony Blair adopted a similar approach a few years later in the United Kingdom by launching his new Labour movement to woo Tories voters. This helped Blair secure 3 consecutive electoral successes. Madam Speaker, in our local context, unfortunately, populism is now deeply ingrained within our political tradition. The politics of mid-four gain four has been on the ascendancy for many years now, and no political party has epitomized this more than the previous government led by the Mouvement Socialiste Militant of Pravin Jugnauth. The last-ditch attempt to salvage his sinking government by promising a 14th-month salary will go down in history as the pinnacle of populism in Mauritian politics. Madam Speaker, the sheer structure of our society means that populist measures can have a significant impact on voting patterns. And truth be told, numerous elections in the not so distant past have been won or lost on the basis of populist measures being announced or not announced. However unfortunate, this is the reality of the situation, and we cannot and should not hide away from it. Madam Speaker, neutralizing a political opponent which indulges into populism in the Republic of Mauritius is no mean feat. Past experience has taught us that the only effective strategy is to mirror its policies, however irresponsible they might be. Madam Speaker, one could argue that it was not necessary for the Alliance du Changement to include the 14th month bonus in its electoral manifesto, that the Alliance would have won a landslide victory irrespective of this one-off 14th month salary payment. And they would probably be right, Madam Speaker. But the question I would like to put to all those who share this premise is very simple. Aren't we all wise after the event? Madam Speaker, my party, Résistance et Alternative, agreed to join forces with the Labour Party, the Mouvement Militant Mauricien, and the Nouveau Démocrate on programmatic and pragmatic grounds, because, in our opinion, our beloved country was on the brink of entering a fully fledged dictatorship. At the last general elections, we were adamant that we could not take any chances with respect to the outcome of the elections. Pravin Jagnnath and his government had to be ousted. Madam Speaker, the decision of the Alliance du Changement to align itself with Jagannath's trump card of a 14th month salary should also be interpreted in the same vein. That is, to do what we must do to ensure that our country is liberated from the grasp of a regime that has been responsible for so much suffering and anguish among the population. So it is in this context that the Special Allowance Bill which is being debated in this House today must be taken. It is a profound desire of this government to honor the commitments announced during the electoral campaign. And I have no doubt that this government would have honored its commitment to pay a full 14th month salary bonus to all employees had the financial situation of the economy been healthy. But one cannot make abstraction of a dire economic predicament the country finds itself in. In his State of the Economy address on the Tuesday, the 10th of December 2024, the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance painted a very gloomy picture of our economy. As an economist and the economic spokesperson for Résistance et Alternative over the last 10 years or so now, I was more than convinced that the previous government was cooking the books and hiding the real true economic situation from the population. But I must confess that I was appalled by what was revealed in this very House about the state of the Mauritian economy. The term politique de terre brûlée is very much appropriate in light of the destructive policies implemented by the former government. In light of a report on the state of the economy, it would have been hugely inappropriate for this government to proceed with a blanket 14th month bonus. Not only would it have severely impacted our level of public indebtedness, but it would have sent the wrong signal to the outside world. A country's sovereign rating can be likened to an individual's reputation. Once one gains a bad reputation, it can take years or even decades to make up for it. Rating agencies like Moody's rank countries across the world and typically distinguish them between two categories: investment grade and non-investment grade. As stated by the Honourable Minister of Labour, Honourable Hutim, those countries with a non-investment grade status are also known as junk-rated countries, and they typically face harsher financing conditions. Mauritius managed to attain an investment grade status over the years owing to its cumulative economic progress and manageable public debt levels. However, after 10 years under the stewardship of Pravin Jugnauth, the country is on the brink of losing its investment grade status and being moved into junk category. The threat is very much real. Such a downgrade would spell trouble for our economy, especially for some important segments of our financial sector. Madam Speaker, the decision not to award a 14th month bonus to those earning more than 50,000 rupees per month has nothing to do with supposed pressure from employers, as alluded by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. If the previous government had not ransacked the coffers of government, a blanket 14th month bonus would have been paid to all. As a responsible government, we must do everything we can to convince international rating agencies that we are still worth an investment grade rating. This will not be an easy task, but it starts with a special allowance bill today. With respect to devising the right criteria upon which someone would be eligible and someone would not be eligible, there can never be a perfect formula. Each formula will come with pros and cons. The eligibility criteria decided by this government has been a means-tested one. As such, 90% of the working population earning the lowest basic salaries will be eligible to a 14th month bonus. Yes, Madam Speaker, 9 out of 10 Mauritians who is recognized as an employee under the laws of a republic will be receiving a 14th month salary. And this is a highly commendable effort by the government given the difficult financial situation the country finds itself in. That said, I feel it is also important to take note that inflation has been so rampant in recent years in Mauritius that there has been a generalized impoverishment of all households across all social classes. As such, several citizens who find themselves in the bracket of salaries not eligible for the special allowance feel that they have been unjustly excluded and that they too deserve some sort of gratification. The government should not turn a deaf ear to these individuals and should give due consideration to their grievances when crafting future economic policies. The middle class is the backbone of any thriving economy, and it is a fact that the middle class of our society has suffered the most over the last 10 years compared to other social strata. Madam Speaker, it is also worth mentioning the one-off nature of this special allowance given to employees, to eligible employees. In no way should this bill be considered as an integral part of the economic policy framework of this new government. Its non-recurrence means that its impact on the economy and society will be short-lived. All stakeholders must take good note of this, including the beneficiaries themselves, the non-beneficiaries, as well as the private sector. It is also highly appreciable that the special allowance has been broken down in 2 tranches, one payable in December 2024 and another one in January 2025. This will allow the mass of money to flow into different sectors of the economy and provide a broad-based economic impetus. The self-employed community, though not a direct beneficiary of a 14th month bonus, stands to gain indirectly from this measure, as their business activities will likely flourish on account of increased consumption. As such, consumers should be encouraged to support the local economy as far as possible. To conclude, Madam Speaker, the economic and financial legacy of the previous government is well and truly catastrophic, and it will take a lot of discipline and hard work to put the country back on the rails of progress and prosperity. Given the precarious situation the country found itself in, it could have been justified to walk away from the promise of a 14th month bonus. But the Special Allowance Bill shows the commitment of its newly elected government to make good on its sectoral promises, in spite of the challenging economic circumstances. Madam Speaker, this government has been given a clear mandate to improve the economic situation of the population. And while the 14th month bonus will certainly alleviate the financial constraints of households over coming months, it would certainly not prove to be a long-term solution. It is high time that we move from the illusion of progress to the reality of progress. As such, the true barometer of economic progress will be the forthcoming structural and fundamental economic reforms which will be put forward by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in the next budget. I thank you and all Honourable MPs for their time and attention.
Thank you. Honourable Etwaria.
Madame la Présidente, les résultats des récentes élections ont rendu la liberté à toute la population, on l'a vu partout dans le pays. Les mesures spéciales annoncées par le gouvernement, plus particulièrement l'annonce du 14e mois dont on débat aujourd'hui, et les autres mesures, notamment la baisse du prix de l'essence par exemple, vont rendre le sourire au pays. Ce pays avait arrêté de sourire depuis un moment et on avait besoin de cela. Donc, avec la liberté retrouvée et le sourire revenu, on ne peut que penser du bien de ce qui est en train de se passer. Madame la Présidente, l'objectif de mon intervention aujourd'hui est de saluer le projet présenté par l'honorable ministre du Travail et à travers lui tout le gouvernement qui fait tout ce qui est possible, comme a dit le Premier ministre, dans les circonstances économiques données. Le déboursement du 14e mois viendra soulager la plus grande partie des salariés ainsi que tous les bénéficiaires d'allocations sociales diverses. Le versement renforcera leur pouvoir d'achat qui n'a cessé de dégringoler au fil des années. On connaît les raisons à cause des augmentations des prix de production ainsi que par la dévaluation constante et voulue de notre roupie par le pouvoir sortant. On sait que la roupie a perdu 46% de sa valeur par rapport au dollar sur les 10 dernières années. Le gouvernement sortant a trompé toute la population tout le long de ces 10 dernières années en créant une illusion des richesses, le tout reposant sur la manipulation des comptes. On en a parlé ce matin au moment des questions. Le pillage de fonds publics, on en a aussi parlé à l'heure des questions. Et un endettement vertigineux qui met l'avenir en risque. Un endettement qui dépasse aujourd'hui les 80% sur notre produit intérieur brut. The Special Allowance Bill restaurera tant soit peu le pouvoir d'achat et améliorera la qualité des vies de nos compatriotes, certes. Mais elle aura aussi un autre impact non négligeable, psychologique, certes. L'annonce de cette décision et c'était une promesse gouvernementale de l'Alliance pour les changements, va rendre le sourire aux Mauriciens. Et je vais vous dire, je vais faire un état de lieu de ce qui avait repris notre sourire. Madame la Présidente, au fait, notre pays est plongé dans le malheur ces dernières années. Selon l'édition 2024 du Happiness Index Report, réalisé par Gallup, les Nations Unies et l'Université d'Oxford, et qui mesure le bien-être, un rapport dévoilé le 20 mars dernier, nous avons dégringolé de la 52e à la 70e place en une année. Au hit parade de ces classements, nous nous retrouvons pratiquement au milieu de ces classements qui répertorient les niveaux de bonheur des 143 pays. Nous ne sommes pas en si bonne compagnie. Au 69e rang, on retrouve la République dominicaine, et je n'ai aucun mépris pour ce pays. Et à la 61e place, la Moldavie, juste avant la Russie. Donc nous sommes à la 70e place. En 2021, donc 3 ans plus tôt, l'île Maurice occupait le 50e rang. Donc le recul est formidable, une façon de le dire. Le recul en termes du bien-être se constate aussi dans les rapports sur le développement humain publiés chaque année pour le programme des Nations Unies pour le développement, le PNUD comme nous le connaissons. L'édition 2024 classe Maurice au 72e rang sur 193 pays. En 2018, nous occupions la 65e place sur 189 pays. L'indice de développement humain tient compte non seulement du revenu, mais aussi des indicateurs comme l'espérance de vie, de l'accès à l'éducation, à la santé, mais aussi des respects des libertés fondamentales dans le pays. Des respects des libertés, parlons-en, Madame la Présidente. C'est les reculs, en fait. Les rapports 2024 de l'Institut VDEM, lié au département des sciences politiques de l'Université de Göteborg en Suède, place Maurice dans le top 10 des États en voie d'autocratisation. L'Institut VDEM n'invente rien. La démocratie à Maurice au niveau des administrations régionales avec les élections renvoyées à plusieurs reprises. La démocratie parlementaire, les collègues ici en savent quelque chose. La liberté d'expression par le muselage de la presse sont des tristes réalités. Ce déclin dont je vous parle et qui nous avait repris le sourire a débuté en 2018, excusez-moi, a noté l'Institut VDEM. Puis, pour notre bonheur, un changement de paradigme s'est opéré le fameux 10 novembre. Un jour après les résultats des élections ont confirmé que la population souffrait en silence et dans la peur ces dernières années. Tout le monde a parlé des libertés retrouvées et des nouveaux espoirs. Tout le monde l'a constaté. Tout le monde retrouve aujourd'hui le sourire avec la perspective de toucher le 14e mois et l'augmentation du pouvoir d'achat, la possibilité d'améliorer les conditions de vie. Madame la Présidente, l'allocation du 14e mois par le gouvernement de l'Alliance pour les changements traduit une promesse en termes de pouvoir d'achat. Il y a certes une polémique autour du plafond des 50 000 roupies, on en a parlé. Ne nous voilons pas la face. Ce n'est pas le gouvernement actuel qui l'impose, mais c'est bien l'état des finances publiques qui n'accorde pas des marges de manœuvre et qui dicte ce plafond. Monsieur le leader de l'opposition qui a tant parlé tout à l'heure est parti et j'ai remarqué qu'il fait ça souvent, le moment où il doit écouter ses pairs. Très souvent, il n'est pas là. Tout à l'heure, on a vu aussi que le Chief Whip, l'autre député, n'est pas là depuis le début. Donc, ce sont des gens qui ne veulent pas voir la vérité. Nous héritons d'une économie saccagée sauvagement par un gouvernement sortant irresponsable et pas du tout soucieux de l'avenir de nos enfants. Comme cadeau de départ, l'ancien régime nous laisse aux jeunes une dette de 500 000 roupies dès sa naissance. Il est évident que chaque pas de ce nouveau gouvernement est surveillé de près par les agences de notation. Moody's nous a à l'œil et les risques de downgrade sont réels. Madame la Speaker, nous connaissons tous les conséquences d'une baisse de notation sont très fâcheuses. Le taux de rendement sur les obligations à 10 ans, qui est des références, vont grimper s'il y a un downgrade. Et ça veut dire que le pays devra payer un taux d'intérêt encore plus élevé pour emprunter sur le marché. Ce taux d'intérêt sur les obligations de 10 ans ont déjà atteint les 4,9% en décembre 2018. Alors je vous laisse imaginer si en cas de downgrade, ce taux va augmenter jusqu'à 6-7%. Nous nous souvenons tous de ce qui s'est produit avec la Grèce, quand la Grèce n'avait pas réussi à rembourser sa dette. C'était en 2013-14 et qui avait plongé toute l'Union européenne dans une récession. Cela dit, Madame la Présidente, il est clair que Moody's nous a à l'œil et nous sommes suspendus à ce que Moody's va nous dire. Mais un jour, il faudra aussi se poser la question, c'est qui est Moody's? Nous sommes malheureusement pris dans une logique où ces organisations à but lucratif ont un si grand pouvoir sur la marche de notre économie et d'autres économies des pays en voie de développement. Un jour, effectivement, il faudra poser la question de savoir qui va noter les agences de notation. Il faudra la poser en alliance avec d'autres pays et mettre en question leur puissance. Mais ce n'est pas ici une plateforme aujourd'hui de le faire. Madame la Présidente, il est évident que l'ancien régime a pratiqué la politique. Je vais reprendre cette phrase parce que mon collègue tout à l'heure, il a parlé de la politique des terres brûlées. Merci. Ouais. Il y a une autre expression qui a été utilisée à maintes reprises, après moi, les déluges, qui a été utilisée à plusieurs reprises. Cette fameuse expression est prêtée à Louis XV, qui voulait faire savoir à ses partisans qu'il s'est moqué complètement de ce que pourrait faire son dauphin Louis XVI, et a été repris par la suite, mais plus récemment dans l'histoire contemporaine par le triste maréchal Mobutu Sese Seko, qui à l'époque était le président de la République du Zaïre, à présent la République du Congo. Fervent admirateur de Machiavel, après 32 ans de règne brutal et une fuite honteuse de son pays en 1997, il avait effectivement laissé un pays en ruine, comme vient de le faire le gouvernement sortant. Sans faire de comparaison avec les Zaïre de l'époque et Mobutu Sese Seko, le Premier ministre sortant et sa bande organisée des pilleurs nous ont laissé nos finances publiques en lambeaux. Et cela nous mènera peut-être au Fonds monétaire international. Je n'aime pas cette perspective. Je sais que la discipline fiscale et budgétaire s'impose, et c'est cela qui va plaire à nos bailleurs de fonds, y compris nos pays amis. Madame la Présidente, le gouvernement a fait le choix difficile de demander aux hauts salaires de faire un sacrifice. C'est le prix à payer pour sortir de l'ornière, pour éviter un downgrade de la fameuse note de Moody's. Et in fine, pour accéder auprès du FMI. Espérons que si nous allons au FMI, les conditions des emprunts seront les plus avantageuses pour nous, mais nous savons qu'une fois on entre au FMI, ça devient très très difficile d'en sortir. Pour la suite, Madame la Présidente, nous attendons la publication du programme gouvernemental qui donnera les orientations de la politique économique et financière pour ces prochaines années. Et là, nous les verrons, nous le commenterons en place et lieu. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I should have said to Mr. Parapen as well as you, I think they were both doing maiden speeches, which I think is a very sexist term. I'm joking. But you will surely get other possibilities, as you just mentioned, l'indice du bonheur, tout ça. Même ça, il faut se poser des questions. Alors, on va peut-être, sur ces indices-là, se lever et peut-être aller se détendre un peu. 1 heure de temps et demi, 1.5 hours for dinner. I would have said 1 hour, but maybe un petit peu plus d'1 heure, on va dire. On coupe la poire en 2. 1 hour, 15 minutes. Please be seated. We've reached the quorum, so we can start. Dr. Omia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de me donner l'occasion de participer à ce débat sur un projet de loi qui est la toute première pour cette session parlementaire. Je dois tout d'abord féliciter le gouvernement pour sa très grande victoire indiscutable aux dernières élections législatives, elle-même synonyme du sentiment et de la volonté de la population. Et je me rappelle bien d'un mot qui s'était servi souvent pendant la session parlementaire de ces 5 dernières années, le mot « claque ». Il disait souvent par l'ancien Premier ministre. Et cette victoire, le résultat et l'ampleur de cette victoire est une claque magistrale au style d'autocrate qu'avait pratiqué l'ancien Premier ministre et son gouvernement. Donc un mandat clair et sans équivoque à l'Alliance du changement pour redéfinir le destin de ce pays. Je voudrais aussi vous féliciter pour votre élection à la présidence de cette Chambre et de cette bouffée d'air frais que vous nous apportez après 5 longues années très chaotiques et tumultueuses que personnellement moi-même et plusieurs ont vécu dans cette Chambre. J'en suis sûr que sous votre présidence, cette auguste Assemblée retrouvera ses lettres de noblesse tant attendues qu'on appelle le temps de la démocratie. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi qui nous est présenté vient dans un contexte extrêmement difficile, voire même très compliqué et difficile, surtout que le gouvernement est confronté à des réalités économiques implaçables. Personne dans cette Chambre n'aurait imaginé l'état précaire de notre économie, à quel point a été mal géré, avec d'énormes dettes dans plusieurs secteurs clés de notre économie et réduire à presque nulle la marge de manœuvre pour honorer les promesses électorales que nous avons promises à la population. Mais ce gouvernement va honorer ses promesses, quitte à faire des ajustements difficiles et douloureux pour certains. Il va falloir nous tous, ensemble, contribuer à relever ce pays dans un élan patriotique. Et je peux vous assurer, à tous qui nous écoutent, ici et ailleurs, que le meilleur est à venir. Madame la Présidente, les chiffres ne mentent pas. Les caisses sont vides. Les engagements électoraux se heurtent aux limites budgétaires, comme l'a si bien dit un éditorialiste récemment. Récemment, tout à l'heure, le leader de l'opposition avait fait référence que c'était le Premier ministre d'avant qui avait proposé le 14e mois. Et le Premier ministre actuel l'avait bien dit pendant la campagne électorale, c'est nous qui va la payer. Mais autant, comme dirait le lambda mauricien avait dit, le Premier ministre d'alors et son gouvernement auraient promis tout ce qu'ils pouvaient. Et avec un certain sens de l'humour, certains disaient même les contraventions de rue seront gratuites parce qu'ils allaient nous proposer et allaient dire pour appâter et gagner les élections, il fallait tout donner, voire même sinon aller vers une faillite économique. L'état de l'économie, comme l'a présenté le Premier ministre mardi dernier, est une indication à quel point les chiffres ont été manipulés par l'ex-ministre des Finances pour créer un mirage de boom économique. À un certain temps, il parlait d'un budget de trillions. Bien sûr, il rêvait, mais en réalité un fiasco total qui nous aurait emmené tout droit à la faillite, tel que le Sri Lanka ou d'autres pays que la Grèce. Madame la Présidente, des chiffres qui font peur. Une dette publique de 238 milliards en 2014 pour arriver à 559 milliards en 2024, dont il n'y a aucune doute que l'affaire économique a été très mal gérée, mais ensuite de ça, il y a une partie de cette dette qui a été due au paiement aux clients de l'ex-BAI, le Betamax, le Neotown. Et la philosophie de l'ancien gouvernement était basée sur la vendetta politique, une vengeance au suaire du peuple. Et en juin de cette année, 83% de notre PIB, nos produits bruts, et en décembre en 2014 n'était que à 59%. 83% cette année, 59% en 2014, et vous dites la comparaison est claire. Il n'y a pas de photo. Une croissance économique à seulement 5,1%, qui a été gonflée à 7%. Une dévaluation persistante et fulgurante de notre monnaie mauricienne vis-à-vis du dollar. Dépréciation vertigineuse de 5% annuellement, de 2020 à 2024. Et quand on regarde les chiffres de décembre 2014 à novembre 2024, 46% de notre roupie a été dévalué en comparaison au dollar. Le faible taux d'investissement de l'étranger, un déficit budgétaire de 5,7% qui nous a été annoncé, qu'on a pu revoir maintenant, mais qui, au lieu de 3,9%, un chiffre imaginaire et qui a été dit dans les budgets ad nauseam pendant les 3 dernières années. Un déficit de 38 milliards d'euros. C'est que ce nouveau gouvernement va devoir trouver pour combler le fossé, pour faire des paiements et honorer les ajustements salariaux. La faillite du CSG, un déficit de 9 milliards à prévoir cette année. Ceux qui ont été dans cette chambre la dernière session vont se rappeler d'une question parlementaire. Quand le ministre des Finances, implaçablement, sans aucun gêne, nous disait que le coffre de la CSG était vide. Les dettes des entreprises publiques, le métro express se taille la part du lion, 15 milliards. Le National Property Fund, 9 milliards. Le New Social Living Development, 1 milliard. La CEB, 6,8 milliards. Le State Trading Corporation, 970 millions. Et l'avance qu'on a fait à Air Mauritius est encore plus grandissante. Les deals de la MIC, qui sont mal structurés, mènent le parc qu'on vient de découvrir, qui bénéficie de 50 millions décaissés en 24 heures temps. Est clair, avec la bénédiction du ex-gouverneur central de la Banque de Maurice, qui, rappelons-nous, va retourner sur un différent tapis rouge à son arrivée à l'aéroport dans les jours qui viennent. 250 millions étaient en attente pour être décaissés. Heureusement, nous avons un nouveau gouverneur à la Banque de Maurice et des gens responsables tels que le Premier ministre et le Deputy Prime Minister pour empêcher ce genre de folie. Augmentation des prix des commodités de 10, et je dis de 10% à 110% depuis 2014. Ça ne vous fait pas peur? Moi, j'en ai la frisson. Heureusement, comme le disaient beaucoup, il y a un Dieu pour ce pays. Et aujourd'hui, ce gouvernement, avec le docteur Namin Ramgoolam à la tête et ministre des Finances, largement publicité par le peuple, va redresser la barre dans le temps qu'il le faut et en tant que gouvernement responsable, ne va nullement mener ce pays à la dérive. Madame la Présidente, ce que je viens d'expliquer est je viens d'énumérer explique pourquoi l'octroi du 14e mois a été réservé aux revenus plafonnés à 50 000 roupies. Une décision, j'en suis sûr, très difficile, mais il y a quand même une considération spéciale aux plus vulnérables de notre société dans n'importe quel fragment qu'il soit loti. Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, mon intervention portera sur le projet de loi sur les allocations spéciales, numéro 20 de 2024, dont l'essentiel concerne le paiement du 14e mois et qui a été qualifié d'un paiement unique d'une allocation spéciale pour l'année 2024 aux employés percevant un salaire de base mensuel ne dépassant pas 50 000 roupies. Il ne faut pas oublier que ce paiement forme partie d'un package, d'un ensemble qui comprend non seulement le 14e mois, mais aussi la compensation salariale, les salariés, la baisse du prix du pétrole, de l'essence et du diesel. Madame la Présidente, je vais couper court au principal point de discorde, si tant est que je puisse m'y référer en tant que tel, car il y a eu plusieurs débats, beaucoup de débats, des conférences de presse dans la presse et dans le public en général au cours de la semaine écoulée. Qui sont ceux qui bénéficieront du paiement unique d'allocation spéciale subventionnée? Madame la Présidente, je prends la parole aujourd'hui en tant que député d'arrière-ban, ce qu'on appelle backbencher, mais qui est assis à l'avant-garde. Mon travail consiste à remettre en question et à pousser le gouvernement sur des questions qui touchent l'ensemble de la population. Bon nombre des électeurs et de la population en général, en particulier ceux qui sont des travailleurs autonomes, m'ont demandé pourquoi ce paiement unique ne leur avait pas été accordé. Je crois qu'il est censé de ma part d'aborder le sujet. Nous nous sommes engagés tout au long de la dernière campagne électorale à ce qu'une fois élus, nous payions la dite indemnité spéciale à tous les travailleurs du pays. Et je dois souligner ici que par les travailleurs, j'entends l'ensemble de la classe ouvrière, c'est-à-dire un travailleur tel que défini dans le Workers' Rights Act de 2019. Il est toutefois regrettable que tous les travailleurs d'aujourd'hui à Maurice ne pourront pas et ne sommes pas en mesure de bénéficier d'une telle allocation spéciale, d'autant plus que cela les aurait aidés certainement à leurs dépenses de fin d'année et peut-être offrir un moment spécial une fois dans l'année. Mais la réalité des caisses de l'État est très différente, pour ne pas dire alarmante. Ce qu'on appelle, comme l'a dit le Deputy Prime Minister, economic mess. Notre proposition à l'époque était une proposition faite en tout bon sens et était basée dans une large mesure ce que le gouvernement sortant avait proposé. Oui, nous avons dit nous allons faire le même. Nous pensions sérieusement à cette époque que les caisses de l'État auraient été en mesure de 14 mois pour les Mauriciens. Mais un mois plus tard, tout ce que je peux dire, c'est que les comptes du gouvernement n'étaient pas, n'étaient pas entre les mains des personnes responsables et honnêtes envers la population et en qui on ne peut jamais et jamais leur faire confiance encore. Et comme l'a bien dit une fois le Premier ministre, il faut le mettre dans le poubelle de l'histoire. Je me demande comment, en écoutant toutes les discussions qui se sont écoulées pendant ces derniers jours, comment l'ancien gouvernement, sortant de l'époque, aurait financé ce 14e mois. C'était une réflexion que je me suis faite et je me suis fait à la conclusion. L'astuce de l'ex-entier était d'imprimer la roupie, augmenter son offre d'un système qui a détruit sa valeur et la dépréciation de la roupie. Et c'est pourquoi que je dirais que c'était un gouvernement non seulement irresponsable, mais qui n'avait pas à cœur l'intérêt de ce pays, plus les enfants et les petits-enfants qui vont venir. Madame la Présidente, pourtant, nous ne sommes pas revenus sur notre promesse. Nous avons fait ce que nous avons pu. Nous n'avons pas trompé la population, qui pour non seulement nous a donné un mandat clair pour gérer ce pays, mais aussi pour le remettre sur les rails. Et pour cela, Madame la Présidente, nous devons être responsables. Ce que nous faisons, nous demandons la solidarité de tous les Mauriciens, car cette solidarité est requise, l'avenir de nos enfants et futures générations qui doit être sécurisé et non pas hypothéqué par des actions que nous regretterons à long terme. Heureusement, ils sont plus au pouvoir. Madame la Présidente, donc après avoir examiné le projet de loi, je dois dire qu'il est louable qu'une très grande partie de la population bénéficie de cette allocation spéciale 14e mois, mais je voudrais quand même faire une petite proposition qui concerne principalement ceux qui sont indépendants, ce qu'on appelle les self-employed. Le gouvernement pourrait peut-être un jour, dans les mois à venir, on ne sait pas quand, considérer à examiner la possibilité d'un paiement unique d'un montant fixe aux travailleurs indépendants qui ont un revenu pas plus de 50 000 roupies et qui ne ferait qu'à combler le fossé entre ceux qui sont bénéficiaires de l'allocation et ceux qui s'en sont indépendants. Mais ce qu'est une proposition, l'état de la caisse mauricienne, l'état de nos affaires n'est pas à son mieux et peut-être cette proposition, telle que je le fais, démontre que nous avons à cœur et nous considérons les appels de tous à chacun qui se dit travailleur dans ce pays. Madame la Présidente, je dis cela parce que je note d'après l'alinéa section 3, subsection 5b du projet de loi sur les allocations spéciales qu'il existe une autre possibilité pour un employeur et son employé de convenir que l'allocation spéciale sera payée et versée en cas de versement jusqu'à mars 2025. Il y a peut-être suffisamment de réconfort, à mon humble avis, pour une telle proposition soit explorée et considérée en temps et lieu. Ce que nous ne voulons pas, c'est que cette population qui nous a voté d'une si grande victoire ait l'impression d'avoir été lésée, mais plutôt qu'elle voit et ressent l'effort que ce gouvernement, malgré la très mauvaise gestion des fonds publics par le MSM sautant, on a fait ce qu'on pouvait faire, pour dire on a fait le minimum, pour ne pas dire le maximum. Madame la Présidente, je félicite donc l'auteur du projet de loi, mais je souhaite sincèrement que ceux qui ont malheureusement été laissés sur la touche soient peut-être un peu coincés par l'état de notre économie, et en particulier les travailleurs autonomes, à sentir que le gouvernement a toujours et sera toujours de leur côté, à leurs intérêts à cœur, d'où ma proposition précédente. Madame la Présidente, il y a aussi un autre facteur qui aurait peut-être échappé à l'attention de beaucoup. Qu'en est-il des travailleurs indépendants qui ont des employés à temps plein sous leur responsabilité? Ils ne bénéficient certainement pas de cette allocation spéciale, mais doivent s'occuper des employés qui gagnent 50 000 roupies du mois. Un budget additionnel qu'ils n'attendaient pas, mais dans un élan de solidarité, dans un élan pour mettre ce pays sur les rails économiques dont on a besoin, avec des chiffres catastrophiques qu'on nous a vus sur le State of Mauritius que le Premier ministre nous avait présenté, le State of the Economy, peut-être il y a certainement lieu pour tous ces gens que je viens de ces deux catégories de gens d'aider dans leur profession ce pays à sortir de cette marasme économique. Madame la Présidente, j'ai fait part de mes points de vue et de mes suggestions à la Chambre et j'espère sincèrement qu'ils seront pris en considération, au moins qu'ils feront l'objet d'une réflexion. Il aurait été évidemment préférable et idéal que l'allocation spéciale soit versée à tous les travailleurs de ce pays, sans distinction. Mais en tant que gouvernement responsable, le maximum des maximums a été fait. Madame la Présidente, des agences internationales telles que la FMI, la Banque mondiale et surtout l'évaluation de notre performance économique par Moody's sont des observateurs très importants. Comment l'exécutif va gérer l'économie dont la marge de manœuvre est presque nulle ou très limitée, et c'est pourquoi nous devons être responsables et avoir l'intérêt à long terme de ce pays dans notre prise de décision à court terme. Pour conclure, je reprends cette phrase de François Mitterrand à l'annonce de sa victoire présidentielle en 81. Enfin, les ennuis commencent. Mais à la tête, avec quelqu'un comme Dr Navin Ramgoolam, Premier ministre, j'en suis sûr qu'il mènera le bateau à bon port. Merci.
Yes, Honourable Mia.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It feels good to stand up and to make my speech because we've been sitting down for maybe almost 3 years. Madam Speaker, it is with great sense of honor that I rise today in this August Assembly in support of the Special Allowance Bill, which has a commendable objective to provide a one-off payment for a special allowance for the year 2024 to eligible employees in the Republic of Mauritius, drawing a basic salary, wage or salary not exceeding 50,000 rupees. At the outset, allow me to mention that the Special Allowance Bill stands as a powerful testament to the commitment of the newly elected government to uplift the working class, who is a driving force behind the economic progress of the country. Indeed, it is a tangible demonstration of our commitment to providing a lifeline to all those who have been confronted to significant hikes in their cost of living over the last years, which have impacted on their quality of life. It is a promise made and a promise kept, even though some may argue not completely but partially. However, one has to keep in mind that government is navigating through extremely challenging economic conditions as a ticking time bomb, if I may say, left by the former political regime. And in reply to what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition stated in his reply, that we won the general elections because of our promise of the 14-year salary bonus. Madame Speaker, Madame la Présidente, laissez-moi lui administrer une petite dose de rappel. Je vais retirer mes lunettes, comme ça je vous vois plus bien. Donc, l'honorable leader de l'opposition, il disait que les chiffres préparés dans le State of the Economy ne sont pas bonnes. Vous savez, les statistiques et les analyses faites par le leader de l'opposition, vous savez, c'était préparé par qui à l'époque? C'était préparé par Pulse Analytics. Par Pulse Analytics, ce même Pulse Analytics qui leur a donné gagnant pour les élections générales, ils ont été balayés 60-0, Madame la Présidente. Balayés. Ce même Pulse Analytics nous ont coûté notre argent dans l'ordre public plus d'1 million de dollars, c'est-à-dire 47 millions de roupies of public funds. Et ils auront de comptes à rendre, hein? Ils auront de comptes bientôt à rendre, et plus de 250 millions de roupies qui a été committed to them. Une firme soi-disant professionnelle, une firme soi-disant indépendante, on est en 2024, avoir affaire avec des voyous qui essayaient d'influencer le vote des élections, leur donner gagnant, et voilà le résultat. Mais là, je vais m'attarder par rapport, il nous a dit, on a gagné les élections par rapport au 14e mois. Je vais lui dire pourquoi ils ont perdu les élections, Madame la Présidente. Pour commencer, il y a eu un mismanagement of public funds. Il y a eu un crime économique, comme l'a si bien dit le député Prime Minister. Par rapport à la corruption, par rapport à la népotisme, qu'est-ce qu'on n'a pas vu à la State Bank? Qu'est-ce qu'on n'a pas vu au Silver Bank? Silver Bank, on a pris des milliards à la municipalité de Port-Louis, à toutes les municipalités. On a pris des milliards dans les district councils. Aujourd'hui, le gouverneur de la banque nous dit qu'il y a 8,4 milliards de roupies qui sont peut-être, on ne va pas peut-être recouvrir cet argent-là. Bad and downful debts. 8,4 milliards de roupies. Et par rapport à la State Bank, 3 ans de cela, je faisais ce discours ici même. 12 milliards d'euros ont été write-off. 12 milliards. Vous savez, autrefois, la State Bank, c'était un joyau de la couronne pour le gouvernement. Une banque qui faisait par milliards de profits. Une banque cotée en bourse qui gagnait des prix sur l'Afrique par rapport à la performance. Aujourd'hui, la State Bank, avec des nominations politiques des gens incompétents, j'ai dit ça plusieurs fois et il faut le répéter. On a prêté de l'argent avec quelqu'un. Le lendemain, il a fait faillite. Un Indien basé à Dubaï, il emprunte de l'argent, où il aurait dû emprunter, soit à Dubaï ou bien en Inde, il vient emprunter de l'argent à l'île Maurice. Avec la State Bank, et le lendemain, il fait faillite. 12 milliards de roupies qui auraient dû être versés en termes de dividendes dans la caisse de l'État et indirectement des fonds publics. Ils ont perdu les élections par rapport au coût de la vie, rising of cost of living. Ils ont perdu les élections parce qu'ils ont fait du business durant le Covid. Comme un ministre avait fait des unsolicited bids pour acheter des respirateurs, des médicaments passés de 9 roupies à 79 roupies. Ils ont perdu des élections parce qu'ils ont violé la démocratie ici, même ce que nous n'avons pas fait ici, dans cette temple de la démocratie. Un voyou, assis où vous êtes installé maintenant, Madame la Présidente. Un bouncer qui nous a empêchés, nuit et jour, de faire notre travail, humiliant les députés de l'opposition. C'est pour cela qu'ils ont été bottés hors du pouvoir. Par rapport à l'environnement, ça aussi, ils ont perdu le pouvoir par rapport à l'environnement, quand on se rappelle ce qui s'est passé par rapport à Wakasio. Madame la Présidente, les pouvoirs, les rênes du pouvoir étaient hijack. Les rênes du pouvoir n'étaient pas dans la main du Premier ministre. Les rênes du pouvoir se trouvaient dans la cuisine. Et c'est la cuisinière elle-même qui donnait des ordres. C'est la cuisinière qui donnait des ordres, right, left and center, qu'il fallait recruter, qu'il fallait mettre des hauts, basés par leur religion, leur caste, leur communauté. C'est une honte pour l'île Maurice. Ils disent que nous avons gagné les élections par rapport aux promesses du 14e mois. Ils ont perdu les élections par rapport à tout ce que je suis en train de dire. Toutes les institutions, Madame la Présidente, toutes les institutions, à commencer par la police, l'ICTA, l'IBA, FIU, MRA, je peux nommer toute une liste des institutions qui ont été pourries. L'indépendance des institutions, tout était contrôlé, pas par le gouvernement, même pas par le gouvernement, même pas par le Conseil des ministres, mais par la cuisine. C'est la cuisine qui contrôlait toutes les institutions qui auraient dû être des institutions publiques. La Banque de Maurice, une institution prestigieuse qui aurait dû faire notre fierté de notre pays. La Banque de Maurice était contrôlée par la cuisine et ses complices, Madame la Présidente. Et par rapport à la MIC, donc je disais précédemment, tout l'argent qui a été déboursé par la MIC, et ils osent dire que nous sommes contrôlés par le secteur privé. Allez voir la liste des bénéficiaires de la MIC. La liste des bénéficiaires de la MIC. Qui a bénéficié ça? C'est les secteurs privés. Il fallait donner de l'argent pour sortir du Covid. Mais ne nous accusons pas que nous sommes à la solde du secteur privé quand vous avez fait ce que vous avez fait avec la MIC. Et par rapport à pourquoi, en dernier lieu, pourquoi ils ont perdu les élections, quand ils ont coupé les réseaux sociaux. Quand ils ont coupé les réseaux sociaux dans un pays comme l'île Maurice, les jeunes se sont manifestés et ils se sont sortis pour aller voter massivement notre alliance. C'est une des raisons encore pourquoi ils ont perdu les élections. Donc, c'est un peu dommage quand même que le leader de l'opposition n'est pas là, mais je vois que son ex-partenaire est là, donc ils prennent le relais. Ils prennent le relais parce que je crois qu'ils se sont fâchés après les élections. Donc, quand un est là, l'autre n'est pas là. Donc ex-partenaire. Donc, Madame la Présidente, let me now come back to the bill, mais il fallait répondre à tout ce que les leaders de l'opposition avaient dit. J'aurais mis mes lunettes. Donc, as I said, it was a promise, and we kept that promise. Madam Speaker, the daunting trials confronting our economy today are manifold and intimidating. Real GDP growth has been revised down to 5.1% for 2024, reflecting a slower than expected recovery. Inflation, while on downward trajectory, remains a lingering burden on households, with prices of essential goods still elevated. Public sector debt has surged to 83.4% of GDP as of June of 2024, pushing our fiscal space to its limit. Sadly, I can only echo the words of our Honourable Prime Minister, who described such a shocking state of affairs as a voodoo economic situation hardly seen anywhere else in the world. Behind these figures lie stories of businesses grappling with rising costs and households struggling to make ends meet. Our labour market faces acute skills mismatches and unemployment while declining and leaves too many youth and women without meaningful opportunities. The ripple effects of these economic conditions are felt mostly and acutely by our small and medium enterprises and the manufacturing sector, the backbone of our economy. Since it's related to my ministry, please allow me to dwell a few minutes on this. Madam Speaker, faced with this devastating situation, we had no alternative other than to implement the payment of the 14-month bonus in a targeted manner. Such a course of action has been a difficult decision, but was essential to ensure the long-term sustainability of our public finances and mitigate the looming risk of an economic downturn. Madam Speaker, this government had a choice to make, and we opted for fiscal responsibility along with macroeconomic stability, and as such, we chose to safeguard the economic well-being of our nation and lay the foundation for future growth and prosperity in the years to come. I have obviously a special thought for all those hard-working employees who, in one way or the other, do not qualify for the 14th-month bonus at this point in time. For them, my message is that government is fervidly aware that this situation could resonate as being unpalatable, one to some extent, but rest assured we remain committed to finding ways to support all workers so that in the end, everyone can emerge as winners. Madame la Présidente, à ce moment précis, il me convient de dire que Rome ne s'est pas construite en un jour. The sacrifices made today will be remembered, and they will definitely yield dividends in the future as we move along the process of strengthening our economic architecture. Madam Speaker, the provision of this bill designed to introduce in one-off special allowance, commonly referred as 14-month allowance, to employees earning a basic salary wage or not exceeding 50,000, stand as a testament of this government unwavering dedication to safeguarding the welfare of our workers. This endeavor is particularly poignant as we contend with an economy left in precarious and fragile state by the previous administration. Madam Speaker, Clause 8 of the bill, which amends the Income Tax Act to facilitate financial assistance for employers in specific category, is a masterstroke in balancing the dual objective of workforce welfare and enterprise sustainability. Under this provision, SMEs and export enterprises, as well as other prescribed categories of businesses, can claim financial assistance equivalent to the special allowance paid to the employees if they meet certain conditions. These include businesses operating at a loss or substantial profit reduction. Employers who incurred accounting losses for the year of assessment 2023-24, or whose profit would be reduced by 50% due to the combined effects of additional remuneration, minimum wage increases, and special allowance, are eligible for full reimbursement of the allowance. Also, in terms of moderate profit reduction for enterprises that experience a profit reduction of over 10%. The bill allows for partial reimbursement equivalent to 50% of the special allowance paid to eligible employees. And to streamline the application process, the mechanism for applying these reimbursements through an electronic system managed by the Director General of the MRA reflects a pragmatic and efficient approach, ensuring businesses can access this support without undue administrative burdens. Madam Speaker, these provisions are vital lifelines for SMEs, which are often more vulnerable to cash flow constraints and economic fluctuations. The bill thus ensures that the commendable goal of providing financial relief to employees does not come at the cost of the survival of businesses. Madam Speaker, SMEs are not merely contributors to our GDP. They are the cornerstone of employment generation, innovation, and regional economic stability. The bill recognizes their pivotal role by enabling them to sustain operations even while fulfilling their obligation under the special allowance provisions. The inclusion of SMEs in the eligibility criteria for financial assistance is especially significant. By doing so, the bill not only supports individual enterprises, but also strengthens the broader ecosystem of entrepreneurship and cooperative development, which is essential for fostering exclusive growth. Madam Speaker, let me quickly say a few words on the manufacturing industry, and particularly the export-oriented segment, which are having to maneuver in a complex and difficult trading landscape, and if I may add, compounded with a discerning future outlook. Without bold and decisive actions, this strenuous situation threatens to worsen. However, I can assure the House that at the level of my ministry, my officers are already working on finding tangible solutions to bring about a major transformation in the overall industrial development process. At this point in time, I have to acknowledge that the bill's requirement for a one-off time payment of 14th-month allowance could create an unexpected strain on the financial resources, especially for export and enterprises with a large workforce. Nonetheless, I note with satisfaction that the special allowance bill, at clause 8, as I said earlier, has provision for the payment of special allowance to assist eligible export-oriented enterprises with the payment of 14-month bonus. Indeed, this assistance will provide the much-needed lifeline to our export operators who are in financial distress to meet the costs associated with this exceptional social measure. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I wish to convey a message to our industry operators that this government will stand by their side to support them in these difficult moments to ensure their long-term viability. Madam Speaker, now I will conclude because timing is really running off. So, hold on with me. Sorry. As I conclude my intervention, let me reiterate that the special allowance bill being introduced in Parliament today is more than just a simple policy measure. It is a promise kept to the nation and a clear signal that this new government means business as we walk the talk. The payment of the 14-month bonus is a first in the history of Mauritius, and this government will always be remembered for this bold initiative. Madam Speaker, the destiny of our country is being rewritten. A new chapter of economic prosperity awaits us. As a true patriot, it is with immense pride that I rise today in full support of this landmark bill. I am done. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable. Yes,
Madam
Honourable
Speaker,
Minister.
I move for adjournment of debate.
Okay. Who seconds? Thank you. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. I would have been surprised. Okay.
Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 20th of December, 2024, at 3 p.m.
At 3 p.m. Okay. The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 24th, at 3 p.m. 20th, I'm sorry. The question is, it's too late. It's a bit late. The question is, I'm sorry, I'll start again. The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Of 2024, of course, at 3 p.m. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. And that is all.